Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Will we have handheld? I only have one handheld. So we'll be using this. So if I move it down, or should I take it off?
Yeah, we need anyone talking to the mic needs to be like this close.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty close.
Pretty close. Can I just do a mic test?
Yeah. Please.
Can I do a mic test?
Yeah.
How's that for the audience? Is that good? Is that better? How about this? No good. Okay, so over here. All right. Thank you. It's always good for feedback. So the people sitting in the front, I'm going to need you to tell me, but I need someone at the back to tell me as well. If you can't hear, just go like this and then we'll know. Okay? Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, roll it back up. Okay. Yeah, and then the mics across the stage are just 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just want to acknowledge the people who've joined us online. Good morning. Good morning, Eddie. Good morning to all the friends who have joined from Sydney, Australia. It's nice to know that although I'm from Australia and we're here in America, that we've got some friends, fellow friends in Australia who have joined us. Just want to let you know that we are buzzing with activity here. People are still preparing and we will begin shortly. But thank you for your patience and thank you for those attending in person on time, which is always very helpful for us to start an event. And for those joining us online, we will start very soon as well. So thank you. We did a mic test earlier today. For those who can't hear us online throughout the event, can you please just let us know through the chat? And then we do have a wonderful AV team, a tech team here who will be able to assist as much as possible. So thank you for your patience, everyone, and we will be starting shortly. Those joining us online, we'll start very soon as well. Thank you. We did a mic test earlier today. For those who we have to speak really closely to the mic. Okay. Yeah, that's notes through the chat. And then we do have a wonderful AV team, a tech team here who will be able to assist as much as possible. So thank you for your patience. Oh, yeah, so you've got one and I've got one. So you can move it so it's closer to you as well. Yeah.
This 5.
Oh, 5.
I can make a.
Oh, no, all good.
Good morning. Okay, beautiful. Good morning to the audience who have arrived in person and those who are joining us online. We will be starting shortly. Thank you for your patience. Good morning, Dhamma friends. We're just inviting everyone who is here in person to please come over because we are about to start shortly. So we invite everyone from all corners of the monastery to please come over. Dear friends, good morning. We welcome you to please come and join us so that we can start shortly. Thank you very much.
If you haven't already, you can please find a seat. Also, if you have any devices on you, please ask that you silence them. If you think you've silenced them, please check again. And we can just settle into our seat and enjoy this morning, this moment together, coming back into the breath. Okay, good morning. A very warm welcome to our Venerable Sangha, distinguished teachers, honored guests, supporters, friends, and everyone joining us online from across the United States and around the world. Welcome. The organizers of this convention are the Metta Centre and our host, Cloud Monastery. My name is Vanessa Ju. I use they, she pronouns, and I've been a part of our beautiful Empty Cloud community for the past 2.5 years. Currently, I serve as the communication steward on our monastery caretaking committee. And it is my pleasure to be your MC today, along with Tina Ng, the founder and president of the Metta Centre.
Thank you. Yes, give it up. Thank you, Vanessa. And on behalf of the organisers, it really is my great honour to welcome all of you to the first ever International Metta Convention here in America. The Metta Convention began in Australia, and it began with a simple vision. We wanted to bring together the fourfold Sangha to celebrate the richness and diversity of the Buddhist traditions in a spirit of friendship, harmony, and shared learning. So today, that vision has crossed oceans, and it's wonderful to see our global Buddhist community gathered here in person and online for this historical occasion. Our theme for this year is piecing it together. It reminds us that peace is not something we simply hope for. It is something we create together. Every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, every step we take on the Noble Eightfold Path is another piece in building a more peaceful world. Over the next 2 days, may we learn from one another, deepen our practice, strengthen our friendships, and leave inspired to share the Buddha's timeless teachings in our communities. Thank you all for being part of this special milestone, and may this Metta Convention USA bring peace and togetherness throughout America and around the world. Yay!
Just before we begin our first program of the day, just a few things to note. We do have bathrooms available. You'll find them at the back of the court, and also there is a bathroom here to the right. And water can be found to the, y'all's right, actually, and y'all's left. But y'all's right here, there is the food table, so you can get water there. Thankfully, it's not too hot this weekend or today, but please do stay hydrated. Take care of yourself however you do need to. If you or anyone else is in need of medical assistance, we do have the first aid tent also in the back, and there is additional trash and recycling there. We do also ask that you please park on the street. So if you are parked in the cul-de-sac or on a driveway, please park in the street. There's also church parking available at St. Joseph's, and the other church lot is also available today. And if you are planning on coming tomorrow, it will not be open tomorrow, as we want to be respectful of their own Sunday programs. But if you have any other questions or concerns, you can find any Empty Cloud volunteer staff wearing either a blue or a green or a white shirt. You can definitely direct your questions there, and don't hesitate to let us know if you need anything at all.
And now we invite to the front of this grass stage all the monastics from the Theravada tradition for our opening ceremony. Our volunteers will be distributing and inviting the audience to join us in paying homage to the Triple Gems, reflecting on loving kindness as we chant the Metta Sutta, and also we will end with reciting the greatest blessings as outlined in the Mangala Sutta. And so we invite everyone to please stand and pay respects together.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Itepiso bhagava araham samma sambuddho Charana sampanno sugato lokavido anuttaro purisa dhamma sarati sattha deva manussanam buddho bhagavati Sakkhato bhagavata dhammo sanditthiko akaliko ehi passiko upanayiko pacchattam veditammo viññohiti supatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho Ujjupatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho Nyāyapatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho Sāmīci patipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho Yadidam cattare purisa yugani attha purisa puggala esa bhagavato sāvaka sangho ahuneyo pahuneyo dakhineyo anjali karaniyo anuttarang puññaketam lokasati etena sacca vajjena pātutang ratanatayam etena sacca vajjena pātutang ratanatayam etena sacca vajjena pātutang ratanatayam Asevana ca balanam panditanam ca sevana puja ca pujanam etang mangalamuttamam patirupadesa vaso ca pubbe ca kata punyata atta samma panidhica etang mangalamuttamam bahu saccam ca sippam ca vinayo ca susikkhito subhasita ca yavaca etang mangalamuttamam mata pitu paṭṭhānaṁ puttadārassa saṅgaho Anakula ca kammanta etang mangalamuttamam dāna dhammacariya ca jñātakhanam ca saṅgaho anavajjāni kammāni etang mangalamuttamam Ārati virati pāpā majjapānā ca saññamo appamādo ca dhammesu etang mangalamuttamam Dāravo ca nivāto ca samtotte ca katham yuta kālena dhamma savanam etang mangala muttamang khandi Chaso chassata samananam cha dassanam kalena dhamma sakaccha etam mangala muttamam tapocha brahmacharyam cha ariya saccana dassanam nibbana sacce kiriyacha etam mangala muttamam Buddhassa loka dhammehi cittang yassana kampati asokam virajam khemam etam mangala muttamam etadisani kattvana sabbatham aparajita Sabbadha soddhing gaccanti tam te sammangala muttamam Karaniya maddha kusalena yantang santang padang abhesamecca Sakko ca sujo ca suaco cassa mudhuvanatimani Santussako ca subharo ca appakicco ca sallahukamuti Santindriyo ca nipako ca appakabho kulesu ananugiddo Naca kuddang samacare kincena vinyo pare upavadeyo Sukhino akhemino hontu sabbe satta bhavantu sukhitatta Nabke cipana bhotate tasavathavarava Dighawaye mahantava Majjarasa kanukatula Dittava eva ditthaye chadure vasanti avidure Bhutava sambhave seva Sabbe satta bhavantu sukhitatta Naparo parang nikubbeta nati manyeta kathacinam Vyarosana patiga sanya nanya manyasa dukkhamicceya Mathayataniyam puttam ayusaeka puttamanurake Evam pi sabba bhutesu manasam bhavaye aparimanam mettam ca sabba lokasmi manasam bhavaye aparimanam uddham adho ca tiriyam ca asambadham averam asapattam Tiṭṭhaṃ charaṃ nisinno asayano yavatassa vigatamiddho etaṃ satiṃ natiṭṭheya brahmametam viharaṃ idamaho diṭṭhiṃ ca anupagamma sīlava dasanena sampanno Kamesu vinaya gedham nahi jatu gabbhaseya punareti etena sacca vajjena soddhete hotu sambada etena sacca vajjena Soddhite hotu sabbada etena sacca vajjena suddhite hotu sambada. Sabbitiyo vivajjanto sabbarogo vinasatu mate bhavatu antarayo sukhe digayuko bhava. Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba buddhanubhavena sada suddhi bhavantu te. Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba dhammanubhavena sada suddhi bhavantu te. Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba sanghanubhavena sada suddhi bhavantu te. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Thank you, Venerables. Please be seated.
Watch this stuff.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
All right. How beautiful. How lovely was that? We are now going to welcome to the stage the abbot of Empty Cloud Monastery, Venerable Sobana, to say a few welcoming words to celebrate the beginning of such an exciting weekend. Ayya Sobana is a bhikkhuni who trained closely with meditation master Bhante Henapola Gunaratana for 25 years. She later served as vice abbess of Dhamma Monastery in Sonoma County, California, guiding residents at both the main monastery and Aranya Bodhi Hermitage. Since 2025, Ayya Sobana has been leading the resident community and teaching at Empty Cloud Monastery here in New Jersey. Let us please give her our full applause and attention this morning.
Dear friends, welcome to the Empty Cloud Monastery. I'm only going to speak for a very few minutes with this welcome. There are so many people, wonderful people who have made this event possible, beginning with the Metta Centre under Tina's leadership and the initiative of Ayya Soma and Bhante Sudaso in thinking of bringing these Metta Convention events here to USA. And I think all of the volunteers who have played a part are going to be acknowledged more fully later on. I couldn't mention them all without leaving somebody out. This center here is an island of peace and serenity amidst the busyness of the New York, New Jersey area. We have all around us, we have the World Cup over there. We have Wall Street over there. We have people who are experiencing maybe distress and danger over here. So many different things, the whole gamut of life in samsara is happening all around us. We want you to be so pleased with this event here that you would like to come back again and again to visit and participate at the Empty Cloud, to experience a place where monastics are able to practice, grow, and development in order to bring you the Dhamma, and a place where the spirit of friendliness and collegiality is there among all of the Buddhist traditions and among all people of goodwill. So this is an open place, a place where we believe that the Dhamma is able to thrive in New Jersey. And so that is, you're welcome. I hope you'll be safe and sound today. Don't get too hot. Don't be thirsty. Open your ears and let the beautiful Dhamma that you're going to hear come into your hearts.
Thank you, Venerable Sobana, for your warm welcome and all that you do for Empty Cloud and the community here, as well as what you do for the Dhamma. And we invite you to stay on stage, and we also invite Venerable Sudhamma to join you in a conversation about how inner peace relates to creating outer peace. And if any of the audience today has any questions arising from any of our sessions, then we invite you to join our Q&A breakout session. And for those who are joining us online, you can also pop your questions into the chat and our team will collate them as we go along, and also they can be answered during the Q&A session. Now, we've already heard from and about Venerable Sobana, and now it's my pleasure to introduce you to Venerable Sudhamma. She's the first Western woman to become fully ordained in Sri Lanka. And she co-founded the North American Bhikkhuni Association and hosted the first ever Theravada Bhikkhuni Sangha proceeding in the USA. In 2013, Aya founded the Charlotte Buddhist Vihara in her hometown of Charlotte in North Carolina, where she continues to offer regular Dhamma programs. So everyone, please join me in welcoming Venerables to this event today and the panel on inner peace versus outer peace. Thank you.
Thank you. And my asking pardon of the elders that are more qualified than me to be sitting here. My respects to the elders, and Aya Namatasa.
Tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa.
Buddhang dhammang sanghang saranang gacchami. So the title of this panel is Inner Peace versus Outer Peace. And of course, there's no verses there, but it makes a nice title. And I want to start with inner peace. So the Buddha gave us a solution. He did not give us magic. He did not give us rituals. He did not give instructions how to, connect with this or that deity for power. He gave us a solution to what? What kind of solution did he give us? He gave us a solution to a problem. I understand that Mr. Kevin Griffin is here. Is he here? No, he's not here. I was going to ask him if any addicts make the effort to get sober without understanding that they have a problem. So, oh well, anyway, that blew that part. So, so what is the problem? Is the problem that, that the boss spoke to you crossly? Is the problem that your spouse is not good to you? Is the problem that that pebble should not have been in your shoe? And one time I tripped on a stick, and the nun who was with me first, I twisted my ankle quite badly. First, she rubbed my ankle, and she picked up that stick and broke it in half and threw it into the forest. And I couldn't stop laughing because it wasn't the stick. Where is the problem? What is the problem? So the basic problem, of course, that we're aware of is that things hurt. And we have the first noble truth laying it out. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, sickness is suffering, death is suffering, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, despair are suffering. Not getting what you want is suffering. Getting what you don't want is suffering. In short, the 5 aggregates affected by clinging, the whole mind-body situation, as far as there's clinging, is suffering. And so that's the underlying problem. Let's say you have a terrible pain in your ankle, terrible pain, and you look down and it's a chihuahua biting. Is the problem the pain or the chihuahua? So the problem might be the chihuahua biting. So what is it that's biting? That is desire accompanied by delight and lust, and desire delighting in this and that. That is craving for sense pleasures, craving for existence, craving even for non-existence. Another way to say what is the problem is to say ignorance, or ignorance supported by greed, or greed, hatred, delusion, or 10 fetters. It's all kind of pointing at the same problem, just described differently. Just like you could take a vegetable and you could chop it, you could dice it, you could puree it. You've still got, underlying thing is the same. So we're describing the problem in various ways. But the underlying problem is the same. And so I'm just going to refer to the problem as greed, hatred, delusion. So what is the solution? The individual level, you cannot will yourself out of greed, hatred, delusion. So what do we have? What do? We have the Eightfold Path. So let's say that we have been working with this. We've heard the teachings. We've been practicing the Buddha's Eightfold Path. So we have been developing our wisdom about how this whole mind-body situation is put together. And at least we understand like there's wholesome versus unwholesome, say. And with that, then we can have the spiritual compass of the second step of the Eightfold Path, which is letting go, skillful letting go, loving kindness, compassion. I can't speak with nuance and specificity because I only have 10 minutes. And who's giving me my 5-minute high sign? Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't normally use notes. I had to have guardrails because I can talk a very long time, as people who know me well, unfortunately, know. Okay. So let's say that 3 through 5, we've been developing our harmlessness and our speech, action, and livelihood. And number 6 of the Eightfold Path, we've been making effort to replace unwholesome states with wholesome states. And we've been developing our mindfulness more and more. We've been developing our stillness, our samadhi, taking time to be quiet. All right, so we're prepared. We have been preparing the ground. We have created conditions that can allow wisdom to increase to where we can start seeing changes and even making more lasting breakthroughs. And then the arrow hits. Anyone hear about the arrow? The dart, the thorn? It hits. So there's the job loss. The child is sick. The spouse is unfaithful. The windshield of your car gets a crack in it. The cancer diagnosis comes. Maybe the prognosis is poor. So the popular version of the 2-arrow conundrum, metaphor, simile. Anyway, the 2-arrow thing is that it's a bet. Okay, wait, let me just ask you first. Is it better to have 1 arrow or 2 arrows in your shoulder? Okay. And when I'm usually I teach, I say gunshots because this is America. Is it better to have 1 gunshot or is it better to have 2 gunshots? You don't want 1, but is it better to have 1 or 2? Right, because 2 would be like even more complicating, right? That would be so much worse. Okay, so what is the what is the second arrow? Well, we talked about that. Anything of the aversion to the situation or the pain. And the popular version of this is that you develop mindfulness You focus more skillfully, and you develop non-reactivity, which is good. That's very good. But we actually have an option for going deeper, which is to overcome the trap posed by Vedana, the trap of the way we may react to pleasant, unpleasant, neutral, with liking, disliking, and ignorance, to understand the origin, the disappearance, the gratification or appeal, the downside and escape from pleasant and unpleasant feelings. So then we're not aversive, and we're not grasping after pleasantness to overcome, the toils and troubles of the unpleasant. And we're not ignorant to the neutral feeling, which is the vast majority of what we experience. Our whole lives would be much brighter if we could just be patient with neutral feeling. So in this way, we are not trapped by suffering. So that's, okay, that's personal level. 5 minutes? Yes, okay. I'm doing the timing well so far. Okay, I could blow it any second. Societal level, is there greed, hatred, delusion in a larger picture, in our families, in our city government, in our activities and club situations, in federal level? Like, any greed, hatred, delusion anybody's noticed anywhere along the way? A little bit, yeah. And what I'm noticing is that there's an increasing sense of like a pressure and anxiety in people around me. It seems like social safety nets are just not as robust as they've been, and the fewer resources a person has, the more anxiety there naturally might be. I just feel like even people are driving differently. Like, there's just like, I got to get ahead of that car because I got to get ahead because everything's going, not my way, or something like that. Like, there's just this kind of a tension I perceive as building. Maybe it's just my perception. And so what can we do to bring relief from greed, hatred, and delusion on a broader level, whether it's to the family, whether it's to this country? What can we do? I don't know. You have your own skill set. You have your own situation. Again and again, every day, you're going to be making hundreds of decisions. Even what toothpaste you buy could be, some kind of statement in a way. So everything that you're doing or not doing, you're making choices. All I ask, and the thing that I ask, is that it be part of your spiritual development, not outside of it. And this is where we can have an impact. And this is where the inner and the outer peace are not at odds. So it's not like we have some problem in society, and so we have to go solve this thing, and then it can go back to my spiritual development. It's that you express and further your spiritual development by how you respond to whatever is right in front of you. That's my best understanding. So we have, wait, am I out of time? I'm out of time? Okay, wait. So first and second Dhammapada verse. All phenomena, all actions are led by the mind. Mind is the master, mind is their maker. Actors speak with a defiled state of mind, and suffering will follow. Actors speak with a pure state of mind, and happiness will follow. Let's take that as a promise. And let's remember that and think of that again and again and again. Every little mind movement, every word, every action, every glance, everything done with the heart in a bad place is going to backfire. It's going to boomerang. You may win the battle, but you're going to lose the war. And whatever it is you're touching, you will make it toxic. If the heart is toxic at the moment you do anything, in those cases, it is better to be quiet if you can't trust your mind. So bring the mind to a place of peace, and then safely do whatever it is you want to do. When I say safe, I'm not saying you won't get killed. That is still a possibility, but you'll be killed with your heart in a beautiful, wholesome space. So thank you.
I want everybody to remember that Bhikkhuni Sudama is not only a wonderful Dhamma teacher and practitioner, but she's also a community leader in the city of Charlotte, North Carolina, living in a working class neighborhood, walking the neighborhood, manifesting peacefulness, manifesting generosity, manifesting an open heart, a friendly heart towards all those people. I don't know if you're still doing that job, but she was elected as the leader of the Block Association, and has done many other inter-ecumenical activities to bring the Buddhist peaceful, loving, and kind perspective to that city. And so that's something that didn't quite get in the intro. I want us all to remember that. For my part, I had mentioned the dart, and I wanted to bring out something in a sutta called Attadanda Sutta, which is in the Book of Eights in the Sutta Nipata. You could think that we are uniquely in a horrible moment in the history of mankind by looking around and seeing the problems and the unskillful things going on. But these problems are not new. Even in the Buddhist time, as this especially comes out in Venerable Saddhatisa's free translation of that sutta, it's presented that the Bodhisattva, before his awakening, was distressed and worried and frightened by the wars, the violence, and the hatred that existed in the society of that time. And the Bodhisattva, before his awakening, was seeking and searching, trying to find something worldly, something in the world that would provide safety, that would provide the ground to get out of that situation. And he discovered that there wasn't anything in this material world, not anything in this world of samsara that provides for that escape. So this is actually the situation we face today. The Buddha goes on that he discovered there was a dart that was subtle and difficult to see, difficult to understand. And that dart is explained as craving and greed. Outside of the Dhamma, it could be that it's not obvious that that's the dart that we're looking for. Somebody might have many different kinds of theories. Maybe we need more money. Maybe we need more education. Maybe we need more justice. Maybe we need to put more people in jail, or maybe we need to let the people out of jail. So many different problems or solutions are recommended to get out of it. But what is brought out, and this is our path, is that truly the solution for to bring that island of serenity is to make our own heart into that island of serenity by finding out how to finally remove that dart, to finally bring ourselves to the space that we know with wisdom, naturally, intuitively, that nothing in the world that belongs to us, that there's nothing we need to identify with, not owning anything, there's nothing to be disturbed about, and we can become imperturbable and unshakable. And that unshakable quality that comes from wisdom, that is the safe refuge, that is the place of stability. So there's no refuge, no stability to be found in the world, but there is a final stability, safety to be found at the culmination of this path. And along the way, as Sudama was so beautifully expressing the practices that we do in our path of inner cultivation, is what brings us little by little by little to gain some of that wisdom. To whatever extent we know how to let go, to that extent we're peaceful. To whatever extent we are internally peaceful, to that extent we're able to manifest peace. To whatever extent we're able to manifest peace, not just with the words we say, but within our very existence, every part of our behavior, a manifestation of peace. And then with that, whatever kind of work, duties, or activities we undertake, whether it's at home with the family, at work, out in the public sphere, or within the Sangha are among spiritual seekers by having that manifestation to whatever extent you have it. You're a step up to being able to be an agent for relief from dukkha and peace in the world. We know that the Buddha didn't simply become peaceful and then go straight to his parinibbana or go straight to simply sitting and enjoying the realization that he discovered. Instead, he spent the following decades wandering across India, using his divine eye to see people who would be capable of hearing and understanding the message, the good news that he had to share, that it's possible to get out of this mess. It's possible to find peace. It's possible to find safety. And so just like the Buddha with compassion, you can be an activist, and that's not opposite or contradictory to the path. It's not opposite to the training to be an activist, but let that compassion flow from having made the real effort with this program, developed the wisdom as much as you can, and made yourself into your own island of serenity, your own island of peace. Now I'm going to invite Sudama to see if you have any response to me or a wrap up. We've got about maybe another 10 minutes for
10
conversations.
minutes. Oh my. Then I'm going to, I can't read that from here. Thank you. Then I'm going to grab a minute to say, act or speak with a pure state of mind and happiness will follow as your shadow follows you without departing. Act or speak with a pure state of mind. So when the heart's in a good place, then one can safely act. And the impact can be extraordinary, far beyond anything one imagined. One can say just a few words of advice or comfort to a person, and 10 years later, they could say that changed their life. You just don't know the impact that's going to happen when one acts or speaks with a pure heart. It's truly, truly extraordinary. And the question I have for you is, how has working in community life furthered your spiritual development?
Well, I grew up in a big family, so it's kind of natural to be in a community life. I'm sorry to say this, people are hell. When I was, hiking for months on end as a solo hiker, I was able to really see the mind in a very clear way, to see the variability and the lack of an identity in the mind. When I was hiking by myself, when it was cloudy and cold and raining, I would feel depressed. And then when it was sunny and bright and beautiful, I would feel happy. And I didn't know if I was a naturally happy person who sometimes forgets to be happy, or am I a naturally depressed person who sometimes forgets to be depressed? I didn't really know what kind of person I am. But then when you come into society, other people define you. And there's a very powerful pressure that's coming from interactions with other people to make you gain an identity. So I would say that society is kind of like a laboratory that it makes it possible for the different defilements, kilesas, imperfections, and less than perfect qualities that we have within us to be triggered so that we can see where the work is. I love speaking about the Dhamma and teaching the Dhamma, and I try to be as faithful as I can to the true Dhamma as it's expressed in our early text, but I also try to bring my contemporary experience as a Westerner who grew up in a secular materialistic culture, and to try to use my experience to enable others to bridge the gap between modern culture and the ancient culture. So the most delightful thing in community life is when somebody hears something and something hits home and they've got their own little bit of awakening as a result of me being I'm the messenger. I'm not a genius. I'm like a salesman, but I've got a good product to sell. And so everyone's like, here, use this laundry and you'll get clean. Okay. Yeah.
I'd have a couple more things to
Go ahead.
add from my, okay. So 5 whole minutes? This is awesome. Okay. So when there is a challenge, there are a couple of things that I turn to that are really helpful for me. One has a little bit of a background. I was walking past a church of the Latter-day Saints, and a young woman came over to me and did a small favor for me. And then we got to talking, and it turns out that she was waiting for the doors to open, that she was traveling from a very small town headed to New York City, stopping in Charlotte on the way. And I asked if she was a little nervous about going to the big city. She said that she had faith that God will take care of her completely. And I said, I don't have faith that I'm going to get everything I want. I don't have faith I'm going to get everything I need. Now, that was a shocker. People don't expect to hear that. I said, I have faith I can be okay no matter what. And she said, that's the faith I want. And I have that stayed in my mind because of that conversation. And I have used it myself many times, and I've shared it with people of every religion since. And I found it very helpful for resilience, because if we're putting our heart on the idea that we're not going to be challenged beyond our ability to manage, that's just not reasonable, because better people than oneself have had challenges that they could not endure. And so that they, let me rephrase that have had challenges that they couldn't rise above, they died from them and so forth. And so, yeah, but one can be okay no matter what. And when my heart's in a great place, I say, I am okay no matter what. But that takes a very clear mind. The other thing is another aspect of faith, which just completely left my mind. Hang on, that's why there are notes. Yeah. So I've done a lot of work. I do probably about 20 hours a week, 15, 20 hours a week work with alcoholics and addicts. And I am often asked, who is my higher power? And is Buddha your higher power? And in a 2-second conversation, I say, yeah, but if I have time to explain, I say that what I have faith in is the Dhamma. And what I have faith that whatever is unfolding in front of me right now is not separate from my spiritual path. Whatever is happening right this moment is not like an exit away from the highway of what I needed for spiritual development. It is the very thing that is the thing, that the next thing that I need to step on, the next little tiny half upward step I need to put my foot on in my journey towards Nibbana. Whatever it is, no matter how, undignified, no matter how stressful, no matter how wonderful no matter what it is not bypassing, it is not going the wrong way. It is the thing that will, when worked with skillfully, bring me further in my spiritual development. So, for example, yesterday morning, when I'm trying to get out of the door, catch a plane, I was on my hands and knees trying to get a cat out from under a neighbor's truck. And I have faith that was not outside my spiritual development, but rather the patience and the intelligence and so forth I had to bring to the situation, or part of my developing qualities I need in my spiritual path. And when the Uber driver drove off without me because they didn't wait as long as they said they would wait, or at least that was anyway. And I had no ride to the airport, and I really wanted to be here with you folks. This is an incredible honor to be here. Anyway, so yeah, just sitting there with this shock going through my whole body that this lady just drove away without me. Oh my goodness, now what do I do? This is not different. It's not apart from, it's not outside of, it's not something I have to go deal with without skill, perhaps, and then come back and then resume spiritual path. So I hope that's of use to you.
So when should we realize peace? Now. And where should we realize peace? Here. Okay. So thank you very much for your patient listening this morning.
Are we feeling peaceful yet, folks? Woo! Feeling very, very peaceful. Okay, speaking of peace, it's almost like that's the theme of our entire convention. For our second panel today, titled Walk for Peace, we're spotlighting a practice that many of us are aware of and has sparked international recognition and global popularity, the art of walking. And specifically, we'll be talking about how being a Buddhist monk has impacted practice and the lives of people that you've met, and how these journeys continue to foster peace for us in the world and also in our everyday lives. So we are inviting to the stage Bhante Sumetta. Bhante Sumetta is a fully ordained monastic from the Theravada tradition of Sri Lanka. He is also the founder and spiritual leader of Dhamma USA, a charitable organization focused on promoting the teachings of the Buddha and the United States. Bhante holds 2 bachelor's degrees, 3 master's degrees, a PhD, and most importantly, a heart full of loving kindness. Oh. We are also inviting Venerable Clear Grace Dayananda, who is a Black queer Buddhist monk, author, and the spiritual director of Sangha House Nola in New Orleans. Initially ordained in 2018 under Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh, she received higher ordination in 2020 under Bhante U Banadipa Thero and Mahateri Dr. Panavati Karuna, holding a unique multi-lineage inheritance across Theravada, Zen, and Vajrayana traditions. And our moderator for this panel is Kevin Griffin, a longtime Buddhist practitioner and 12-step participant. He is a leader in the Mindful Recovery movement and one of the founders of the Buddhist Recovery Network. Kevin has trained with the leading Western Vipassana teachers, among them Jack Kornfield, Joseph Goldstein, and Ajahn Amaro. He specializes in helping people in recovery connect with meditation and progressive understanding of the 12 steps.
Wherever feels right. It's good here. Wherever feels right. Oh God.
Too complicated. Should I be below the monks?
I'm just gonna move over here so I'm closer to you.
Okay.
I want to be able to see you. Thank you. Yeah. Not on. Thank you. So really an honor to be here and as a lay person with this beautiful group of monastics. And, I'm particularly honored to see Bhikkhu Bodhi, who has been a long time inspiration for me and guide. And I want to pass on greetings from Paula Snow to Aya Sobana. So she just texted me last night. So. And I want to thank Sydney Rose for arranging for me to be here. So there's not much for me to say, except I'd love to hear your experience. I hope that you have reflected on this question. It's it's so much takes us back to the origins of the Dharma and the Buddha. His life was walking, so much of his life just walking from village to village and sharing the Dharma. And it's, I think, one of the things that moves people today is to sense that the living monastics who are living the tradition are living like the Buddha in that way. And so I just really invite you to reflect on what you what this practice means. I think if I may just say a couple things. As I was listening to the description, I thought, because it mentions practice, so it's not just a ritual. It's something that, I've practiced walking meditation, so it's a practice, a concentration practice, right? It has that, as well as a practice of being, when you take it into the world, of exposing yourself, of almost inviting people to come to you, because people see you in America and say, "Who are you? What are you doing?" And so I think all those layers are so interesting. And so I just invite either of you to begin to speak to the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, most venerable bhikkhus and bhikkhunis. And so glad that we could make it despite the rain. Well, the Buddha addressed his first 60 group of monks. The first words he said, Charata bhikkhave charikang bahujana hitaya, bahujana sukhaya, attaya hitaya, sukhaya, deva manusanang ma ekena dve agamitha. So he said, it is time after realization. It is time for you to spread the Dhamma all around. So for the well-being and happiness of the many, for not only for the humans, but also for the other sentient beings, including celestial beings. And I think we can also think of the other sentient beings for sure. As Ayya Sudama mentioned about a cat rescuing, we can think of many when we walk. Walking is a tremendous practice, and sometimes we walk for our own peace. If you have a walking path, you actually walk for your own peace. You have to really focus on your steps and your every movement that you make, like raising and moving and placing. every move that you make, it's for your own peace. But when you come to that, you can also kind of radiate a powerful vibe to everyone around. So when a monk walks, he's like, I always think we are like very different people, individuals with the robe easily highlighted. So we are like goldfish. Everyone can see us very easily what we do. People are very curious about us also when we walk. The way we walk, the way we talk, the way we eat, everything, people observe us. In that way, I think we can send a powerful message depending on our own inner peace. So I think walking is a remarkable piece of practice that the Buddha, I think those days, how he used walking as a powerful marketing tool. I would say, like wherever the monks walk, people see us very easily. That's the advertisement. The monks walk, look at them, and it's really amazing. And I was originally from Sri Lanka, and we had a lot of walks in Sri Lanka too. Usually, those days when we were like, I became a monk when I was 11. And that time we just had to go from one mountain to another. Like if there is a dana ceremony, if there is a funeral service, or if there is any parita chanting, we had to walk. And then the people were holding Buddhist flags, and then the drum beatings, and that was a beautiful cultural pageant, and that was also attracting a lot of people's attention. And the children were watching us, and the elderly people were watching us, and all the way through we were actually sending loving kindness and compassion to many sentient beings. So that's a beautiful practice that we learned in Sri Lanka. And then from that small little island, I went to India, and I spent there like 10 years studying and also working, also practicing in the different Buddhist places, like under the Bodhi tree. We had a great opportunity to chant Pali chantings for 10 days. I attended several times. That was really a beautiful practice. And then also we had the opportunity to practice and also learn the Dhamma where the Buddha was actually living. For example, the sutta that we were chanting today, Mangala Sutta, was actually taught in Savatthi Jetavana Monastery. And when we went there, we saw the beautiful Bodhi tree, which was planted by Venerable Ananda, the personal attendant of the Buddha. You go there, you feel that amazingly powerful, incredible vibe of the people, the Buddha, and all those great Arahanta monks. That's really heartwarming when you go there. And also you see that Dhamma hall, we call Dhamma Sabha Mandapa, where the Buddha was actually giving Dhamma talks to the monks. And so it's not a very fancy, very huge building. It was a very simple structure like this. And how the Buddha came to the assembly, Dhamma assembly, and how the monks were sitting, in quiet silence and inner peace. And sometimes they would also talk to each other, discussing some Dhamma matters. And then the Buddha would come and, what were you discussing? So they would ask something, and then the Buddha would explain. Those are some of the things that we were kind of connected to the Buddha's time when we there. So walking had a lot of experience. And when I came back here to the United States, in Los Angeles, I was spending most of my time. And then we were mostly like driving from place to place. And then, but yet we were like walking in the shopping malls and walking on the streets. And then the people were very curious about us. Who are you? What are you doing? And sometimes they actually come to talk to us, and they used to come to our temples too. And then we also had an opportunity to share the Dhamma. And coming here, I would also like to mention Bante Sudaso and Ayasoma. They invited me to empty Cloud Monastery years ago, I think, for Ayasoma's Upasampada ceremony, 2019, I guess. So that time, from that time onward, I was frequently visiting here. And we have a wonderful champion peace monk here among us, Tams Sutam. Please say hi to him. He's a really wonderful monk who walked from Santa Monica to New York 4 months all by himself. Imagine like his walk and the kind of maybe suffering he had to undergo, and the kind of compassion he had, persistently going towards his destination. I felt that was truly remarkable. Then he invited me to also join some of his peace walks, one from New York to Washington, D.C. 11 days we worked with him. And then he also invited us to work in Florida 7 days. And then with Bhante Sudaso Yasoma, we also had a great opportunity to work 10 days in Italy. So, and Bhante Sutam also was already walking 2,000 mile barrier way before Bhante Panyakara was doing it from Florida to Niagara. And I noticed that how the community was connected and how the people were, responding to them, how they were touching their hearts when they saw the monks, all the distressed people, all the homeless people, and all the peeps are like commuters. They were all connected to us. I felt like truly, I have no words to explain how important it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhante.
Thank you, Bhante, for that sharing. Greetings, venerables. Homage to the world-honored one. I am humbled to be here. And if I may grant you back 5 or 10 minutes, I'm not one of many words. And I am sitting here moved by the great assembly that has been called here. As I think of this practice of one of the 4 postures of sitting, walking, standing, and lying, much sukha comes to mind in gratitude to be able to walk on this sacred land. I also spent time in the footsteps of the Buddha, spending much time in India, also walking in the Jeta Grove and making my way up to Vulture's Peak to look out over the valley. And as a young little Black girl in Los Angeles, I would often say, what if there were monks walking in Los Angeles when I was a little girl? Bhante, where were you? Just to think of how many of the Chihuahuas that I would have had a different understanding or a greater understanding of compassion. As the whole world is on fire, our ears are on fire. Our eyes, the nose, the tongue, and the body. Chihuahua's on fire, the world is on fire. And so to be able to walk as a cultivated practice on the cushion and off the cushion became something very important to me as a unique calling in this world. One who is of this practicing Western practice that we have here. And so when I went to India and I found this joy and this peace that had been cultivated in a sacred land, I wanted to bring it back home. And so for me, that meant crossing the Edmund Pettus Bridge, if any of us are familiar with that from the civil rights movement, where Martin Luther King had crossed the bridge on Bloody Sunday, and also the civil rights markers. So I spent 3 years across the country, traveling in a van with a cat, and also walking, right? So entering into the Bible Belt South as a Buddhist and walking on Main Street in Alabama or Mississippi, what it meant to, this was at the time of the pandemic and also after the murder of George Floyd. So it became a sacred action to walk. And the Buddha says, do not move unless we can move with love and compassion and understanding. So for me, it became a sacred action to walk. And often I'd meet people with bells and whistles and bumper stickers and their hats and their shirts, just to distract the eye consciousness and bring to mind. And they would often see me walking in such a way where they would be stopped and stunned and take a second look at this person walking through sometimes Confederate trailer parks. I would take this walk. At the Peace Justice Movement in Alabama or Birmingham, I would take these steps to heal the land and to see what suffering arises, because this Dhamma was so good, right? Good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end. So I wanted to bring it to the very places that would incite this suffering. How do I be peace in this moment? And it is a practice of embodiment for me, when one can be in the world but not of the world, standing for something but not against something, because there is an action that is called of us, even of the three kammas. But when we can sit and we can see the world with the eye of the Dhamma, that world that is on fire, if another can witness one walking in peace and freedom, the invitation to come and see for yourself, ehipasiko, is possible. So one sees one moving and stops and says, what is this? And in the South, I would often say, I'm out here doing the Lord's work. And that would often be true. And so I love to invite us into the embodiment of practice and our steps as we are here sharing together in this space, in this sacred land that has been cultivated here. My early teacher said, when I was a novice and we were training, we often wouldn't speak, but he said, let the walking be your Dharma talk. So let the walking be our talk.
Sadhu.
Sadhu.
Thank you so much for reminding us of that connection between the Dharma practice and the civil rights movement. And just the term civil rights march was people walking and also expressing that nonviolence and love and that challenge that so many people today face and sense that they want to speak to and engage with the challenges of our particularly American society right now, and how to do that without losing their values and without losing their connection to love, and how can they express their anger without doing harm. And so it's such an important reminder that this work has been done and continues to be done. So I want to ask you one other question, if I may, going back to the biography they gave us, that you ordained with Thich Nhat Hanh.
Yes.
So this is sort of the walking master, if you will, famous for his book Peace in Every Step. And I remember Jack Kornfield describing him arriving at Spirit Rock Center, if you know it, in Northern California. It's sort of my home. And that as he walked up the road and there were thousands of people waiting for him, people just were in kind of awe that the way, what he embodied in his walking. And if you would like to share anything around that connection, if you see a connection with your own walking practice with that tradition, or anything about Thai.
So the Venerable Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh was a wonderful walker, but also just the practice of breathing. So in 2013, when I first met Thai, and soon after he had his stroke and was back to a wheelchair and could no longer take to his steps and to his walking practice. And as a young practitioner in the monastery, soon after, I found myself in a place where I could not breathe, witnessing the sufferings of the world. And a venerable sister came to me and said, stay the path. Soon you will have the capacity for suffering. And I was so angry. I don't want to have capacity. I want the suffering to stop. What do you mean, this capacity? And I learned to become a great friend to the suffering. So this suffering that exists, the embodiment of walking can also be the path leading to the cessation of suffering. And so I went to Thai and I said, Thai, I'm having a really hard time breathing. These gathas all over the monastery. Breathe, my dear, breathe, breathe. I felt that I could no longer breathe. And Thai was bound to his wheelchair and he says, dear, be the walking. Let Thai do the breathing. You do the walking. And so I took that to walk in the world, whether that was his message or not. That was the choice, to be in the world and not of the world. And so it's this concentration practice that allows us to stabilize our mind, moving from one position to the next, being present for all that is. And so thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just as an aside, I was doing my own dive into the Anapanasati Sutta a few years ago, and I found that Thich Nhat Hanh had two books, both called Breathe, You Are Alive. And they're completely different books, written about 15 years apart. And the only difference in the titles is that there's the punctuation. There's an exclamation point somewhere. So if anybody's interested, those are two great books and very different. So Bhante, since we have a little more time, we have five minutes, the thing that particularly stood out for me in the description of this panel was people you met along the path. And I wonder if there's anyone you remember that you've met, that you've encountered, that something happened. anything you would like to share, or there's a few minutes if you wish to go in another direction. I offer you the time.
I think we have quite a lot of experiences. When we walk in traditional Buddhist countries, it's actually a different experience. And also in India, it was completely different, so much diversity there. And in our countries, it's mostly Buddhist. So we were very comfortable in walking because everyone says sadhu, or they just come, especially we really love the little kids when we walk. They come and bow to us all the way. And it's really beautiful. And also not only Buddhist people, but also the other people, they feel very comfortable. If you are a real peace practitioner, we should be able to radiate that loving kindness, not only to the Buddhist people, but also to the other communities. I think the Buddha did not have that kind of a label. So we should be able to send that loving kindness to all sentient beings, just like what the Panyakara did. I remember once I was walking here in the trails, and then there was a group of people, actually. One college student came to us. Where do you stay? And then we said, we stay here close by Empty Cloud. And then she said she want to come here to learn and practice. And we felt like she was a little bit stressful that time. And then I said, okay, you are welcome to come join us. We have a lot of events here, especially Sunday, 1 to 4, we have practice, meditation. So you can come. And that was it. And then after maybe a couple of years, I came back here and I saw her sitting in the audience. I said, I actually didn't remember much, but she talked to me later. I was the one who met you in the forest when you were trailing. And then she said that was the first time she came to the temple after a couple of years. See, we don't know how these things happen. Like the communication happens, but then when it comes to the right time only, you feel like you come to the temple. If you listen to all these monks, they have such wonderful, wonderful stories, how they have been introduced to the Dhamma, how they have been communicating with the people. It's really remarkable. So I also had the opportunity to walk in New York with Bhante Sudaso and other monks and nuns in New York when we were going for alms round. We were just walking through the what was that the place? Union Square Farmers Market. So we were just circumambulating with the alms bowl, and people don't know what we were doing. Some people used to bring us like maybe flowers. Some people like raw vegetables, and they don't know like how to give And that time I felt we were just practicing metta, and 1 week we couldn't go there. We used to go every week. And the other week, two guys came, and then he said, where were you? We were searching for you. So like that, people were looking at us. I think it's very important. We walk and people see, thousands eyes look at us. We walk with peace and hope it benefits the many. Thank you so much.
I will just say that you're reminding me that doing acts of goodness, you don't always know what's going to come from that. And that's what's so beautiful about this practice, that it's not based on getting something, it's just in being. So does that continue going? Right, I'm wrapping it up. This was me wrapping it up.
Keep it going.
So again, Sister Bhante, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sadhu, sadhu. Thank you.
You are almost losing your peace, right?
No, all good. Thank you so much, Venerables. Thank you, Kevin, for moderating. Another round of applause to all of them. Thank you. And thank you, Venerables, for able to talk the talk and also, of course, literally walk the walk as well. So speaking of walking, there's actually an age-old tradition since the Buddhist time where monastics will walk on Bindabat to collect alms food. And we are privileged here today to have Venerable Suttam, who will lead us in Bindabat today. Venerable has led several long walks of peace across North America, Europe, and Asia, promoting the universe principles of the Buddha's teachings. He has walked from the west to the east coast of the United States in just 121 days. And he has since made many other lengthy journeys on foot in the name of peace and Buddha Dhamma. And today he'll be leading the alms round, which will be commencing shortly. After offering alms, we will have a lunch break, and then we will return back here at 12:15 p.m. This afternoon, we also have breakout sessions with different speakers. So during the lunch break, please have a look at the breakout sessions that you may wish to join later today. You can also see that on our website as well as also on Eventbrite if you had registered through Eventbrite. And for our Bindabat, what we intend to do is we have lovely volunteers here who are ready to escort the monastics to the main hall where they will collect their bowls. And for all of the friends here, we will have some shelter over here in the Dana tent where you will collect rice in bowls so that we can use that to offer the rice to the monastics today. I also have an announcement that if you have parked in the cul-de-sac, we invite you to please move your car as soon as possible. There's some fire trucks there and you don't want to be caught in that. So please move your cars. And if you have parked in any driveways, we also invite you to respect the neighbors and move your car away from those areas as well. So thank you all for your attention. Thank you to all the Venerables who have shared today. What a lovely way to start the convention. And we look forward to seeing you all back here for lunch. See you for lunch and also afterwards for more sessions of the Dhamma. So thank you all and see you soon. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. For those who are joining us online, we will do our best to also broadcast the Bindabat for you as well if you wish to participate in watching that and rejoice in the merits of those who are offering dana. And you can then also have your own lunch break, and remember, back here again at 12:15 or rounds about. See you soon.
Sorry, may not be cool, but please take your merit. Get down, bring down. Anyone else? I'm going to get down. Take down, come to right and come to the far end of the xin được tập nghe tập nghe một cái tình cái ngon lấy nhé cái này cái này được cái này vai được nó không có được cao đăng thì được đăng nó lúc cái bỏ cái lỗ tèoเขาบอกว่ามันจะเป็นร้านที่เก็บตัวหนึ่งด้วยไปวันนี้หลายเลยหลายหลายเปิดให้มันรู้สึกแต่ไม่เกี่ยวแต่ก็สวยจนไปนอนเอาเหรออันนี้ก็น่าหมดOh, okay. First, you have to get some down. But you haveอาหารไม่ได้เปิดนะคะนั้นเลยให้เราแบบที่วิ่งไปก็เปิดก่อนคือพลาสติก You can keep your bowl and keep your spoon, and you can go back to the big tent. The corner slides. Yeah. They're gonna go back to the big tent. Everybody can keep your bowl, keep your spoon, and go back to the big tent. I know.จะกินไม่ได้จะกินขนมจีนหน่อยมันคือน้ำมันเป็นความที่เราไม่เคยกินของของตัวนี้ก็ไม่เริ่มจุดเดือดให้เราโอเคทำเป็นที่เราไม่ได้เราเชิญเอาแต่ว่าคือก็ถือการเข้าสินค้าอันเกิดเช่าทางก็พวกเป็นเช่าหัวดูอย่างเป็นที่เรื่องที่มันจะร้อนแรงลอยไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรเมื่อทุกคนมาทุกคนไทยมาสอบเป็นSunday speaking activity and right now I'm just maybe available yeah university you ready to
Who's using the term time cascade and not a Ajahn Kohler's well-being cascade? So, time streams.
So, like we're all gathered, so I can invite the senior monastics to lead us in some blessing chants. Maybe, yep. Participant.
Sabbiyo vivacante Avatu sabba mangalam pravantu sabba devata sabba Sada soti bhava devata Sada soti bhavantu bhavatu sabbamangalam pravantu sabbate Sada soti Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Make contemplation. Ate sankhaya so indrapadam pati sevami Sami Yadrajame Bali Satyana Vajana Javasvina Rujati. At this time, we can invite the lay people to go and have something to eat.
Welcome back, everyone. Just inviting our friends from online. Thank you for joining back. Just giving you a short update. We are just waiting for others to come back, and then we will start shortly. Thank you so much for your patience. So we'll just invite everyone to please take your seats because we are about to resume. And welcome back to everyone. I hope you had a wonderful dana offering. We were able to participate in Bindabada, where we offered alms to the monastics who were here. We also shared in a beautiful blessing ceremony as well, and also lunch with community here in Empty Cloud. And for those who are joining us online, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed your lunch break as well. And now we have our program, our afternoon program, and it's going to start with first a short meditation practice, followed by another meditation practice, and then we will have a talk, and then we're going to have a panel, followed by a tea break, and then some breakout sessions. So it's going to be an amazing afternoon, I think, filled with Dhamma. So friends, please join me because I wish to now invite Venerable Changzai to lead a forgiveness practice based on the Dhamma drum tradition. Thank you, Venerable. And a little information about Venerable. Venerable Changzai entered Taiwan's Dhamma Drum Sangha University in 2008, founded by the late Chan Master Sheng Yuan, and she received full ordination in 2010. She has since returned to the US, where she serves the Chan Meditation Center in Queens, New York City. In this session, Venerable will lead us in a moving meditation on forgiveness. Forgiveness is so key to pave the path of peace and can be a powerful act of letting go and one of the highest forms of generosity. So please join me in welcoming Venerable Changzai.
Omitofo, good afternoon, everyone. It's really feel very humble to be here to participate in this very amazing event with everyone here. So for this session, we will practice the forgiveness meditation. So right now, I invite everyone to sit comfortably on your chair, and you may close your eyes, and you feel your whole body from head to toe, relax, and let go of all the tensions in your body. And also relax your mind. Simply just put down all the thoughts. You're not suppressing them. You're not pushing the thoughts away. You simply just open your mind and open your heart. You clearly accept and perceive them, and simply just let them pass. You can center your attention in front of your nostrils and to be aware of your breath. To be with this very breath, knowing that you are here and now. And you simply just accept any thoughts, any feelings that arising in your mind, recognizing them with no judgment. Maybe they are pleasant feelings or unpleasant feelings. You see them as they is. We might have all different feelings, and they all happening and coming around this eye. We take eye identities as the I. Maybe in some circumstances, in some situations, you feel hurt, you feel you are wronged by others. And you might have accumulated some of these unpleasant feelings in your mind and heart. Now, naturally, just let them surface by themselves. You accept them. You face them as they really are. But with the understanding, all these feelings, they're actually illusory. Maybe you might think people do something wrong to you to cause you have these feelings, to cause you have this kind of sufferings in your heart. But with the understanding of that, Buddha told us all sentient beings are actually already a Buddha themselves. So when they do all these wrong things that might cause harm and hurt you, it's because they have this dark moment with their pure minds clouded by the ignorance, by the three poisons of hatred, greedy, and all different kinds of affliction they are facing at the moment. They didn't do that purposely. So when we can see them in nature, they are Buddhas as well. They are also wanting to walk on this path to realize their Buddha nature. We like to offer them. So I will forgive them for what they have done to us. They are the Buddhas in nature. I respect them. I will show the loving kindness to them, like the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas show their wisdom and compassion to us. So I would like to open my heart to show them my forgiveness. Embracing all the sentient beings in our hearts and try to see beyond their behavior, their acts, and to see their original nature. Also, we bring this reflection back to ourselves. In many occasions and circumstances, we might also have wronged others. We might also have said and do something that hurts others. So now, with all the gratitude and the repentance minds, I ask them forgiveness. Especially the one that close to us. Oftentimes, we take them for granted. Think that we can do and say anything that we like to say without considerations of that we might have harmed them. Our parents, our siblings, our friends, even our noble friends and teachers. I sincerely ask forgiveness from them. And then we could also think more people in our practice. Those people, maybe they are just our acquaintances. Maybe the people we don't know on the streets. You may think that I didn't do anything directly to bring harm to them. But think again. From our body, speech, and mind, our little act may also bring some unwholesome impact on them, indirectly to bring the unpleasant and unwholesome influence. Look at the world that we are in right now, with all the nature disaster, or the society issues. We might be part of them. Did we do anything we could to make a positive impact? If not, I feel sorry and I ask forgiveness from all the peoples on this earth. With this whole and respect mind, to wish all the people can be happy, safe, and in peace, motivate us to work better others. Now we can also send to the people some unwholesome affinity with people we think we hate, the people that hate us, harm us. Not only will we forgive them, we also ask them for forgiveness, because with the understanding of cause and conditions, cause and effect, unwholesome relationship with the people. So and karmas, I'm doing harm to my own body, mind. So I would like to ask forgiveness for my own self. And I invite everyone to take a moment to say sorry and to say, I forgive you to all these others and yourself. Okay, the session will end here. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Changzai. So now we will invite Venerable Nanda to lead us in a metta meditation, allowing us to settle into the energy of loving kindness and truly embody the boundless and unconditional love that the Buddha had for us. Venerable Katoe Nanda is a Theravada Buddhist monk and the resident abbot and president of the Long Island Buddhist Meditation Center in Riverhead, New York. Since 2008, Bhantananda has guided the Long Island community in traditional Theravada meditation and Buddhist philosophy. Beyond his local ministry in New York, he actively collaborates with global Buddhist organizations and sponsors philanthropic and educational initiatives for students in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I think that better.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Homage to the Blessed One, the Worthy One, the fully enlightened Buddha. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Venerable Mahasangha, Dhamma friends, it is a great pleasure to be here today with you in this spiritual gathering. Mettaya bhikkhave cheto vimuttiya asevitaya bhavitaya bahuli kataya yani kataya vattu kataya. Likewise, the Buddha explains in Mettani Sansa Sutta about metta, the love, the universal love, or loving friendliness. This is the most beautiful topic. You know, those who suffering from stress, anxiety, illness, sadness, quarrelsome mindset, anger, cruelty, jealousy, ill will, this is the medicine. All those negative sickness bring suffering or unhealthy life. Once you learn well and practice this, you can bear anything. This is such a great medicine. The meditation is itself a medicine for all these negative mentality, negative emotions, negative thoughts. By the way, we can practice meditation, metta here, because nobody is bothering. Very good environment, it's wonderful environment, great energy. So we can do it. There's no, no problem, no matter what. But how about when you are driving? I think you experience most of the time people show up their anger while driving and shouting, keep on, no patience, no love, no loving friendliness. For a second, at least for a second. That is the time we need to practice this. And also, when we face difficult situations, when someone hurt you, when someone blame you, accuse you, or say something wrong, that is the time where you should practice this. We can check ourselves, how we can do it. How am I? So let's just start, and again we can talk. Keep relax your mind and body. Keep your palms together, gently touching your two thumbs or your both knees. Keep relax your mind and body. With a calm, quiet and peaceful mind, pay attention top of your head. Whatever happen around you, the sounds, noise, no, don't care. Let them go. Just focus on your top of your head and all over your body, top to toe. Then mindfully say, May I be well, happy and peaceful. You're not just thinking or saying these words. You should feel it. Joy, with joyful thoughts, feel it. I'm free from all these negativity, negative feelings, negative thoughts. May I be well. You are making a strong wish and determined to overcome all type of sicknesses, illnesses, what you are suffering from physically and mentally. May I be well, happy and peaceful. Besides that, you can say, may I be well, happy and peaceful. No. May I be well, happy and peaceful. What does that mean? You are downloading this wonderful app inside your heart. You are downloading this. You should install it inside slowly. Then only anger, hatred, jealousy, ill will go out. Otherwise, even though you are thinking or saying, may I be well, happy and peaceful throughout the day, all other negative stuff are inside. Slowly, trickily, you have to get rid of them by installing this. May I be free from anger. May I be free from anger. May I be free from anger. This is a great determination, wonderful wish. May I be free from suffering. May I be free from suffering. May I be free from suffering. Now slowly you can open your eyes and come back to the normal position. So, what is the other thing? We are not just ordinary people who are assembled here, who are gathered here. That is you, not ordinary anymore. So, what is the signs of that? You are practitioners. Then we are not supposed to get angry anymore. While others are practicing anger, we are not. Once you see somebody is angry-minded, be mindful and you think yourself, I'm a practitioner. May he be well, happy and peaceful. Same time you make a determination, I may not able to get angry-minded for any reason. While others are practicing anger, I practice love, not just love, universal love, loving friendliness, metta. So, meanwhile, when you go out your home, before you start the car, look back to your home. May all living beings in my home, in my house, in my residence, in my room, be well, happy, and peaceful. Thinking so, you start your journey, your trip. When you enter the shopping mall, may all living beings in this shopping mall be well, happy, and peaceful. Thinking so, you enter. Wherever you go, house, shop, shopping mall, barber shop, wherever you enter, think, keep in your mind. Also, you can write it down in a small paper, piece of paper, and stick in your dashboard. May all living beings be well, happy, and peaceful. Then you see all the time. Once you do it 21 days, you are good. You can see, you can experience difference in your life. This is 100%, 100% guarantee. You can see the difference in your life. Then you experience it. You are going to experience how joyful you are, how happy you are, how wonderful person you are. By the power of Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, with the help of all these great meritorious deeds, may you be well, happy, and successful. May you be well, happy, and peaceful. May you be free from anger. May you be free from suffering. May you all and may we all attain ultimate bliss of Nibbana. Sabbe satta bhavantu sukhitatta. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Nanda. Now that we are full of metta, let's put that into action. Our next speaker is a fellow Australian and a previous speaker at our Metta Convention in Sydney. So it's my real pleasure to welcome Venerable Robina Curtin to the stage. Venerable is a world-touring Dhamma teacher, known for her no-nonsense and direct approach in calling a spade a spade. Very Australian, I have to say. And she's offered services and teachings at the Foundation for the Preservation of Mahayana Tradition, which was founded by her two teachers, Lama Thukten Yeshe and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Venerable has served as the editorial director of the non-profit Wisdom Publications, editor of Mandala Magazine, and an executive director of the Liberation Prison Project. So buckle up, please join me in welcoming Venerable Robina Curtin to speak about compassion in action.
Okay, happy to be here. Shouting is my natural mode, so maybe I need to shout even more. I'm not sure. Can you hear me down the back? Okay, good. Well, when I first heard these Buddhist teachings, the idea of sitting on my bottom with my eyes closed seemed the stupidest thing I had ever heard. I couldn't see any benefit. The word meditate, I had no understanding. but I knew I wanted to do things. But I also knew I wanted to become a nun. You know, I wanted to be a nun since I was a little girl, Catholic. And then I finally, when I was 31, I thought, there's the nun I want to be, you know. So I became a nun and I started working with our publishing. And then I was editing our magazine and all. I mean, of course, I do my meditation, I do my practice. But then when I was editing a magazine, our magazine, Mandala, in the 90s, this is when I came to America in 94, I got a letter from a young Mexican American in a prison in California, you know. So then from that, this Liberation Prison Project started. It's still going, but I ran it for about 10 years. And then it was really, I mean, then you could really see how you can put your money where your mouth is, you know. We know that, I mean, there's this nice analogy we have, and in Tibetan Buddhism, but it applies everywhere, you know, in the Dhamma, that a bird needs two wings, wisdom and compassion. And as His Holiness the Dalai Lama often says, compassion's not enough. You've got to have wisdom. In other words, our compassion, action, because that's the action, that's really the action wing. You put your money where your mouth is. It's got to be based on, grounded in wisdom. And what's that? Well, that's the nuts and bolts of Lord Buddha's teachings about the mind, how it functions, but also crucially about karma, you know. So it seems to me that the more, if we are Buddhists and if we're really studying seriously and practicing seriously, we know that Lord Buddha talks about the world, the view of karma. We like to say it, oh yeah, I believe in karma. But if you don't know a few of the nuts and bolts of it, it's not going to be helpful. Because we know that Buddha's not a creator. We know he doesn't assert a creator. We don't need creating as a self-creation. And it's not just some interesting concept, but actually Buddhism is absolutely grounded. It's completely informed by this view. My feeling is if scientifically we could prove that Buddha's wrong, that karma is mistaken, then the whole of Buddhism would collapse into a heap of absurdity, you know. So how do you put this into practice in your daily life? And particularly, how do you put it into practice in your practicing of compassion? So it might not be prisoners that you work with. It might be in political activity. It might be the environmental. It might, look at all the things that the world is a suffering place. There's no question, you know. So the point is, first you do your own practice. You work on your own mind. You do what that kind monk said before me. You learn, you get your mind focused, and you learn to develop your own qualities. You develop wisdom, quite literally, which means you learn to understand your mind, how it functions. You can distinguish between a delusion, an affliction, and a virtue. You really have this nuts and bolts of Lord Buddha's teachings deep inside you. That's the wisdom wing. That enables you to become a content, fulfilled person. Now you can help others, you know. Without that, we're hopeless. Our compassion is so limited if we don't do some work on ourselves first, you know. But the view of karma I find so powerful to really comprehend in really informing properly how we can act compassionately. So then, okay, let's analyze what is compassion. Well, we could say it's a virtuous state of mind, not an affliction. Second, how you define it probably would be very simple. This, you see suffering and you think, may that person not suffer. And then you've got this extra level, well, what can I do to help? But then if you look at what is, so then you say, well, what is suffering? So you've got to go back to the Four Noble Truths, and we all know that Lord Buddha states 3 different levels of suffering. But the trouble is, the only people we have compassion for in the normal world are those who are suffering from the first level, which is when the bad things happen. Poverty, war zones, sickness, no money, you know. They're the only people we have compassion for. And Buddha is not only discussing them. We all know perfectly well, he says everybody is suffering. So we've got to know what he means by that. There are these subtler levels of suffering. So when we begin to understand those, and that's in the nuts and bolts of the wisdom wing, and that informs our own self, not just to recognize our gross suffering, but to recognize attachment. That's a much subtler level of suffering, and not even to mention the subtlest of all, which is because we have the wrong view about reality. We grasp at an eye. So understanding these levels of suffering for ourselves then informs our ability to open our eyes and say, oh my God, it's not just the few people who are suffering or in prison or sick. They're not the only ones suffering. The rich people are suffering. The beautiful people are suffering. The harmers are suffering. The murderers, the psychopaths, the killers, they're suffering. So we've got to, but you can't just say that nicely. We've got to understand the logic of it. And that means understanding karma. So why is there a person who is born with a tendency to want to kill or rape due to past actions? When you know that, then you realize that person is not only causing suffering to others, they are causing themselves suffering. And that's why Lord Buddha gets us right in the beginning of the Four Noble Truths to recognize my suffering is why am I suffering? Because of my past habits. Why do I want to lie and steal and kill and eat too much cake? Is because of my own past habits. So in the sense you could say, using the way we speak in America, this first level of practice, the wisdom wing, that's like self-compassion. You put yourself together. Now you're informed and now you can help others. So when I went to prisons and I would speak to the pedophiles and the murderers and the sex offenders, you know, you have to have compassion, not in a sentimental sense, but the real reason they're suffering is because of their own karmic tendency. And they don't know that, of course. We don't know that. Or the people who go fishing, or the people who fight in wars. The tendency is there. And that is why we suffer. And that's why we then harm others. So our view of compassion is far too limited, in other words. And I mean, you know, you could say that we can even end up having more compassion for the harmers than the harmed, because the harmed are just finishing their suffering and the harmers are beginning countless unbearable lifetimes of suffering. If we don't have this view as Buddhists, we're just being sentimental. Our compassion is sentimental and it's limited to a few people, a few animals and a few children, practically, you know. Because anybody who deserves our compassion, they've got to deserve it, which means they've got to be nice people to whom unfortunate things happen. So it's very limited, you know. So of course you don't go around the world talking this way. People will be shocked by this, but that informs your ability to be grounded yourself and to not be freaked out by the fact that there are wars and crazy politicians, and you don't get all upset. You know why it's happening and you can have compassion. And then the other thing is, because you've got this deeper level of compassion, it's not sentimental, it's not wishy-washy and soft. It's based on reality, you know, and then you realize the unbearableness. It's like Lama Zopa, my teacher, you have unbearable compassion for the unbearable suffering, you know, of every being, those who are causing suffering worst of all, because it's the ignorance, you know. So really this is coming from the view of karma, which is right down there in the nuts and bolts of what we learn from Lord Buddha's teachings, which is why supposedly we are Buddhists. You know, that's his main view. And it's not just some interesting concept you can put to the side. It's all the entirety
So we're
there. And at the most basic level, it's this constant craving for me to only get what I want every millisecond. And what I want is what's the nice thing. So it only wants everything to be lovely. Attachment wants everything to be lovely. So the moment I see a war zone, the moment I see a poor little dog being kicked, the moment I see the bad politicians, I then might have compassion. But then what happens is my attachment is getting very unhappy. It's there all the time. And then what it gives rise to is aversion. So these three poisons, it's such a cute phrase in Buddhism, you know. The root affliction, of course, is the assumption of an I. The main voice of the I is attachment to get what I want, which is the default mode that drives our lives, even if you're a nice person. Then the moment you see the bad thing, that attachment gets upset. And what is the third one that arises? Anger. Or it might not be volatile anger. It will be aversion. It will be frustration. It will be upset or disappointed. That's aversion. And that's continuously there. That's why we have burnout, because we can't cope with the problem. But if you really begin to develop compassion based on wisdom, you will never give up. You know, that's really important. But we really do believe we suffer because people suffer. Absolutely wrong, you know. And we've got to know that in our own mind. That's why when you really have compassion based on wisdom, which is the work you do on yourself of giving up attachment, giving up anger, giving up fears, giving up all the afflictions, even a little bit, that informs your ability to be compassionate, which will be brave and strong and clear, and you will never give up, you know. That's the point. But it's very hard to see. I mean, I remember during the pandemic, you know, and you hear about these kind nurses and doctors in these hospitals killing themselves because the suffering was so unbearable. So I know this sounds very cruel, but if we have Buddha's analysis, we've got to be very clear. Virtues cannot cause suffering. My compassion, my empathy, my wish to help others cannot cause me suffering. Virtues can only cause me to be happy. So what's causing my suffering when I want to kill myself is because of my attachment, which is so subtle. So don't criticize yourself. But this is the Buddhist analysis, because we've all got this craving for things to be nice. So if you're a nurse trying to heal people, but there's too many people to be healed and they all keep dying, of course you're going to take it personally and you think you're a failure and you go kill yourself. That's not because of compassion. That's not because of burnout. We burn out because of attachment and aversion. We've got to understand this, and it's right there in the Four Noble Truths, but we don't hear it properly, you know. We've got to be very clear and precise. Are we communicating? So look at, if you're suffering, look at your attachment. Don't give up compassion. That's pathetic. All right?
The question over here.
All right. Somebody else.
Okay. Hi. So I know that you said suffering is because of suffering, because of attachment. So I criticize myself a lot, better than before, less than before,
Good,
but
good.
still,
Good, good.
So I know that I don't have compassion for myself. The method that I use is that when that criticism thought arise, I put myself back to my nose, like
so
breathing.
what's your question, sweetheart?
My question is, how do I stop attachment?
How do you do what?
How do I stop attachment? How do I stop criticizing myself?
Well, there's two things there. Criticizing is called anger, and then it's based on attachment, not getting what it wants. So if you understand the function of attachment, I mean, it's multifaceted, you know. Lord Buddha will first tell us about not having too much attachment to sex and drugs and rock and roll. That's evident. But once we start to see our mind, we're going to see it's much more primordial. It's constantly there. It's a good thing. But it deeper than what it really is dissatisfaction. I'm never satisfied. I haven't got enough. I haven't achieved enough. So really, it's a result of all, which is attachment from life to life. You come into this life programmed with satisfaction. In a way, dissatisfaction really is aversion, but they're so mixed together. So you got afflictions in the mind. So don't find is I'm doing okay. Good enough here. Practicing a positive self to shut up. I'm not being sarcastic. You just have to practice. One antidote is to practice having a positive thought. See some of the good things you do and say, it's okay. Attachment is always dissatisfied, but it's okay. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to practice and not harm others. Good enough. And you practice that thought. Just like the Venerable monk sat here when by saying, may I be happy, you practice that thought. You program it into your mind, but you've got to have the humility to be patient, and eventually you will start to feel less neurotic. You've got to be patient.
Be patient. Thank you.
Do you understand me?
Yes,
it's the nature of everybody. By definition, ego is self-pity and misery. That's the irony of ego, you know, and we're all the same. But that's curiously a function of attachment, because we're never satisfied. Do you understand? Yes.
You spoke about compassion for those who have done harm or are
yes.
not so desirable.
Yes, yes.
So I understand the concept of forgiveness, you know, for somebody who's done you harm, for example.
Okay.
But my question is, if it's somebody stays still in your life,
yes,
what form does that forgiveness and compassion take?
I really understand the question exactly. Yeah. So the first point, you see, the forgiveness in a sense comes next. What's happening is the view of karma is what I'm talking about here, and I don't know if you take that view seriously, which means really look into it, because we've got to unpack it, not just say, oh yes, I like karma. When we understand that person who has harmed us is due to our negative karma in the past, we even meet this person, it's due to their tendency to harm and then due to my having harmed in the past. This is a very dependent arising scenario, and we don't like this in the West. We just don't like it, you know, but this is the logic of karma, as well as all the good things. How come you meet a person who's lovely to you? How come it means you deserve the goodness? You've got this mutual relationship of virtue. So in some, we have a mutual relationship of non-virtue. So yes, and when we even understand that, it really changes our view, because we look at the typical modern psychological view of if someone harms us. As far as we're concerned, we're an innocent victim. We play no role in this. It's got nothing to do with me. I just got born. Someone else made me. So of course we suffer, and of course it's unfair. So if we don't learn to really apply the view of karma in an intelligent way, we won't even know why it's happening. So having that view already explains why, explains why. So I remember a friend of mine, a Tibetan, he was in 1987. There was like a big uprising, like mini uprising since the 1950s. And he was all the young monks and nuns were the demonstrators. This is the point about compassion, action and compassion, you know. He was a monk and they were demonstrating. So he got arrested, then he released, and then his friend had his head blown off in a fight. So he thought he'd leave the country. And then his father died, his brother died, and he was telling me about it, and he was sad, and there were tears. And I said, Jigdral, do you ever get angry? And he laughed and said, angry, what for? He said, it's our own fault. Now, that's shocking for us in the West. All he means is, Rabina, dear, have you never heard of karma? So when you have that view, it so changes everything. But we just think we're this innocent victim and it shouldn't be happening to me. Now, we mightn't articulate it like that, but that's what's informing our view, which is why our suffering is so painful. So now on another level, it is wrong that someone harms us. Of course it is, you know. If it's immoral, it's not appropriate. And especially if it's family, it's very difficult. So this karmic view has to inform our ability to know why it's happening. So then the other one is, forget forgiveness first, okay? Do not go anywhere near forgiveness. You've got to do the karmic one first and explain to yourself why it's happening. Then you can begin to see that person, driven by their own tendency to harm you, that's causing them unbearable suffering for the future. And that's hard for us to hear. Now, the next one is, if you can't cope with being around them, and it could be your own father, you know, then you need to keep away. You need to be brave enough to keep out of his way if you can't handle it. So there's different approaches according to your own capacity. Do you understand me, darling? That's a big mouthful I said, but does it make sense? Where's the mic? Can you give her the microphone? I want to hear what she said.
Yes, it makes sense.
Does it make sense? Is it helpful?
Absolutely.
But we've got to know what we can cope with. We've got to know what we can bear. And if it's too much, you keep away. You've got to first work on your own mind, deal with your own pain. And then when you're ready, you can have compassion. And then it's easy to forgive because you know that he's harming himself. But that's a tough one. Are we understanding me? Good, good, good. That's surely my time is up already, isn't it? 30 minutes? How many? 9 minutes. 9? Good Lord. Okay. Okay, go on. Somebody else.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I have a quick question on the clarification. How would you define metta? In my eyes, I see it as friendship. Like
I don't speak. What language is that? Pali?
Pali.
What's it mean? What's the translation in English? I don't know. Love. Okay, so there's really all the virtues. So basically Buddhist psychology, if you look at it, and this is coming from these genius Indians well before Lord Buddha, we've got to remember these genius Hindus. You know, they're the ones who created single point of concentration, samadhi. They're the ones who basically discovered the mind. I mean, neuroscience has gotten nowhere in comparison with these genius Indians. And as His Holiness the Dalai Lama says, with these amazing Indians more than 3,000 years ago, they were the ones who began the investigation to the nature of self. Anyway, this so the model of the mind, the detailed structure of the way the mind functions, this is coming from these Indians. Then Lord Buddha got into that, and he's got his own take on it. But basically, we've got 3 categories of states of mind, millions of thoughts and feelings and emotions. But they're the neurotic, deluded, I-based afflictions that Lord Buddha miraculously has discovered are not at the core of our being and can be utterly removed, and that's what nirvana is. Second, we've got the virtues, and in our day-to-day life, they're our saving grace: kindness, love, compassion. And then the third lot, I like to call them the mechanics of the mind, like concentration, good memory. A murderer needs good memory as well as a meditator, so they're not in their nature virtuous, but they're useful states of mind. They enable us to function, so we forget them. So within the other 2, then you could argue that the essence of all the virtues are love, or loving kindness, and compassion. So love is may you not suffer, and compassion is, love is may you be happy, and then compassion is may you not suffer. And then you can grow these tremendously and powerfully. Okay? So then you put it into action by saying a kind word and doing a kind action. But it starts with the mind, it starts with what's in the mind, and the actions will carry out the wish. Do you understand me? Is that clear?
So much. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So the idea of friendship, the metta, is very much, when I hear the word, Bhante was talking about mittani sansa. So isn't that the friendship? Why is it not coming out?
I don't understand.
It's a friendship. It's the idea
What
of
is?
the
What is?
Metta.
I know, but what are you saying? What's the question?
So my question is, why is the idea of the friendship not coming out when
not coming where?
Like when we say Metta Convention, USA. So the idea of the compassion is, is the friendship built in it, or is it like I just don't understand why the concept of friendship is not in the word metta.
I have no idea. But I mean, it's would you not agree that, okay, I can answer one question. The first thing, keep her the mic, let her keep it. The thing is your own mind. We have to first look and find in your mind metta. May you be happy. Do you see? You've got to hear that in your mind. But what friendship implies another person, doesn't it? So then that's where you put it into practice. So there's compassion in your mind, and then by doing something to help somebody, you put it into practice. So friendship is practicing love, and helping others is practicing compassion. It's implied, sweetheart. Do you understand? You can say you want to be friends with yourself, but that's kind of silly and sentimental and a bit hippie, Do you understand? Do you understand? You put it into practice, sweetheart, by being kind to others. Hello, how are you? Good morning. That's friendship. Do you understand me?
Yes,
are we
yes,
communicating?
Yes.
Good.
Thank you. Sadhu.
I beg your pardon. Wait, finish. What? What did you say?
I said sadhu.
Sadhu, what's that? Oh, yeah, you say all that, you people. Thank you. Okay. Go on. What else, people? Who else? Yes, here, please. Yes, darling. Go.
Thank you, Venerable.
Good.
I would like to go back to the topic of karma. And
yes.
So if someone has harmed us,
yes.
you've mentioned potentially we've done some karmic action in the past that harmed others.
That would be the logic of it, yes.
Right. So when someone mistreats us, does that mean whatever karmic action that we've done in the past has been purified?
Well, okay, in a simple sense, you could argue that. Like the fruit, as soon as the fruit manifests, that seed is finished, isn't it? Would you agree? So our problem is, though, as soon as you harm me, and that's the end of my past karma, but I'll just grow another one by saying, you mean person, I'll harm you right back. So we keep it all going. That's why if people do harm us, it's delight that karma's now over. Do you understand me? But I just want to remind us that karma also refers to the good things, but we never, ever, ever ask about the good things. I have never in 50 years had anybody ever ask me, Rabina, why do good things happen? We are addicted to the bad. You understand me? It says a lot about our pathetic low self-esteem, doesn't it? Really, it's hilarious, actually. I mean, if we did and remembered this, we should be blissed out. Every second someone's kind to you. Every second, the food is tasty. Every second the weather's pleasing. The flowers are growing. Every second you don't have a pain in your knee. That's the fruit of virtue. We should be so blissed out. But we never think, we just take it for granted. And then we're outraged when one bad thing dares to happen, Do you understand, people?
Yes.
All right.
Thank
So don't
you.
waste your good things either. That's the point. Be happy your bad ones are over, but make sure when you have the good one, I like that. I'm going to do more of that one. So be kind again, be patient again, be loving again. That's the learning, It's very dynamic.
And I have one more.
Yes.
So that
Speak closer to the mic, please.
that has happened to me recently, and I realized it. Even though it was a very painful moment at
I understand.
the time. I've
So the
learned-
question, what's the
I've
question?
learned to forgive, but not really forget.
Okay, so what's the question?
So there is a distinction.
What's the question?
Right? Is there a distinguish
Between
forgiving and forgetting?
Of course there is, darling. Come on.
How do you
Okay,
manage
listen,
that?
I'll tell you.
How do we
Why we can't forget is because what's happening inside you is you are saying, how dare they do that to me? I don't deserve it. Now, that's the assumption of anger, which is based on the assumption of attachment that is continuously saying, I only deserve good things. That's the hubris of these neuroses, but we don't hear that. It's a default continuously. But it's completely false because we created the cause to be who we are. And if you, in other words, if you had a garden and a weed is there, you'd never say, who put a weed in my garden? Why would you not say that? Why would you not say that? Why would you not say that?
Because that's just the nature.
No, it's because it's your gut. No, darling, it's not a joke. Listen to me. I've got running out of time. I've got to answer your question. It's because it's your weed, so you take responsibility for it, and you don't keep saying, how dare there be a weed in my garden? You go, I didn't pull it out. I better learn. So you own that weed. And you see my point? So then you will forget. When you know that mean person, that's the end of it. So then you forget it, and of course you forgive. So you have to apply the law of karma, and that's what we don't like to do. We're too superficial.
Thank you.
Are we communicating?
Yes.
Good.
And I love weeding. Actually, I'm
Oh,
a
good.
gardener.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
All right, that's it, I think, isn't it? Please, yes.
Thank you, Venerable.
Venerable, yes.
What would you say to the classic Western critique of this clear view of karma that you're blaming the victim?
Yeah, that's right. I am blaming the victim. I am blaming you. There's that. Listen. That little girl who's got a beautiful father and a beautiful mother and money in the bank and good education, delicious food and lovely friends. It is absolutely their fault. They created every damn bit of that. So yes, but I'm being sarcastic, but I'm not. But the word deserve for us, we give it that heavy, disgusting energy. Deserve is so heavy. Do you understand me? So when we own that, that's why the garden is a good example. We own the flowers. We know we planted them, so we delight and we rejoice, and then we can own the weeds. And so until we start owning the good karma, we can never handle the bad. But we only rush off to the bad. So of course you can't say that to a non-Buddhist; they will think you're nuts. So you've got to find a way to, in ordinary sense, try and communicate it. Do you understand me?
Your Manjushri sword, yes.
Thank you. Good. That's it. Done. Finished. Over. Yes. Come on. What's happening? More questions? That's it. All done. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Your statement. Thank you, everyone. Your statement on people never say that the good fortune.
actually the Mangala Sutta.
Who? What?
The Mangala Sutta. All the.
Are you going to ask a question or give a talk?
What? How do I?
It's my gig. I'm giving the talk. You ask the question.
They shouldn't hand me a mic. I have got it made. How do
I
not
need a
blow
question.
It? How do I not blow it? I really have a very good life. I don't want to blow it.
Well, darling, just by recognizing it's the fruit of your virtue, and recognizing, like, as if you see the flower in the garden, you know you grew it, so you own it, and you enjoy it, you smell it, you know it'll die, so you recognize impermanence, but you keep growing more flowers. That's all. It's very simple, but we make it too theoretical, make it too kind of high. Just every day rejoice and delight. See it as impermanent, see it as empty, use it for good, use it to help yourself and others, and then you die. And you keep going, hopefully. Do you understand?
I can do that.
Very practical. Time to go. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, let's give it up for Venerable Corton. Wow. Okay. Need this talk on repeat every morning. I'm gonna beat those affirmations into my mind. Okay. Wow. We're gonna have a panel up next. We will be discussing also spicy topic, therapy and religion in harmony, with Venerable Sanata Vihari and Venerable Satima. Venerable Sanata Vihari is a Theravada bhikkhu at the Sarath Chandra Buddhist Center in Los Angeles. Bhante Sanata Vihari holds a master's degree in counseling psychology and is a graduate of the Upaya Zen Center Buddhist chaplaincy program. Bhante is also the founder of Casa de Bhavana, a project dedicated to bringing the Buddhist teachings to the Spanish-speaking world. Venerable Satima is a Theravada bhikkhuni whose spiritual journey began in her mid-30s under meditation teacher Tara Brach. She received full bhikkhuni ordination in October 2024 and practices in accordance with the early Buddhist suttas. Her path is deeply guided by a dedication to non-harming and compassionate service, mirroring her lineage role model, Venerable Ananda. And our moderator is Sydney, who is a deep practitioner here as well at MT Cloud. She is also a trauma therapist and social worker, so she'll be here help guiding a quite interesting topic. I hope you all enjoy.
Hey everyone, can you hear me? No? Okay. Not yet. My baseline is whispering, so feel free to tell me to keep it up. So, the mic's not on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a minute.
Okay. Right. Can you hear me? Yes. No.
Keep checking.
Mic check?
Okay.
Okay. Like I said, my baseline is sometimes whispering a little bit, so feel free to tell me if you need me to speak up. I want to take a moment just to bask in the merit and in the gratitude for our ability to do this right now. Venerable Ravina Corton had said something about how it's really rare that we find ourselves asking how all these good things happen, how we come to be in such a good place. As I was preparing for this talk, I started researching and I found so many different questions and things that we could think about. And I had this moment where I was remembering when I first applied to get my bachelor's. I was an associate degree in social work. And I had been practicing loving kindness as a social worker and started integrating I'd been teaching yoga and started integrating like some breathing and even some stories from the Pali Canon into these trainings I was doing for other advocates. So I wrote my essay about that experience. And in my essay, I'd written about loving kindness. I was applying to a PhD in psychology. And I remember getting feedback from that essay that I might become a dangerous therapist, that a practice of loving kindness might actually be irresponsible, that it might be codependent, that I might be kind of like barking up the wrong tree. This was many, many years ago. I think any normal, reasonable person would probably have said like, oh, this is going to be hard. But I just thought like, oh, that guy's the jerk, you know? So now, you know, as I was like doing research for this talk, I was thinking about how incredibly lucky we are to have access, to monastics. I mean, when I first saw this place, I really thought it was a mirage. And also to have women and people of all genders here, and to be able to study in this way is really like a blessing and a gift. But then also to get to sit with these two wonderful people who have deep knowledge, both of these Western traditions and also of practicing at a deep level as monastics. I mean, I think we're really blessed to be with the two of you. So I was hoping that you would be open to talking a little bit about your journey and just about what comes to mind for you when you think about the intersection of religion and therapy.
So first I'd like to request permission from the Sangha to say a few words of reflection. As a Buddhist monk, my duty is not to represent the practice of therapy or to pretend to be an expert on the subject of religion, but to teach what the Buddha taught according to the early Buddhist teachings about how to free oneself from suffering. As a lay person, I tried probably every kind of therapy under the sun to free myself from suffering. And in short, it didn't work. And I did a social work degree at Catholic University and spent years and years, many years, training and teaching and trying to guide people from one level of neurosis to another. And it didn't work. So I thought of a simile I'd offer you today for what might be helpful. So imagine that you were, you and a friend, a very good friend, fell into a very, very deep well. And it was almost pitch black. But you were at the bottom of this well and there was no rope, no way that you could see, no foreseeable way to get out. And then somehow, both of you at the bottom of this well, your friend falls into another hole at the bottom of the well. There's a well, and at the bottom, there's another hole with a bottom. So for what I can determine, therapy is bringing the person from the bottom of the bottom hole to the top of the bottom hole. So I can't remember which psychoanalyst said it, but it was something like, psychoanalyst is the pursuit of trying to bring a person to the normal level of neurosis. So that bottom level of the first time you fell into the well, that very bottom level, according to Buddhism, is called ignorance, avijja. And that second bottom level is what maybe people who are struggling with some kind of brain disorder or some kind of what psychoanalysts would call a psychotherapy disorder is the bottom, the second hole at the bottom. So to bring that person up to the first level, you're still at the bottom of the well. And it only takes the teachings of a Buddha, a fully awakened Buddha, to bring us into the light. So that's not to say that if you're at the bottom of the bottom, that it might not be helpful or useful to get a friend to help you get to the first level of ignorance. But I won't pretend even for a second that even if you get to the 5-star level of the bottom of the well, you drive a Tesla at the bottom of the well. You've got all kinds of friends and money and popularity at the bottom of the well. You're still at the bottom of the well. You're still in ignorance until you hear the teachings of a Buddha proclaiming the Four Noble Truths: suffering, the cause of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and the way leading to the cessation of suffering. Clear in the beginning about the teachings of the Buddha. The Buddha gave him a simile about a leper who had been, let's see how he put it. You'll bear with me. Suppose, Magandia, there was a leper with sores and blisters on his limbs, being devoured by worms, scratching the scabs off the openings of his wounds with his nails, cauterizing his body over a burning charcoal pit. Then his friends and companions, his kinsmen and relatives, would bring a physician to treat him. The physician would make medicine for him, and by means of that medicine, the man would be cured of his leprosy and would become well and happy, independent, master of himself, able to go where he likes. Then he might see another leper with sores and blisters on his limbs, ... cauterizing his body over a burning charcoal pit. What do you think, Magandia? Would that man envy the leper for his burning charcoal pit or his use of medicine? No, Master Gautama. Why is that? Because when there is sickness, there is need for medicine. And when there is no sickness, there is no need for medicine. So too, Magandia, I do not envy what is inferior, nor do I delight therein. So this teaching can point us to how, whether you're suffering from depression or anxiety or any other kind of illness on the DSM spectrum, sensual pleasures is the cause. The attachment, the delight in sensual pleasures is the origin, the cause of suffering. And if you want to be free from depression, anxiety, or any other illness on the spectrum, on this planet or any other place in the universe, in this world, which according to Buddhism is this fathom-long body, then we take the Buddha as our teacher, as our physician, as our psychoanalyst and our therapist, and we apply the teachings according to Anguttara Nikaya 10.2 in the Volition, where he described how a virtuous person doesn't need volition. They don't need a psychoanalyst. A virtuous person needs only to cultivate virtue. And by cultivating virtue, there's no need for an act of volition, for non-regret to arise, because non-regret arises in the mind of a virtuous person. So where does that leave a person who's struggling with some kind of psychotherapy or mental illness? I won't be the one to say, don't go to a therapist. I won't be the one to say, go to a therapist. I can't say whether it'll be helpful or not helpful. I can't answer that for you. I'm very sorry. But what I can tell you is if you've been lucky enough to be born a human, if you've been lucky enough to come in contact with the teachings of a fully awakened Buddha, if you've been lucky enough to understand a single word that the Buddha taught, and if you've been inspired enough to try to understand the meaning of what you heard, and if you've been wise enough to try to apply even one word of the teachings of a Buddha, and you've been really fortunate enough to try to put it into action and to keep at it for as long as possible, then it doesn't really matter what you describe as mental illness or psychotherapy or, how it might present in your life. If you just keep following the trail, the teachings, applying it the best you can, purify your sila. If you're having troubles with depression, check your sila. If you're anxious, check your sila. Just look at it. Not to say that you don't have a brain disorder or anything else, but check your sila. Are you applying the teachings that the Buddha taught? And if you feel confident that your sila is pure, that your virtue is pure, and non-regret is not coming up, then you can probably be confident that depression and anxiety and all the other spectrum of illnesses will also not arise. This has been my understanding. This has been my experience. When I was not really, truly, honestly following the teachings, I could experience depression and anxiety in the whole spectrum. But if you remember in the Vekanasa Sutta, Majjhima Nikaya number 80, at the very end of that teaching, the Buddha says something that really pricked my heart. And I'll paraphrase, just give me an honest and sincere person. Just give me an honest and sincere man, and I'll teach him the Dhamma. And just like a baby who is bound with a fivefold bond, when he matures, he will know for himself, I'm free. Thank you.
Yeah. With this topic, the first thing that came to mind is how I found myself, or my first encounter with this phenomena. When I came to the Dhamma, I didn't come to the Dhamma for like trying to fix myself in any way. I was delighting in the teachings, delighting in the Buddha, and really focused on myself. I had more of sort of like a mystical calling towards the Buddha. But it didn't take too long when I started to notice that certain type of people were showing up to the monastery that I wasn't expecting to show up. So I was ordained and have lived in the last 11 years at a Sri Lankan temple in California. And since I ordained there, I was expecting, very devout Buddhists to come, and we do pujas, we do meditation, we do studying, all these kind of very religious activities. But then I noticed that on our Friday night meditations, which were open to the whole community, there was a certain group of people looking for not exactly that, something else. It was kind of strange to me because I think like many of you, my first intuition when I would hear these people share their problems was like, well, you should go to a therapist, you should talk to your doctor, you should talk to a social worker, or at least talk to your family. And there's where the problem's at. Like, what are you doing here, really, right? And that's when I came across this well-known phenomenon, especially in Buddhism, which was articulated by a Buddhist himself, called spiritual bypassing. So I found myself in this weird place of basically, people wanting me to be their therapist, or wanting the monks to be their therapist, and monks acting as therapists and counselors with no real training, no understanding, right? And not even them wanting to be put in that position, just finding themselves in this position. I was, I was a very Hinayanist in the beginning. I was in it for myself, I'm going to meditate. jhanas and I want to be a stream enter, and these are not my problems. Like, let me be in my room and let me study and let me practice meditation, which, you know, I'm very grateful to my teachers. They actually let me do that a lot. They let me skip out on a lot of things and just focus on myself. But I just kept seeing it over and over and over and over and over again. I kept finding myself in this kind of situation. So I said, well, I might as well learn something about it, right? This is my karma. I'm here. What am I going to do about it? I might as well try to do my best. So then I began studying a little bit about psychology. I didn't really want to, but just, you know, to at least not harm people, you know, at least to know what not to do. But then when I went to go do my Upasampada in Sri Lanka, my teacher suggested that I should study more psychology because, you see, Western people like scientific talking, you know, so it's not enough to speak English. You have to speak the modern form of English, which, and, you know, they put all their trust in science and materialism. So you kind of have to use that as skillful means to open their minds for so they can be receptive. So then I went to do this counseling degree program, master's degree in Buddhist counseling. I mean, in counseling, marriage, family therapy. And much like Venerable said, I didn't really see any end to suffering. I really didn't see any end. I saw maybe different types of bypassing, or maybe just numbing people out. And I saw also, like our moderator was saying, a kind of distrust and aversion towards any kind of like spiritual practices. I remember my first day in my internship, one of the therapists there saying, I don't know, he was talking about one of the clients and how they're very devout in religion, and he was explaining his client to me, and he goes, oh, you know, but we don't touch that because we're therapists. So like, just leave their person's religious part of their life, who they are, leave that aside. And I was like, well, that's quite ridiculous, because we don't do that with like gender or ethnicity or socioeconomic status. So you're just gonna like divorce all of that part, you know, that part of that humanity of that person is just gonna be like, oh, we're not gonna touch it. So I'm very, very, very weird to me. So this is just another example of another kind of weird situation that I found myself in, right? Another one where it's like I'm in a spiritual place practicing Dhamma, and people are going there for something else. And in another place where people are going for help, but a deeper part of themselves is something that we're not going to talk about. We don't touch here, you know? So then I've been trying to, you know, navigate these two situations. I don't really have any answers, but that to me has been the most interesting interplay between religion and therapy. And I think sometimes these things are they're set up, or we think about them as like opposites, which I really don't think about them as opposites. That's why I really like the end of the title, which was in harmony, right? Like harmonizing these two things. It's not like we say, you know, Buddhism and I don't know, medication, you know, or Buddhism and exercise, or Buddhism and diet. But for some reason, we set up this false dichotomy, like, oh, there's Buddhism and then there's therapy. Like, which one are we going to do? It's kind of weird. And I think both sides, the religious side and also the psychological side are to blame for it, because I've seen it in both sides, right? As I said, when I was in my internship, and they're saying, well, religion is something else that we don't do, right? So they're kind of setting up the foundations for this false dichotomy. And also here, we try, I mean, in the Dhamma, we also, many times we think about that, well, like, well, that's something else. But, you know, here's something very interesting, some historical things that I found quite interesting. Right in the very beginning of like our Western understanding of therapy, psychotherapy, psychology, we have an interesting situation where like Sigmund Freud was accused by many people of starting a cult, like a religion, right? So from the very beginning, therapy was seen as like a religious practice. And then Carl Jung, also a lot of elements really went into religion. So I think if we actually investigate into the roots of psychology and modern psychotherapy, we see how it's never been a dichotomy. Although outside forces have tried to portray it that way, it's always been this like these two parallel streams that kind of connect, a confluence of two different means and practices for very different things at times. One of the most kind of interesting things I found out about the beginning of modern psychology was this one account of William James, the American philosopher and psychologist, right? He was giving a lecture about psychology, and he found that Anagarika Dharmapala was in the audience. So those of you that are Sri Lankan or know about Theravada Buddhist history, you know, he was a very popular figure, Anagarika Dharmapala. So he said, actually, this man, come here. He invited Anagarika Dharmapala to the front. He took a seat and he says, this man can teach you more about psychology than I can at that time. So this is just, I'm just trying to show you how there's always been an interaction between not only Buddhism and religion. William James was also, he wrote this book, The Variety of Human Experiences, I believe, something like that, where he talks about people's religious experiences. So I think they've always been together. So I think one of the things that we need to do is stop trying to split these two things into different categories, and also understand like what we're actually looking for when we come to the Dhamma. I very much agree with Venerable that, you know, the Dhamma is for the end of all suffering, for the reaching of Nibbana. And if we don't understand that, we can fall into the trap of the simile of the snake. That instead of grasping the snake properly from its head, we grasp the snake improperly from the tail. And then they'll turn around and bite us. And unfortunately, I've seen that many times happen. People who are doing a spiritual bypass knowingly or unknowingly. So I just wanted to share, you know, where I'm coming from, what I've lived, my lived experience in both seeing psychotherapy and seeing Buddhism trying to help people with their suffering. Mm-hmm.
As you were talking, I was thinking about, I love this title too, In Harmony. I just came back from a conference that was started by Paul Ekman in collaboration with the Dalai Lama, that was focused on bringing these really deep practices into harmony. I've found I often find myself in the reverse position because I came out of a very intense Buddhist practice with many long retreats where there was a big schism in the community, and found myself at that time being very grateful to also have other lenses through which I could look at what was happening. I often find that what's wonderful about interdisciplinary collaboration, even having monastics here from different traditions, is that we get to have our own practices and assumptions may be challenged. And I think what you're both saying is that that oftentimes is a good thing. One of the things I really love about both of these practices is that I see them very much as practices that come through people. So I love that you talked about Jung and Freud. Recently, I've been going back and looking at like primary source documents and just trying to think about them in context, which is something we're so lucky to have these monastics here, like real people, and talking to us about their practice. I think that it's interesting also to hear, like I so often see the flip side of it. I see people who've had experiences of extreme distress from prolonged meditation, or who've been struggling with cult-like dynamics in spiritual and religious traditions. And I wonder, I think because we come to these traditions often due to suffering and due to things that are so important to us, I think it's really easy to find ourselves clinging to a certain type of, like a subtle type of nationalism about the thing that worked for us. Something I've been playing with recently is that the thing that's been helpful to me has definitely traumatized someone else, and probably vice versa. I found it oftentimes working with people in recovery that, like, the harm reduction people will sometimes say to you that the 12-step people are killing everybody, and the 12-step people will say, well, the harm reduction people are killing everybody. But that at the end of the day, most people need someone to help them move into their apartment, and might also need medication, and might also need more support than their community is available for. And I wonder about that for both of you. Do you find that you're able to work in collaboration? Do you find that therapists, social workers, neuroscientists are really open to hearing the wisdom that you've gained and to supporting you and collaborating you in your work? Or how could we be better at that? maybe?
I mean, I think there are probably maybe people even in this audience who are better equipped to answer that question than I am. I'm a monk. I'm not a therapist anymore, and if I'm really honest, when I closed my private practice, I was quite clear that yes, there are people suffering, and there are people who needed all kinds of things according to worldly standards. But I made it very, very clear to every single patient that I had, before I continue to treat you another day, you have to agree to keep the 5 precepts. I was a lay person, so I could do that. I can't do that as a monk. But as a lay person, if you don't keep the 5 precepts, I cannot treat you anymore. Because I realized, so it's a matter of being really honest and really clear about what's going to be a benefit. And when I realized I was wasting their time and taking their money, that wasn't really going to help them, except I give them the real remedy for the real problem, not the one that was going to get them, through one more day or one more week, but the problem that the cure, like the Buddha gave to Magandia, the one that's going to actually cure the leprosy, not give you an immediate temporary relief from scratching. And I saw, this is just one perspective, I saw for the Western people, you're not going to want to hear this. Western people tend to have a McDonald's approach to Buddhist practice. We're used to getting things quickly. We're used to getting a lot for very little. We want a Tesla at the general dollar store. We want enlightenment, drive through, take out. That's the way we are. And that's how we approach Buddhist practice when we come to the cushion. We want it now. We want it right away. We want it without effort. We want it without patience. I'll just give you, if it's helpful, I'll give you the therapy remedy that my teacher, Bhante Gunaratana gave me when I was both a layperson and a seminary training at Bhavana. Particularly during my seminary years, I would have all kinds of stuff going on, both in kitchen management and relating to some of the Sri Lankan people and friends who would come, and just all kinds of drama was happening. And every time I went to Bhante Ji to complain about this or that, he would give me the exact same teaching. Would you like to know what it is? Sabba passa akaranang kusalasa upasampada Sajita pariyorapanang etang bhutana sasanang. Bhante, but then, kanti paramang tapotitika nibanang vada paramang vadanti Buddha. But then Bhante, she said, and he told me to do this, but I did it already, and then he told me to throw it out. Nahi pabajito parupaganti samano te parang samano vehetayanto anupagado anupawado patimo keja samwaro adichitte charyogo etang buddhana sasanam. This is what Bhante Ji would say every single time. What's the translation? The non-doing of ill will, accomplishment of skillfulness, and purification of one's own mind This is the instruction of all the Buddhas. Long enduring patience is the ultimate austerity. Nibbana is the ultimate, say the awakened ones. No true homeless one would kill another, and no true ascetic would harm another. Neither insulting nor attacking, restraint in the patimokkha, knowing the right measure of food, and dwelling in far-away places. Devotion to the higher mind. This is the instruction of all the Buddhas. Now, my teacher Bhante is turning 99 this year. So he's seen a lot. He's seen depression, anxiety. He's probably seen people who are suicidal, and who knows, the gamut. So he saw all these states arising in my mind and in my heart and practice. And he could have given me a therapy recommendation. Maybe at times he should have. But this is the teaching he gave me consistently. So what's the point he's trying to make? That the teaching of the Buddha, I know it's not what we want to hear. I'm sorry. But the teachings of a Buddha, of a Samma Sambuddha, really is enough. It's not to say that we don't need help in other ways and a temporary assistance for this or that. I'm not saying that. But I am saying, if you don't have a severe brain injury or you don't have something that will require you to get some kind of medicine or assistance, and even if you do, I would beseech you, please don't stop just with the medicine. Don't think that by taking medicine or going to therapy or doing any of those worldly approaches to sort of help you get to a certain level of stability, that's going to be enough to free your heart from suffering. It's just not going to be enough. It may get you out of the bottom hole of the well to the top hole of the well, which is fair enough, and may be useful. I'm not the one to say, but that is not. It won't be enough to complete the path, and I think it's my duty to make that very clear.
As a mental health provider, obviously I take different vows. And so I'm going to just say that if you ever do find yourself in a position where you are having what might feel or look like psychosis and meditation is making it worse, or where you're really having a hard time keeping the precepts and feeling a profound amount of shame, that similarly, I would encourage you not to stop and to explore anything that you find helpful. I would love to hear one of the things you said that I thought was so interesting and that I found repeatedly in research too, whether it's with meditators in distress or people in therapy, is the role of the therapist and the role of the teacher. That across the board, when Willoughby Britton was working with meditators who were in extreme states, she found that the impact of having a teacher that really knew them, that they felt really understood them, that did what they said they were going to do. So if a teacher is a monk, someone that does follow the precepts, that guides you in Buddhist practice, that level of integrity and care has a really profound impact. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Do either of you have experiences of teachers or inspirational people in your lives as monks, more that we should know about, that really helped you when you were in a state of either maybe despair or stress? Can you speak to the role of the teacher at all?
I've never found myself in that situation. Luckily enough, I've had a pretty a decent experience as a human being. And my life as a monastic has been very joyous. Like, it's been blissful. I mean, obviously I get annoyed with things and people and myself and my teacher at times, but never to a degree where I felt like distress. But just even, you know, in that kind of normal doing okay mode, I do recognize the value of my teacher's examples. You know, I found that instead of receiving direct teachings about loving kindness and compassion and wisdom, just seeing how my teachers interact with people, how they treat people, how they respond to situations, that communicates a lot more. And that is something that that stays with me for a long time. So definitely having that example is a lot more powerful, right? It's kind of like going back to one of the ways that the Tathagata is described, right? Yeah, he acts like he speaks and he speaks like he acts, right? So that's one of the descriptions of the Tathagata. And I think that's true for just any teacher. They have to be, you know, honest. They need to be authentic. They're basically setting an example. And we know, like, after all these, you know, studies have been published of like almost over 100 years of psychotherapy being happening, that it basically comes down to the therapeutic relationship independent of any kind of intervention or therapy, right? So at the very root of even psychotherapy, it's the relationship, the trust with the therapist that is like the field for change. And I think it's no different. And in the Dhamma, I think the Buddha very much knew this, right? And then that's why even when arahants, you know, we know arahants are perfect, but still sometimes they would do things that to us seem weird. And during the time of the Buddha, to people it would seem weird, and the Buddha would correct them, right? So the Buddha would correct arahants. Why? Even though they had no bad intention, because it's impossible for them to have like a bad intention. They're an example. They have to be an example, right? So having that firm example, that perfect example, or that at least wholesome or good enough example, or the example of someone at least heading in the right direction, or someone that at least knows the right direction, you know, because there's different people. They can be different teachers. The teacher doesn't have to be perfect. There can be the teacher who's walking on the path, the teacher who's pointing at the path, right? The teacher who has heard of the path. There's different levels, but to have at least some sort of example of like where to go, what to do is very important. And that person is actually embodying what they know. Yes.
I would just like to add one thing to that. You know, when I first heard about the Karaniya Metta Sutta, the backstory, the group of monks had gone to the Buddha to, you know, request a place to meditate, and they were sent off to this particular part of the forest, and it was said that it was inhabited by these spirits who were unhappy that the monks were there, and they began making it an unfriendly place for the monks to practice. And they, frightened, went back to the Buddha to request a different dwelling place. And instead of giving them a way out, the Buddha taught them the Karaniya Metta Sutta, which is the reason we're here gathered this weekend. I think it's important not to underestimate the power of the metta practice for dealing with psychosis and the spectrum of illnesses, because we have to bear in mind, or at least I try to bear in mind, that I don't have the ability to know the mind of a Buddha, to know the wisdom of a Buddha and the compassion of a Buddha. But if the Buddha, with his wisdom and his penetrating insight, could see into that situation with these monks and these spirits that were inhospitable, and he gave them this particular teaching to address that sort of unfriendly, unwelcoming environment. And we sort of look inward to see, okay, well, where is the world? What is the world? It's not according to Buddhism, it's not out there. It's here. So if there's an unfriendly, unwelcoming environment that's coming up in the mind, whether it's depression or sadness or whatever it is, in some way it can be likened to those unfriendly spirits that were giving the monks a hard time to practice. So what if we just took a chance on the Buddha's teaching of the Karaniya Metta Sutta and just gave it a go, gave it a try to see, if I feel down and out and low and I feel, pick a disorder. What if I just try to, for a few minutes a day, 3 minutes, even 1 minute, or 30 seconds, if that's all you can manage, to just close your eyes and, feel the sadness in the body, sense how it's showing up, somatically, and just, maybe put your hand on your heart or whatever that will get you in touch with the felt sense of the dis-ease, and whisper just a few words of the Metta Sutta, instead of starting with may all beings be at ease, maybe we can start with may I be at ease. May I be happy. Right now I'm not happy, but may I be happy. May I be safe. May I be peaceful. May I be free from sadness, free from anger, free from worry, free from fear. And what if we trained ourselves, to really mean it, really mean it. I really wish I were happy, and I really wish that, I'm okay. And if just after a week, instead of taking, an extra pill, what if we took an extra moment of metta practice and just try it out and see if it'll make any difference? Because the Buddha gave this to us in his wisdom. So I just would invite you to consider it, and if you want the opinions of a psychoanalytic expert or a religious expert, I'd like to apologize that I'm not able to offer that to you. But if these few words that come from my deep faith in the Buddha are helpful, then I just would like to offer it for your reflection.
The most evidence-based, quote unquote, whatever that means, right? Although I think there is benefit sometimes. I do believe there's benefit to having researchers sometimes involved and clinicians and caring for people. But for psychosis actually is a practice called open dialogue with self-compassion and with compassion for the voices. So, so I think therapists definitely are listening and they're taking note. And yeah, Tina, do we have 10? Okay. How do you all feel about opening it up for questions? Yeah? Is there anything else that feels like it was?
Venerables, I've heard from the past couple of talks a lot of praise of virtues of mind, body, and speech. Could you talk about how to cultivate virtue and encourage, approve, and praise it skillfully? Thank you.
I'm reminded of a teaching that the Blessed One gave to Rahula, the young Rahula, when he was quite young. And the teaching was actually quite simple. He was asked, what is the purpose of a mirror? And obviously the purpose of a mirror is to reflect. So one can begin by very simply, when you get ready to do something with your body and your speech or with your thinking, you might see if there's an opportunity to pause and reflect. Is what I'm about to do, is it wholesome or unwholesome? Will it bring harm to myself or to others or both? And if for some reason you are moving too quickly and you can't catch yourself and stop yourself enough to reflect before you do the action, there's an opportunity while you're doing the action, like in the middle of the action, if you can catch yourself and pause and think, okay, as I'm speaking right now to this friend or my neighbor, as I'm talking, is what I'm saying, is it wholesome? Is it unwholesome? Is it skillful? Is it unskillful? Is it likely to bring about harm to them or to myself or both? And if so, if you can catch it before, then don't do it. But if you catch it in the middle of the act, you can stop and turn your mind towards what is actually wholesome and what's beneficial. And let's say, for example, you can't catch it at the beginning, you can't catch yourself during the act. The instruction was, when you're finished doing something with the body, with the speech, mind, you can reflect, the thing that I just did, the action that I just did with the body, was it wholesome? Was it unwholesome? Was it skillful, unskillful? Was it beneficial, not beneficial? Did it lead to harm to the other, to myself, or to both? And if so, you can make a determination to not do that again. And I'll tell you a sutta that's really made a really big impact on me when I first read it. And I didn't know it was even in the Pali Canon, because a lot of times as lay people, as people, we make mistakes. We make a lot of mistakes because we have cultural influences. We come from sometimes families that are dysfunctional for any number of karmic reasons. We are sometimes, people, young men have to go fight in a war and they have different degrees of trauma. People are under all kinds of stress and distress. And we just make bad karma. I mean, that's just the fact. We just make mistakes. But there's this teaching that I found in the Samyutta Nikaya called the conch blower. And it's a teaching where I think it was the most encouraging, inspiring teaching that I read on the breach of virtue. So let's say you find out about the Buddhist teachings and you make your way to a temple and you start trying to keep the precepts the best you can, and you start meditating, and all these memories of all the bad things you've done start coming up, to the surface like a submarine, right? Floating up to the surface. And you think, oh, I've done so much wrong in the past. Well, this sutta was, it sort of touches this issue where you reflect that, in so many ways the Buddha dispraises taking life and taking what's not given, sexual misconduct, lying, wrong speech, divisive speech. And then you reflect, I've done those things. I've behaved in exactly the way that the Buddha is suggesting that I shouldn't have behaved. But there's nothing I can do about that now. I have regret that I did it, but there's nothing I can do about it. The way that act is overcome, according to this teaching is you make a determination, I'm not going to do that again. And then you make an effort to pervade first, second, third, and fourth quarters above and below with metta, with loving kindness. You pervade these areas with loving kindness, and then the part of that sutta that was most inspiring is like, it said something like, and that's how you transcend that action, that past action, that past evil deed is transcended in that way. So it's an encouraging teaching. I mean, I think it's important for us to remember that the Buddha is our teacher and our doctor and our therapist and our mother and our father, our best friend. And he gave these teachings out of compassion because he knew the spectrum of suffering and the spectrum of people. You know, you see all through the sutras, there are 4 kinds of people in the world. There's 5 kinds of people in the world. There's 7 kinds of people in the world. He knew. He's the local vidu. He's the knower. He knows. And in that knowing, he could see that we're going to, like children, we're going to make all kinds of mistakes for all kinds of reasons. So he gave us these teachings to encourage and hold us up, you know, and inspire us to keep going. You know, there are days when you're going to feel just like you're like beaten, finished, done, can't take another step on the path. I've been there, probably this week, been there. And that something rises up, you know, in the heart. Something rises up like, and there's another step. So that sutta is called in English. If you want the Pali, you'll get it from Venerable Vada or Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi. But if you want the English, it's called the Conch Blower. And you can find it on Sutta Central. I hope that answers your question. I'm sorry, Venerable, I'm taking so much space.
To have people who have this level of experience in practicing virtue. And that's something that's so wonderful about monastics is I think we really can feel through your presence that this practice in virtue cultivates these states around you often that are incredibly loving, incredibly joyful, incredibly peaceful. Thank you for being an inspiration to us in that way. Is there anything else that feels important to say?
So I'm wondering if there's any particular skill or ability or technique that you've picked up through psychotherapy training or training and counseling, which you've then found improved your ability to relate to Buddhist lay people in the role as a Buddhist monk, particularly anything that you kind of wish other monks would be aware of and might also incorporate.
You can't help people. Yeah, you know, we all want to be bodhisattvas or something like that. You know, we want to be a savior, a hero, but you really can't. And a lot of the frustration, not only as like sharing the Dhamma with people or teaching people to meditate or helping people through problems or couples come to some sort of understanding at the temple, came from me like being attached to things being nice, right? Wanting things to be nice. My suffering came from that attachment and knowing there's really nothing you can do. And I think when I was in my internship, my supervisor was like really good at that, you know, like really good. It's like, we're here to support people, to support their like natural healing, but like, there's really nothing you can do, but we want to do. So I think having that, you know, space between like our intentions and the actuality of what's going to happen, learning how to cultivate that self in oneself, that, you know, yeah, you can't really save people from themselves.
I would say one thing is listening. I think as a therapist, as a layperson, I learned how to listen. And sometimes that's all the help I could give the person in front of me was to just really deeply be present and to listen very, very deeply. And that mapped actually very beautifully onto the path, because in the teaching of cultivating a term called yoniso manasikara, the capacity to sort of listen inwardly, to reflect inwardly on what's happening in the moment as it's arising, is very well, I think very beautifully matched to the listening that was cultivated in the psychotherapeutic chair.
Thank you for this talk. I do have one question with regard to the 5 precepts that you've mentioned. And because we're so blessed to be able to be exposed to these talks, we are accumulating a little bit more wisdom than we would have if we hadn't attended an event like this. But for someone or a family member that we want to help and they don't know what they don't know, and what would you say is a good technique in terms of offering help? And because we see that they are suffering, but they actually do not see that they themselves are repeating a lot of actions, that karmic actions that may continue to cause more suffering. How would we be like a technique that you would see to help a family member or a friend? Or
I think the very best technique, hands down, is to live it. Is to live it. I come from a Southern Baptist family of 13. And they think to this day I'm in a cult. Right? It's true. So, but when I go back to Arkansas, I cannot preach to them about the 5 precepts and what they're doing and should do and shouldn't do. I can't. It's not going to be effective, and likely will just turn people off. And I think there's a teaching in the Bhikkhu Bodhi's book called Communal Harmony, the book on communal harmony, where there's a teaching where if you try to talk to an unwise person about wisdom, they just become angry because those qualities are not present in them. If you try to talk to a stingy person about generosity, they get angry because those qualities are not present in them, right? Don't you find that happens when you try to talk to people? So it doesn't work. But if you are a Kalyana Mitta, if you are generous, if you are wise, if you are kind, then I found it sort of sparks another person's curiosity. Like I have a sister now who's been a very dear friend for over 50 years, and not because of my necessarily preaching Buddhism, but just by being around me and seeing me go on retreats and take up the Buddhist teachings a little bit, slowly, she became curious. Then one day, out of the blue, she told me she's meditating. And now, same sister, Southern Baptist, born and baptized, meditates every day, recently shaved off her head, her hair, her locks. She doesn't watch TV anymore. She went on recently a 40-day fast, and she's now helping the other family members through her example, not through preaching, just through exemplifying. Does that make sense? Can we go now?
Thank you, Venerables in Sydney, for that emotional and really heartfelt, insightful session on therapy and religion. Now we're going to take a 30-minute tea break, and we invite you to then, after the tea break, make your way directly to your chosen breakout group. Now, we have spent quite some time organising a number of speakers talking on different topics in different locations. And the point of these breakout groups is to allow you more time to ask questions, to have those conversations with the different monastics who are available here and different speakers. We are so fortunate to have this opportunity. So I really hope you all make the most of these breakout sessions. Now, I have handwritten some of these, and I will leave them over here for you to have a look at, but I'm going to also read out these breakout sessions and the locations. And we also have volunteers here dressed in blue who will be holding up signs. And afterwards, what I would like you to do is, thinking about which one you want to go to, know who it is that you need to follow, or you remember the location and you go there. And if at any time you forget, that's totally fine. Just come and see one of us wearing blue. Now, also for the monastics, we are going to invite all of you to the dining room very shortly for tea. And for those the lay people, we also invite you to the Dana tent where we collected the rice earlier, where there will be some refreshments for you as well. And you're welcome to bring the refreshments to your respective breakout sessions as well. You can have a nice cup of tea while you speak in discussion. So these are, oh, and sorry, one more thing as well is just a kind reminder that for the actual monastery inside, if lay people, you just don't going in there, it really is for the volunteers wearing blue for them to go in and serve the monastics there. So just a kind reminder about that. Okay, so I'm going to read out this list, and I'm sorry in advance that it's long, but remember, I would like you to just listen. Which speaker, which topic would you be interested to participate in? And this is kind of like when I personally would like to split myself into three and attend like 3 different sessions, but you just have to choose one. So here we go. So in no particular order, Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi and Venerable Vada will be speaking on personal practice and engagement in the Dhamma hall. That's the main hall where we had the blessing today. Venerable Robina Curtin, she'll be speaking on practice in brave. Practice is brave. Sure is. And that is going to be in the chapel. Okay, so volunteers. Okay, there you go. All right. So this is Venerable Curtin, the attendant, and who will be leading Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi? Okay, over there. Gamanal over there. All right. And then we have Venerable Sumita and Venerable Sobana speaking on spiritual friendships in the foyer/bookstore. Volunteer for that. Okay, over there. And we have Venerable Nisabo talking about how to build true Buddhist community in the back porch. So he'll be assisting with that. Okay. And then we have Venerable Sudhamma, Venerable Nipako, and Sydney Rose speaking on self-hate at the library. Okay, so volunteer for that. Great. Okay. And we have Venerable Clear Grace in speaking about Dhamma practice and moral urgency, and that will be in the upstairs hallway. Okay. And we have Venerable Satama and Venerable Tajasi speaking about entering Samadhi, and they'll be entering Samadhi in the gatehouse. Okay, so if you want to enter Samadhi, there you go. That's the location. All right. Kevin Griffith will be speaking on addiction and 4 noble truths in the kitchen porch. And Venerable Suttam will be speaking on Dhamma in Thai in the Dana tent. So for our Thai friends, please make your way to the Dana tent. Venerable Chang Rei and Venerable Xing Hui will be here in the main tent talking about Dhamma in Chinese. Okay, so for all our Dhamma Chinese speakers, you can stay here. Now, because it's such a long tent, we will be dividing into 3 sections, 1, 2, 3. And so the other section of the main tent will be Venerable Chang Zai speaking about prerequisites for Chan practice. Venerable Chang Hua will be also in the main tent speaking about silent illumination. And we have Venerable Rovata and Venerable Nanda speaking Dhamma in singular. So for all our Sri Lankan lovely friends, then please make your way to the dining hall. We have a volunteer here as well to take you as well. Venerable Sadaso and Venerable Soma will be taking Q&A. So questions and answers fielded online and also in person, and that will be in the tea room. So for all those who are joining us online, stay there because we have the Venerables answering any questions that you may have. So thank you for your patience. And again, if that was a long list and you can't remember, don't worry, because I'm going to leave it here. And also you can come and find any of us wearing blue and we'll assist you as best as we can. So thank you all so much. It's been an incredible couple of sessions that we've had so far and more to come. So see you back here at 4:30 p.m. And the 4:30 p.m. session will be a panel session. And I'll just invite, before you leave, Venerable Nanda, Venerable Ravata, and also Reverend Do Yun Park. Before you leave, can you just come and see me? But everyone else, you know where you need to go. So for the monastics, we invite you to the dining hall now. The refreshments are already set up for you by our lovely volunteers. And for our lay friends, you can make your way to the Dharma tent. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're back here at the Metta Convention. So this is the opportunity for questions. So if anyone has any questions about anything that's been presented so far or anything related to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, this is your opportunity to type in some questions, and I'll do the best I can to give some responses based on the Buddha's teachings. So please feel free to go ahead, and we'll go ahead and start with your questions. If there's no questions, then we'll just sit here quietly for a few moments. First off, just appreciating all the people who have checked in online so far, or the people who've been watching the programs, listening to the Dhamma talks. I'm very happy to see so many people interested in the Dhamma, so many people interested in learning about the Buddhist teachings and how to apply them. Okay, so we have a question here. Gita asks, this is all a mind-created illusion. How can we get our ignorant minds to see this truth? Well, first off, we do want to be a little bit careful in saying that everything is an illusion, because there, of course, is a way of speaking in which that's a true statement, of course. There's a way of speaking in which we can say that what we're experiencing is actually just a projection of our own mind. What we're experiencing is a projection of our own mind. And of course, if you're not fully enlightened, then that means that your mind is delusional by definition, which means that whatever it's projecting is therefore inaccurate. But the danger in saying that everything is an illusion is that we might start to think that there's that nothing exists, that fundamentally nothing is real, and this can lead to quite dangerous behaviors. It can lead to thinking that our choices don't matter, or that there's nothing, there's no significance to the choices that we make. Can lead to us not taking things seriously, things that should be taken seriously, not taking them seriously, things that are important, not treating them as important. So it is, I mean, again, from one way of looking at things, we can say that everything is a mind-created illusion, but we also need to understand that the decisions and choices we make either incline the mind towards more understanding, more wisdom, or the opposite direction. It can incline the mind towards more confusion, more suffering. As for how we can more clearly see the nature of reality, Well, the Buddha gave us the framework for this. So the framework is to see everything in terms of the three characteristics. So everything is anicca, dukkha, anatta. So everything is anicca, which means impermanent. Everything is temporary. It's constantly changing. Nothing has any permanent, stable, solid essence, but rather everything is arising and ceasing in every moment. Every moment is a change. It's something's new. So what was there a moment ago is gone, and something else has appeared in its place. But each of these moments is linked together by the laws of causality. So what was going on a moment ago creates the causes and conditions for what's going on now. And what's going on now creates the causes and conditions for what happens in the future. And a critical piece in this chain of cause and condition is our choices, which in Buddhism is called karma. Karma means action. So action here means a choice, a deliberate choice to do something or say something or think something or behave in a particular way. So that then shapes the experience both of the present moment and also of future moments. And again, the important thing here is that it can either incline the mind towards wisdom and happiness, or it can incline the mind towards more delusion and more suffering. And so, again, seeing everything as impermanent, seeing everything as temporary, seeing everything as of the nature to change, then naturally helps us to recognize that our current present moment experience is not stable or solid or eternal. And it's just another temporary experience. And then seeing everything in terms of dukkha. So seeing the unsatisfying nature of our experiences. Again, this helps to break the delusion that we can just get happiness by getting what we want. That if we just get what we want, then naturally we'll be happy. Which of course is not the truth. It's not the truth that if we just get what we want, then we'll naturally be happy. But rather, if we get what we want, then we might experience some temporary pleasure, but it won't last. And even while it's going on, it won't necessarily be particularly satisfying. So the contemplation of dukkha then is recognizing that true happiness is not to be found through getting particular experiences or arranging particular conditions in our lives, but rather it's through relinquishing the causes of suffering, which is, of course, fundamentally, it's self-centeredness. The ultimate core of all suffering is self-centeredness, a fixation on concept of me. And so Buddhist practice is ultimately aimed at that relinquishment of the concept of me. So seeing reality as impersonal rather than as personal. So this is the shift of seeing everything as anatta, seeing everything as impersonal, and not taking anything personally. Recognizing that whatever we think is me or mine is in fact not me, not mine, but just an expression of the natural world. So that's a very brief answer on what we can do. And it's important to note that seeing these three characteristics is dependent upon having a mind which is already quite stable and sharp and clear. And that stability and clarity depends upon the development of sati and samadhi. So sati is commonly translated as mindfulness, so the sharp, clear awareness in the present moment, and samadhi, which is the stabilization, unification of mind. And both of those, sati and samadhi, they both depend upon the prior development of morality. They both depend upon the practice of kindness, of generosity, of self-restraint. It depends upon avoiding things which blur the mind. So things like alcohol, for example. Avoiding things which make the mind agitated and disturbed, such as entertainment. And creating the necessary conditions for the mind to become peaceful and still, for the mind to be bright and alert and present. Which in fact is the practices of renunciation. So I see there's another question here about renunciation, which I'll speak about in just a moment. So in order to clearly see the truth of things, so seeing the truth of things depends upon sati and samadhi. So a mind which is unified and stable, so that's samadhi, and clearly alert and fully aware, clearly discerning the nature of our experience. So that's sati sampajanya. And that depends upon kindness, generosity, self-restraint, and morality, and also the active avoidance of any conditions which weakens our clarity and stability of mind. So it's not possible to just jump directly to the wisdom step. We need to make sure that we're cultivating all of the necessary prerequisites and preconditions for wisdom. So then Stephanie says, could you speak a bit about the benefits of renunciation? Well, first off, it's important to recognize that renunciation is the heart of the Buddhist teachings. So just in a very simple sense, what's the cause of all suffering? Attachment. What is the way to overcome suffering? Renunciation. Because renunciation is the polar opposite of attachment. Renunciation is letting go. It's relinquishment. It's ease. The ease that comes from not depending upon anything, of not needing anything, of not relying on anything. So renunciation of, once again, what? Well, as I mentioned before, all Buddhist practice is ultimately aimed at the relinquishment of self-centeredness. So relinquishing self-centeredness is in fact a form of renunciation. In fact, it's the highest form of renunciation. Because what is the one thing that we cherish more than all else? What is the one thing that we really, really don't want to lose more than anything else? It's our self-centeredness. Our self-centeredness is our single most treasured possession. And it is also the cause of all of our suffering. This is the terrible irony that we discover when we get into Buddhist practice, is we discover that our most beloved possession is also that which is causing us the most pain, and namely our self-centeredness, our fixation on our self-identity. So this is the highest and most profound form of renunciation, is the renunciation of the sense of self, renunciation of self-identity. And getting to that level of renunciation, of course, depends upon having already cultivated more basic forms of renunciation. So in Buddhist practice, we actually start with the most simple and straightforward form of renunciation, which is the practice of generosity. Because in order to give something to somebody else, you have to be willing to let go of it. So this is a basic necessity of renunciation. You have to be willing to let go in order to be able to give. So the practice of generosity is actually both a practice of kindness and also a practice of letting go, also a practice of renunciation. Then we take on the 5 precepts. So the 5 precepts are practices of self-control, self-restraint. And those practices of self-control and self-restraint, they are the letting go of doing things that are unwholesome, doing things that are harmful. So you really want to kill something, but there's the practice of not killing. So we have to practice renunciation. For example, earlier we were outside and there were ants crawling on one of the other monks' foot. So maybe somebody really doesn't want the ants crawling on their foot, so they get the desire to kill the ants. Well, renunciation is just letting go of that desire to kill the ants and just accepting that you're going to have this sensation, the sensation of ants crawling on your foot. And when you accept that it's okay, then actually it stops being a problem. Because then you're also practicing a more deep form of renunciation, which is letting go of your aversion, letting go of your hostility. Because of course there's nothing wrong with the sensation itself. The sensation of ants crawling on your foot, it's actually just a perfectly normal, neutral sensation. It's not fundamentally wrong or bad. But we decide that we don't like it, and we decide that we want it to stop, and therefore we suffer. So renunciation here is letting go of your desire for the experience to be different, and letting go of your aversion towards the sensations that are currently happening. And so the benefit there is happiness. It's immediately clear. When you're standing there thinking like, oh, I hate this feeling of ants crawling on my feet, I want the ants to go away. Well, that's you holding tightly to your desire and aversion, holding tightly to your hostility. And then when you practice a bit of renunciation and let go of that desire and aversion, then you experience happiness and peace. experience peacefulness, serenity, tranquility. And that then makes it easier for us to practice more difficult forms of renunciation. For example, in monastic life, it's normal to not wear jewelry, to not wear perfumes or fragrances of any sort. It's normal to not watch movies or listen to music, so avoiding entertainment. And what happens when we do that? Well, again, if one is coming at it from a strictly pleasure-seeking perspective, then it's like, well, these are pleasant activities, and I want pleasant activities, and I crave pleasant activities, and I'm attached to pleasant activities, and I want more pleasant activities. So that's how we normally relate to things like entertainment and adornments and beautification and all of that. So in renunciation, then, we're letting go of these things. First of all, because we recognize, once again, that desire and attachment are causing us suffering. Look at what your heart feels like when you're full of desire and attachment. It feels miserable. It feels awful. It doesn't feel good at all. So actually, we're not really letting go of anything special. When you let go of desire and attachment, like you're not letting go of something precious and valuable. You're actually letting go of garbage. Like you recognize, like you pick up something off the street that you thought looked precious and valuable. But then you look more closely and you realize you just picked up some garbage. Like maybe you see something and you think like, oh, there's a gold coin on the ground, and you pick it up, and then you look more closely and you're like, oh, this isn't a gold coin. It's just a little bit of yellow foil. No value at all. It's just a bit of trash. So then you put it down. And putting it down is very natural because you recognize that you picked up some trash. There's no value to holding on to it. So it's the same. We pick up desire and aversion because we think they're valuable and precious, because they're me and mine and who I am. But then you actually look at it and you realize, oh, this is just trash. This desire, it's just trash. It's just making me miserable. This aversion, it's just trash. It's completely useless. In fact, it's worse than useless. And so then when you recognize you're holding on to trash, it's just very natural to put it down. You don't have any interest in holding on to some trash. So then that leads us again to practicing higher forms of renunciation. So things like not practicing sexual activity. So again, celibacy is a very common thing in Buddhist monasteries. Practicing relinquishment of excess possession. So you start just naturally starting to see the happiness of letting go and the suffering of clinging and possessiveness. And the more you see that happiness of renunciation and the blessings of renunciation, the more you see how it helps the mind in letting go of defilement, then the more natural it becomes and the more happy you become as you practice renunciation. So renunciation is a form of ever-deepening joy. So it's not something that is done forcefully, but rather it's something that arises naturally from wisdom. The wisdom that recognizes what's valuable and what's not valuable. And what's truly valuable is, in fact, the happiness that comes from equanimity, rather than the temporary, unreliable pleasure that comes from chasing our desire and aversion. So true renunciation arises naturally from wisdom, the wisdom which recognizes what's valuable and what's not. And then there's another question here from Gita. So Gita says, would seeing the 12 links help? Specifically Nama Rupa and the sixfold sense bases to uncover the truth? Well, I mean, of course, yeah. The 12 links of dependent origination, I assume you're talking about. That's one of the ways that the Buddha spoke about causality, one of the ways that we observe cause and effect, which is a way of understanding how our choices and decisions shape our experience of reality. Recognizing that things don't happen just spontaneously or randomly, but rather it's always the result of karma. It's always the result of causes and conditions. And those causes and conditions are shaped by our choices. So as Venerable Robina Cortine was talking about earlier, everything we experience is the result of karma. So karma means the choices that we've made in the past. So this is then helping us recognize that the experience we're having right now is not random. It's the result of what we've done in the past. So for example, if you were hungry a few hours ago and then you ate some food, well, then now you're not hungry anymore. cause and effect. You made a choice, the choice to eat. Result, you're less hungry. But there can also be shades of choice here. You choose to eat junk food. Well, now you're not hungry anymore, but you also feel a bit sick. Or you choose to eat really healthy food. Now you're not hungry anymore, and you also feel pretty good. So there's a distinction. So understanding causality there, we also understand how when we make the choices that reduce desire and aversion, then we experience greater serenity, greater happiness, and deeper understanding. Whereas when we make choices that are based upon desire and aversion, based upon self-centeredness, and that reinforce desire, aversion, and self-centeredness, well, then the result is more suffering. The result is more confusion. The result is just to dive deeper and deeper into that pit of despair. Okay. So Mudita says, there was mention of the 2 arrows of suffering that hit when bad things happen, the second being aversion. Is there a sutta where the Buddha talks about and explains it? Yes. So there is a sutta, which in fact is called the arrow, if I recall correctly. I don't remember exactly where it is. So if you send an email, we could probably track down the sutta reference. But if you just look online for the 2 arrows, sutta of the 2 arrows, it should be easy enough to find. In fact, I could probably find it right now easily enough. Sutta of the 2 arrows. Salata Sutta. The Salata Sutta, which is Samyutta Nikaya, chapter 36, sutta number 6. So that's one place where you could find it. In fact, I could even post that into the chat here. Actually, I can't because I don't know how to use this device. Anyway, so that's one clear case where you could find teaching from the Buddha on that one. So Samyutta Nikaya 36.6. I'm just going to type that into the chat. Okay, so then we have and so, I mean, briefly, the point of that sutta is the Buddha gives this metaphor. He says, imagine somebody was shot by an arrow, and then they were immediately shot by a second arrow. And so the image here is that the first arrow is a painful sensation, which is unavoidable. It's just part of being alive, is you'll have pleasant sensation, painful sensation, and neutral sensation. So the first arrow is the painful sensation, and that's just normal. The second arrow is our reaction of desire and aversion, which generates more suffering. So this is, in fact, the real issue here, because also fully enlightened beings experience painful sensations. The difference is they're not bothered by it. And why are they not bothered by it? Because they have no desire and aversion. So they recognize the sensation, but they're not disturbed. They have no desire for it to be different. So that's briefly the teachings of the 2 arrows. So we can't avoid painful sensations entirely, but we can choose not to be disturbed when they happen. Okay, and we have some more questions here. So we have a question here which says, what are the 5 precepts and how to practice? Are there nuances or traps that we should be aware of? Well, briefly, the 5 precepts are 5 foundational practices in Buddhism. So these are really, really important. So anybody who is really serious about practicing Buddhism should make at least a basic effort to follow the 5 precepts. And if following all 5 is difficult to start with, then you can start with practicing 1. Maybe practice 1 precept for a week, and then add in a second one, practicing 2 precepts for a week, and then a third one, practicing 3 precepts for a week, until you get up to practicing all 5. So the 5 precepts, the first one is not to kill any living being. So that includes insects. So if a mosquito lands on your arm, you don't kill the mosquito, but you can gently shoo it away. You can gently encourage it to go away and live somewhere else, but you don't kill it. So no killing sentient beings. And we try not even to injure them. But the basic precept is don't kill anything. Second precept is don't steal. So we don't take something unless we know that it's given to us or that it belongs to us. So you don't just walk into somebody's house and just take whatever you want, but first you make sure, like, is it okay if I take this? Or so you make sure that you're not taking something without permission. And ideally, we actually try to do the opposite. So we try to, not only do we try to avoid killing and harming, but we try to help people. Not only do we avoid stealing, but we try to practice generosity. We try to give what we have and share what we have. The third one is avoiding sexual misconduct. So, for example, if you're in a sexual relationship, you don't cheat on your partner. Or if you know somebody else is in a relationship, then you respect their boundaries of their relationship. So not doing adultery with somebody else. The third precept also includes concepts about consent. So not sexually assaulting other people. So respecting other people's sexual sovereignty. So again, this is about being careful not to be harmful in our sexual relationships. And of course, for monastics, it's much easier because we just practice celibacy. So we just don't do any sexual activity at all. And then it's much easier. We don't need to worry about following this third precept, because if you just don't have any sexual activity, then you just won't ever be doing incorrect sexual activity. Then the fourth one is not telling lies. So we do need to be very careful about our speech. And the Buddha gave several guidelines for right speech. And the most basic one is not to tell lies. He also said that we should be careful to avoid, again, false speech, to avoid malicious gossip. So not spreading tales around to try to set people against each other. Not to speak abusively. So not to speak in a way which is deliberately hurtful to other people. And also to avoid useless speech. So to avoid just wasting time chattering about random things. Further, the Buddha said that when we speak, we should speak at the right time. So speaking what is true, of course, but speaking it at the right time. Speaking it only if it's beneficial. Speaking it gently, and speaking only when we have a heart of kindness. So this is kind of an extension about truth. So we don't just practice not telling lies, but we try to practice right speech in this more thorough and comprehensive way. But the fourth precept, very simply, is just not to tell lies. And then the fifth one is not to consume alcohol or any other intoxicant that is a basis for negligence, anything else which weakens our wisdom and self-restraint. So alcohol is the most obvious example of this, but also other stupefying, intoxicating substances would also fit in that category. So in Buddhism, we just avoid them entirely. So not even one glass of wine at dinner or one beer with your friends or whatever, just no alcohol at all. And then also anything else which has a similarly intoxicating or stupefying effect, anything that weakens our mindfulness, weakens our wisdom, weakens also our self-restraint. We try to avoid any of that. So again, 5 precepts briefly: no killing, no stealing, no sexual misconduct, no lies, and no intoxicants. So nuances or traps. The main trap is justifying things. We say like, oh, it's just one glass of wine, it's good for your heart. Well, that's just a justification. It's just because we don't want to follow the precept. Or we say like, well, it's a white lie, I'm saying it for the right reasons, I'm sure it'll be helpful, but it's still a lie, so just don't do it. So that's the main trap, is the tendency to justify to ourselves breaking the precepts. Nuances, again, there's a lot of nuances to these, but the basic principle of these is all about harmlessness. It's about not causing harm to ourselves or others. So not causing physical harm, not causing emotional harm, and not doing anything that weakens our wisdom and self-restraint. And further question says, I have a friend who gave up intense practice because, in his words, he enjoys the occasional beer. Yeah, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Some people, they actually aren't really interested in attaining enlightenment. They're not really interested in the highest happiness. They're interested just in being an animal, basically. And they just want to pursue ordinary animal-like experiences. And well, I mean, what are you going to do? Kind of like when you have a cat in your house. Well, you don't really expect the cat to act like a human. You expect it to act like a cat. You have a dog. You don't really expect the dog to act like a human. You expect it to act like a dog. And the truth is that a lot of humans are like that. They don't really want to act like a wise, restrained, compassionate being. They just want to act like an animal. And it's like, well, okay, if that's what they want to do, well, that's their choice. That's their karma. They will make that choice, and they will experience the consequences of their choice, which will probably be quite bad, because this is the truth of it. We receive the consequences of our choices. And if we make bad choices, then we get bad results. So consuming alcohol, deliberately consuming alcohol, is just about the polar opposite of Buddhist practice. So what does alcohol do? It weakens your mindfulness, it weakens your self-restraint, it weakens your wisdom. It makes the mind blurry. It makes the mind difficult to control. So basically it does the exact opposite of Buddhist training. So somebody who's interested in Buddhist practice naturally will lose interest in alcohol. And if somebody is still very interested in alcohol, then Buddhist practice may not seem that interesting to them. So again, the question of why did they give up intense practice? I don't think they gave up intense practice because they're interested in drinking beer once in a while. I think they gave up intense practice because they're not interested in practicing Buddhism. That's it. So these two things are connected. They're not interested in intense practice. They're not interested in following the precepts. Well, that's just the way it is. It's just the way it goes. So if a person starts to become really interested in wisdom and clarity, in a serene joy, then something like alcohol will not be very interesting to them anymore. So there's also a question here. It says, the more I practice, the more I realize that the mind produces so much proliferation. To what extent is mental activity useful or not? Or is it all sankhara and to be let go of? Is some maybe useful? Well, so I find it very useful to, first off, to divide mental activities into two categories: intentional and unintentional. So intentional is when you sit down and deliberately think about something. Like maybe you start thinking like, oh, tomorrow I want to go to that other town and see that monument, and then I'm going to go and visit my friend, and then we're going to talk about this book that I read last week. And so that's all deliberate thinking. You're deliberately doing something with your mind. And then there's unintentional mental activities, which are echoes of the past. So just information which flows through the mind of its own accord, similar to background noise. So there's a big difference between you talking and you hearing somebody else talk. So the problem here is that we often make the mistake of thinking that anything which appears in the mind is me. And anything which appears in the mind must be something that I am doing. So we often make this kind of mistake. But actually, much of what appears in the mind is things that we're not deliberately doing or creating in that moment, but rather it's just mental objects flowing through the field of awareness. Just as sounds flow through our auditory field and sights flow through our visual field, in the same way, mental objects flow through our mental field. So recognizing mental objects and activities in that way, then we distinguish the ones that we're doing intentionally. Well, first of all, we want to not intentionally do anything harmful. That's the first thing. And second, we need to understand when it's the right time to deliberately engage in mental activity and when it's not the right time to deliberately engage in mental activity. And as for the other stuff, the unintentional mental activities, the things which are just appearing on their own, well, we just don't worry about them at all because we're not doing them. We just don't pay any attention to them. It's like if you overhear your neighbor's dog barking, well, it's not a big deal. You're just hearing somebody's dog barking. Well, you have the same attitude towards the noise in the mind. It's just the nature of the mind that sometimes there's some background noise in it. But if we don't react to the noise, then it has no power over us. So if you have that activity, that attitude towards mental activities, then it won't be a disturbance to you. It doesn't mean the mind will immediately become silent, because it won't. Sometimes the mind will be silent and sometimes it will not be silent. But if you view unintentional mental activities as just meaningless background noise, then you will not be bothered by it. You will immediately be peaceful to that extent. As to what value there is in mental activity, well, there actually is some value in mental activity if it is deliberate, wholesome, connected with the Dhamma. So, for example, reading the suttas and contemplating the suttas and thinking about the suttas, that can be a useful mental activity. Again, we need to distinguish between activities which help us to practice the Dhamma and activities which are counterproductive to the practice of Dhamma. And there's another question here that says, I think the challenge with practice is that the results take time. And the friend wasn't seeing results, perhaps not attaining to stillness or samadhi. How do we gladden the practice when things get dry? Well, patience is such a critical part of Buddhist practice. So again, as Venerable Satima was saying earlier, there's often this kind of McDonald's approach to Buddhism of like, well, I want something quick and I want something easy and I want it right now. And Buddhist practice doesn't necessarily come in that way. We need to practice with patience, recognizing that it takes time. A metaphor that Ajahn Chah used was of a farmer planting an apple tree. So the farmer goes out and digs the hole and puts the apple tree in the hole and gets the soil on it and waters the apple tree. And then they come out the next day and they look at the seedling and say, well, why are there no apples? What's taking so long? So then they start tugging and pulling on the apple tree to try to make the apple tree grow faster. And of course, it doesn't work. But instead, if you just create the right conditions, good soil conditions, the right amount of water, the right amount of sun, and you wait patiently without removing those supportive conditions, then eventually the tree grows and it produces fruit. So it's the same with Buddhist practice. You create the right conditions, which includes not drinking alcohol, by the way. You create the right conditions and you practice patience. And gradually your practice grows over time. And eventually it starts to produce really amazing fruit. And again, often the problem here is trying to skip over the basics. One thing I've really noticed a lot over the years is when people come and lament about having difficulties in their meditation practice, we start asking some questions, and pretty soon we start to find out why they're having difficulty in their meditation practice. Often it's just something very simple, like they're still spending a lot of time watching movies and listening to music and having arguments and engaging in activities which are constantly disturbing and agitating the mind. Or they're still drinking alcohol, or they're not following the other precepts. So then naturally the mind is in a constant state of disturbance, and one's defilements are very strongly inflamed. So if you're constantly inflaming your defilements and constantly building up your hindrances, then meditation practice is going to be extremely difficult. And results are going to take a very long time to come, if they come at all. And it probably just won't come at all in that case. So if you're constantly sabotaging your own practice, then of course it's not going to get swift results or even any results. Again, it's kind of like somebody who has a swimming pool and they're like, oh, the swimming pool is really dirty. I don't understand why the swimming pool water isn't clean. And then while they're saying this, they're pouring trash into the pool. And it's like, well, maybe there's a reason why your swimming pool is full of trash. Maybe it's because you keep dumping more trash in it. And then saying like, oh, I really wish it would be clean. I wish the water would be clean. It's like, well, maybe the first step is stop adding trash. If you stop dumping trash in the water, then at least then you can start working on clearing away the trash that's already there. So that's often what we're doing in practice, is with one hand, we're cleaning the trash out of the mind, and with the other hand, we're putting more trash in. And so then, of course, it's not a surprise. I've met people who've been practicing Buddhist meditation for literally decades, 20, 30, 40 years, without getting much results. Why? because with one hand, they're cleaning the mind, and with the other hand, they're fouling the mind. So end result, no progress. Well, you need to stop doing bad. You need to stop damaging the mind. You need to stop fouling the mind in order for your purification efforts to have any tangible results. As for gladdening the practice when things get dry, well, first of all, practice generosity, practice kindness. These are really important practices, fundamental practices. Recollect your own goodness, which depends upon having some goodness to recollect. So recollect your own goodness. Recollect the Buddha. Recollecting how fortunate we are to have access to the teachings of a fully enlightened being. It's very rare. It's very special. Not to be dismissed. Gladdening the practice, also practicing metta. It's really hard to overemphasize the value of metta practice. So cultivating this heart of loving kindness, this heart of boundless, unconditional loving kindness and friendliness towards the entire world naturally brings up a lot of joy in the mind. And delighting that we're actually on the path. Delighting that we're on the path that leads to full enlightenment. And it will take however long it takes, but the important thing is that we're on the right track and that we keep moving forward. So when we recollect in this way, then that tends to bring a happiness to the mind. Also, if we're connected with other practitioners, with other good spiritual friends who uplift us and encourage us on the path, then also recollecting how fortunate we are to have people like that. So I think of my monastic companions and how fortunate I am to have good monastic companions, and it naturally brings up joy in the mind. Okay, and another question says, I've heard that long sits are useful to observe the mind and develop patience. Others have said that longer sits are not useful. When is it useful? When is it not? How to deal with pain and boredom. So in my opinion, long periods of sitting meditation are useful, especially if you want to develop very strong and deep samadhi. It's very useful to do very long periods of sitting meditation, so periods of 3 or 4 hours. It's good to do from time to time, not necessarily every day, but every once in a while to do long periods like that can be very useful for helping to develop deep serenity and tranquility, and also to cultivate real equanimity. Because in the course of those 3 or 4 hours of sitting, you'll see the mind go through all kinds of different deranged states. And you'll also see moments when the mind is very peaceful and clear. And so you'll also start to see that just the nature of the mind. It's just the nature of the mind to go through these different states. And so you'll stop taking your own mind so seriously. And also in the course of those 3 to 4 hours, your body will produce all kinds of interesting sensations. But as long as your meditation posture is good, there is no harm to the body. There's no risk of damaging the body as long as you sit carefully, as long as your posture is good. So all of those sensations are just the body making noise. And so during these long periods of sitting, you'll start to see that that's just the nature of the body. It's to make noise in these 3 kinds of ways. Pleasant noise, painful noise, and neutral noise. And so then you'll also stop taking that so seriously as well. And you'll become much more tolerant of the variety of sensations that the body and mind tend to produce. As for boredom, well, at some point you just lose interest in being bored. So boredom is actually a form of desire and aversion. So boredom is either desire for another experience or aversion towards the present experience. But when you practice mindfulness, then naturally you have neither desire nor aversion. Because with mindfulness, you're giving your full, curious, enthusiastic attention to your present moment experience. And when you do that, you find that it's so full of interesting details that you cannot possibly be bored. Also, since you're paying full attention to the present moment, then that means you're not averse to it. Because if you are averse to it, then you won't pay any attention. And then also, since you're fully engaged with the present moment, then you won't be wanting something else. So naturally, if you practice an intense, curious interest in your present moment experience, then you just won't be bored. Again, also metta is also really helpful because metta is a naturally joyful practice, which helps to counteract the tendency towards boredom, because when you're doing something that's very joyful, then you're not bored. You don't want to escape the experience. We have another question here from Stephanie. So Stephanie says, Metta has been my primary practice for the past almost 2 years. This has definitely gladdened my mind, but I've also experienced an increase in courage, especially as an activist. Any connection? Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite natural, actually. It's quite natural that when you develop a heart of loving kindness, when you develop this boundless, benevolent, friendly state, that then you're much more willing to face difficulties, because you know that whatever happens, you can face it with a peaceful state of mind. You'll know that whatever happens, the purity of your own heart is not going to be in question. So yeah, it does make it easier to face challenging conditions. So, and then Dan says, do you think Yoniso Manasikara is looking into causes and conditions? I've heard this said, but I can think of some counterexamples where it would not be kusala. What caused that person, etc. Verse, how are you? Condition, but not imagining a cause like Cartesian concept. I'm not quite following you here, Dan. So, Yoniso Manasikara, so the term Yoniso literally means based on the origin or based on the source. So Yoniso then means causal, understanding the causes of things, the origins of things. And Manasikara, Manasi means in the mind or with the mind, and Kara means doing, activity. So Yoniso Manasikara means directing the mind based upon causality, based upon an understanding of causality. And in the suttas, this is normally used to mean that we don't just act blindly or recklessly or impulsively, but rather we always act based upon an understanding of causality, a wise understanding of cause and effect. And in particular, understanding what causes produce beneficial effects. So understanding what are the wholesome causes we can put in place that have beneficial effects. And in particular, understanding what are the wholesome causes and conditions that result in progress on the path. So you think about where it would not be kusala, what caused that person, etc., versus how are you? Yeah, I'm sorry, Dan. I don't really understand your question. Maybe if you could clarify what you mean by that example, and I'll try to give a better answer. And then we have a question here. Okay, so Dan says, a Yoniso Manasikara to sign a fault. One could think one looking with Yoniso Manasikara, but looking for how a fault arose in a person. Yeah, I'm still not quite getting it. But I do think like one important thing is to remember that in Buddhist practice, we're not really interested in trying to find fault with other people. Rather, we're interested in understanding our own heart. We're interested in understanding where our own heart is directed towards awakening and when it's directed towards something else. To understand when we're inclining the mind towards enlightenment and when we're just inclining it towards more suffering and confusion. That's the important thing here. And then when we look at the behavior of other people, we can use it as a mirror for our own conduct. So when we see somebody else acting badly, then we can remember, oh, I should try to not act like that person. Or when we see somebody acting well, we can think, oh yes, I should try to act like that person, do good things like they do. And if somebody else seems to be acting in a harmful way, we can wish well for them, may they develop the wisdom to make wiser choices, better choices. Someone's acting in a good way, we can think, may they have the wisdom to maintain their good behaviors, the wholesome conduct. So always using, when we do look at other people, we use it as a basis for understanding our own heart better, for reinforcing the commitment to goodness within ourselves, and also as a way of appreciating the goodness in others and for cultivating compassion and benevolence towards others. And we have another question here that says, intense curiosity in the present moment sounds like Dhammavicaya or investigation. What is being investigated or observed? Is their mode of seeing or observing useful? So, I usually relate to Dhamma Vicaya more in terms of seeing things in terms of the Dhamma. So Vicaya can mean investigation, but the term Vicaya itself literally just means going over something or going through something. So it's from the verb root aya, which just means to move or to act. So Vicaya means to go through something or to explore something. And so then Dhamma Vicaya means to explore something in terms of the Dhamma, to investigate something in terms of the Dhamma. So Dhamma Vicaya then is seeing anicca dukkha anatta, for example, or seeing things in terms of the Four Noble Truths. But that depends upon already having sati. So sati is the intense, clear awareness of what's going on. So I connect curiosity more with sati, and that curiosity is wanting to know what's going on, wanting to feel what's currently happening. So when you're not curious about something, then you don't pay much attention to it. When you are curious about something, you pay a lot of attention. So curiosity then in my mind is more connected with sati. It's with the factor of mindfulness, of this constantly paying very close, careful attention to what's going on, because you're curious about what's going to happen and what's going to be felt and what's going to arise as a result of that. Whereas Dhamma Vicaya is more seeing like, oh, this experience has the characteristic of change, of anicca. Or here we're seeing the suffering that's arising because of the underlying desires or so on. Okay, and there's another question here from Anis, who says, being an activist for 25 years and purposed a righteous enlightenment, I have worked on unlearning for the past 6 years. What is the most important thing to understand to process complicated grief? So Anis, I'm not quite clear what you mean by purposed a righteous enlightenment. I've worked on unlearning for the past 6 years. I really don't understand what you mean by that. So maybe if you could clarify what you mean, because I can't respond to that without knowing more clearly what you mean by those words. And it says, what is the most important thing to understand to process complicated grief? I think one important thing to understand is that grief is just a sensation in the mind. We make a big story about it and we hold tightly to the story, but the story is completely irrelevant. It's just a sensation that's appearing in the mind. It's really not any different from a sensation appearing in the body. So if you're sitting on the floor for a long period of time, then your tailbone starts to hurt. That's just a sensation appearing in the body. If you haven't eaten anything for a day or two, then there's hunger in your stomach. It's just a sensation in the body. If you don't drink enough water, then your mouth feels dry. That's just a sensation in the body. Fundamentally, there's nothing wrong there. But we assign a negative value to it, and we decide that we don't like it, and we decide that we want it to stop. And then we start weaving stories around it, which is the process of, in Buddhism, we call it papancha. Papancha is the process of weaving a complicated story around something. So taking a simple experience and making it complicated. So grief is just a sensation. It's just a mental sensation, an emotional sensation. And then we weave a story around it. But we don't need to weave the story. We can just recognize the sensation, accept that that's the nature of the mind, is to produce these sensations, and choose not to be bothered by it. Watch the sensation as it comes and goes. And then there's no problem. So first step is don't complicate it. It's not complicated. When the grief sensation arises, it's just a sensation arising. That is it. You do not need to weave a story around it. So don't add the story. Oh, okay. Anna says a sense of entitlement, not enlightenment. Produced. Okay, so produced a righteous entitlement. Okay. Okay, understood. That makes a lot more sense now. I was really not following it before. So being an activist for 25 years and produced a righteous entitlement. I've worked on unlearning for the past 6 years. Yeah, so entitlement. Again, we're not actually entitled to anything at all except the consequences of our own karma. So whatever we did in the past, we'll receive the consequences of that. That's the only thing we're entitled to. And actually, it's just because we can't avoid it. So you can't run away from your own karma. You will inevitably experience the consequences of your own karma. Actually, when the Buddha is talking about karma, one of the things he says, "Kamma patisarana," which is very cute because patisarana, pati means back or returning, and sarana means running. So the Buddha says, "Kamma patisarana." That means we're constantly running back to our own karma. So we think we're running away from our karma, but we're actually just running right back to it. So you can never escape your own karma. All you can do is to accept the consequences of our past karma and to commit to making good karma in the present moment and in future moments. Okay, so, and Mill Creek says, please recommend the suitable meditation for the angry person. I can do metta meditation for the people I don't like. What should I do? Well, first off, again, if somebody has a tendency towards anger, it is a standard piece of advice to do a lot of metta meditation. And in fact, I recommend that if you have a tendency towards anger, towards aversion, towards kinds of aversive, negative, hostile states of mind, if you're prone to getting annoyed and irritated a lot, then you should commit to doing the first 5 minutes of meditation every day as metta meditation. So if you do more than 5 minutes a day, that's fine, that's great. But a minimum of 5 minutes of metta meditation every day, first thing in the morning, before you do anything else, 5 minutes of metta meditation. If you normally do a meditation practice every morning, then that's fine, keep doing that. Just make the first 5 minutes be metta meditation. And with metta meditation, I actually do not recommend doing metta meditation for people you don't like. Because then you'll just be thinking about people you don't like, and you'll be thinking about why you don't like them, and then that will just actually reinforce your aversion. It's like, may John be happy. I hate John so much. I'm so annoyed by the things that John did, but may he be happy. Yeah, John should be happy, even though I hate him. So then you just wind up actually making things worse. Instead, what I recommend with metta meditation is to think of somebody that you already like, someone that you already have metta for. And so it might be your best friend, or it might be your mom, or it might be your cat, or it might be your sister, or it might be a deva. It could be anything. As long as it's someone who, when you think of them, you just naturally want them to be happy. And you don't have any resentment or irritation towards them. So just focus on metta towards someone that you already like a lot, and then noticing how the heart fills with love when you do that. And noticing how joyful and wonderful that love feels. And focusing on building that up, building up that feeling of benevolence, that bright, loving feeling in the heart. Just keep building that up, making it stronger and brighter and more intense with each passing moment. And at some point, you can actually drop the thought of the specific person and just focus on the feeling of metta itself, that bright, loving, benevolent, joyful, friendly, kind feeling in your heart. Just keep making that brighter and brighter, stronger and stronger, more and more intense, flooding your entire mind with it, flooding your whole body and mind with it, until it's all there is, until that's your entire experience, is this intense, radiant, joyful benevolence, this intense, unconditional love, saturating body and mind. And if you do that every day for a few weeks, then you'll just find that you tend to get angry less often, and it's less intense when you do. And then also, when reflecting on other people, it's good to remember that literally every single person you meet is delusional. Everyone you meet is a confused, delusional person who doesn't understand what they're doing, doesn't understand the harm that they're doing. They're just flailing around blindly in the dark. And in the process of flailing around blindly in the dark, sometimes they hurt other people. Because this is the truth with everyone who's not enlightened. Everyone who's not enlightened is confused, blind, flailing in the dark, hurting themselves and hurting other people all the time. And that's just the way of things. And how can you have anything but compassion for someone like that? So it might be irritating, but how can you have anything but compassion for someone who's in that desperate condition? Then you realize that's also you. You are not different from that. So then you also start to have some compassion for yourself. And patience really helps a lot. Just keep practicing patience. Okay, and another question. One of the speakers, Rabina Cortine, spoke with much wisdom, yet with tough love. Were there instances in the suttas when the Buddha was tough with monks or laity out of compassion? Yes, many places. Many places. Actually, there's a lot of places in the suttas where the Buddha directly calls people fools. There's actually one case where there was a monk who was basically teaching that you could do whatever you want, that there was nothing wrong with doing unwholesome or evil behaviors, that it wouldn't stop you from attaining awakening. And so the Buddha actually called this monk in front of the Sangha, in front of the assembly of monks, and he asked the monk, like, is it true? Is it true that you're teaching that you can just do unwholesome and evil things and there's no problem with that? And the monk was like, oh yeah, that's true. Yep, that's what I teach. And the Buddha turns to the other monks and he's like, wow, this guy's an idiot. Did he understand anything at all? Has he gotten even a single spark of understanding in this teaching, in this Buddhism? And the other monks were like, definitely not, Bhante. Yeah, definitely not. Nope, that monk hasn't understood a single bit. And so this is a case where the Buddha is publicly shaming one of the monks in front of the whole community. He's publicly shaming one of the monks for misunderstanding the Dhamma and for teaching something incorrectly and for having a wrong view. But why? The Buddha doesn't publicly shame people just to make them feel bad. He wouldn't do that out of cruelty, because a Buddha has no cruelty. A Buddha has only compassion. So why was the Buddha doing that? He was doing it for two reasons. Compassion for the monk, because this was a way of helping that monk to emerge from his misunderstanding and to clearly see that he had a wrong understanding of the Dhamma. And compassion for the rest of the community of monks. For the Buddha wanted to make sure that all the community understood what is true and what is false, what is good and what is bad, and how to practice correctly in order to progress towards awakening. But the Buddha's way of speaking there, like, it looks very harsh. It looks very rude. But it's coming from a place of kindness. It's coming from an understanding that sometimes we have to speak in a way that sounds shocking to people in order to get them to switch their perspective on the world and to see things correctly. But it takes a lot of wisdom to know when it's right to use that kind of shocking way of speaking. Because if we use that kind of shocking way of speaking when it's not the right time, then we just wind up annoying people and creating more confusion. So as a very skillful teacher like Venerable Robina Cortine, she knows the right time to use that kind of language, and in fact she uses it a lot. It's one of her praiseworthy qualities, that she's developed an understanding of how to use this very blunt, coarse, direct way of talking in the service of the Dhamma. And again, it's done for a reason. It's done because she wants to make sure that we understand the Dhamma. And she wants to make sure that we get the Dhamma as quickly and clearly as we possibly can. And Dan also says, mudita for rain cloud devas. Yes, yes. Actually, the rain cloud devas were having a lot of fun here at the monastery earlier today. They were sending us rain and thunder, and now it's mostly cleared up. But yes, they were having a nice playful time earlier today. Okay, and then Thomas says, I struggle to understand rebirth in the context of anatta. I understand the passing of flame between candles analogy, but the Buddha remembered past lives. Could you please reconcile these? So Thomas, this is one of the most commonly asked questions that we get as Buddhist monks. If there is no self, what gets reborn? It's an extremely common question. So what you said is just in the same general category. So the imagery of the flame passing between candles is one way of relating to it. A metaphor which I particularly like is a snowball. rolling down a hill. So as a snowball rolls down a hill, it constantly drops off bits of snow, but also constantly collects more bits of snow. So then by the time the ball gets to the bottom of the hill, it might actually be completely different from the ball of snow that was at the top of the hill. And yet you can trace a causal sequence. You can see how there was a sequence of events which went from the original ball of snow to a completely different ball of snow. So this is actually quite relevant to the experience of a sentient being moving through samsara, which is that there is not a sentient being moving through samsara. What there is there's a collection of karma. You might think about karma as being a bunch of little particles. Each time you make a choice, that's a particle of karma which sticks together, sticks onto your ball of karma. And then every time you experience a consequence, that's a little bit of karma dropping away from your karma ball, just like the snowball. The difference here is that we can add in bits of karma, which will incline the mind towards a wise understanding of the nature of reality and towards the relinquishment of self-centeredness. And we can also add on bits of karma that lead towards the mind becoming even more confused, even more self-centered, even more defiled. So it's all anatta, it's all non-self, in the sense that there is no core. There's no persistent core. So like a snowball might have a rock in the middle of it, but in this case, there's no rock in the middle. It really is just bits of snow. Or in the suttas, we see the metaphor of the banana tree, where if you keep peeling away leaves from a banana tree, eventually there's just nothing left because there's no core in the middle of a banana tree. Or in the West, we sometimes use an onion. If you keep peeling away layers of the onion, eventually there's just nothing there because an onion doesn't have a pit in the middle of it. So it's the same. When we talk about a sentient being, we're just talking about a ball of accumulated karma, a ball of accumulated bits of karma. And if you peel away all those individual components, those individual pieces, you don't actually find any persistent ongoing core at the middle of it. So this would be what we would call an atta, a self, and you just can't find one. When you peel away all the individual temporary components, you don't find any me. You don't find any true self at the center of it. So the Buddha remembered past lives in just the same way that you can remember what happened yesterday. So a memory is actually just one of the components of the present ball of karma. So this ball of physical and mental components that we mistakenly call me, myself. One of those bits is memory. So there's a memory of what the snowball looked like a few minutes ago. There's a memory of what it looked like yesterday. There's a memory of what it looked like last life and the lives before that. Okay, so Dolphin says, following on from the snowball analogy, if each individual is a collection of karma, then who is the one making skillful or unskillful choices? So the problem here is the way the question is being asked. So if you ask, who is the one making skillful, unskillful choices, that already implies the existence of an ongoing being. So rather it's that choices are one of the components of the snowball. So choices are volition, so which in Pali we would probably use the word chaitana here. Chaitana for volition or intention. And then for choice, I think karma is actually, karma functionally means a choice. Confusingly, some translators like to translate the word sankhara as choice, but that's not a very good choice, to be honest. It's not what the word means. But chaitana meaning choice or karma meaning choice, that is more relevant. So these are components of the snowball. Choices are part of the snowball. And so it's not really relevant to ask who was making choices, but rather to recognize that choices are being made. And so steering those choices towards the recognition that there is no me at the middle of all of this. It always was just a ball of components, a ball of karmic bits and pieces. So asking who is making choices is not actually a useful question. First of all, it's starting from a wrong premise, but it's also just not useful. The right question is rather, what choices lead towards awakening? Rather than asking who is the one making choices, instead we should ask, what choices lead towards awakening? So one of the interesting things about the Buddha is that the Buddha did not answer all questions. So rather, the Buddha had 4 ways of responding to questions. One way was to respond with a simple yes or no answer. Another way was to respond with a counter question. Another way was to respond with a detailed analysis of the question. And another was to not respond to a question at all. So if the Buddha believed that a question was not relevant or not useful, or that answering the question would cause more harm, or if he thought the question itself was phrased in a way that was not relevant to the Buddha Dhamma, or if he thought that, again, a question was pointing in the wrong direction, or that it was a waste of time, then he just wouldn't answer. He would just say that's a question to be set aside. So there's probably the most directly relevant case here comes from the Molyapaguna Sutta, where which is Samyutta Nikaya, chapter 12, sutta number 17 or 18, if I remember correctly. I don't remember exactly. Sutta number 17 or 18. So Samyutta Nikaya 12.17 or so, Molyapaguna Sutta, where someone was asking the Buddha, so who is it that feels? And the Buddha says, that's not a valid question. We do not say who feels. Rather, we say, under what conditions does feeling come to be? And there's a series of questions which go along this, where the person is saying, well, who this and who that and who this and who that. And in each case, the Buddha replies quite simply, that's not a valid question. We do not say who does this or who does that. Instead, we say, under what conditions does that come to be? Under what conditions does that cease? So that's actually the relevant question. Rather than asking who is making choices, instead the proper question is, what are wholesome choices? What are unwholesome choices? What choices lead towards awakening? What choices lead away from awakening? That's the important question to ask. And we're starting to get close to the end of the Q&A session, but we still have a few minutes left if there's any other questions. Please feel free at this time to go ahead and put in some more questions. And I'm just going to briefly see if I can pull up the discourse that I just mentioned, the Molyapaguna Sutta. Pretty sure that's around 12.17 or 12.18. 12.12. Okay. So Molyapaguna Sutta. Yeah, so again, the person asks the Buddha, who feeds unconsciousness? And the Buddha replies, that's not a valid question. He says, I do not say that there is someone who feeds. If I said there was someone who feeds, then you could ask, who is it that feeds, and so on. But again, the Buddha says, I do not say that. Instead, I say, and then he goes on to talk about causality, as I mentioned before. Okay, so I see here there's a question. It says, what are your reflections from the convention so far, Bhante? Any highlights for you? I mean, it's still early, so we're still partway through the first day. So we're less than halfway through the convention. So I think it's a bit early to talk about reflections. I would say that one thing which for me is always really noticeable is when we're together in community, there's a sense of mutual support and mutual aid, of always looking out for each other and helping each other whenever we can. So actually one really beautiful thing, it was raining quite heavily here earlier. And someone was like one of the monks was giving a talk, and the rest of us were sitting and watching, and then one of the lay people got up to go to the bathroom. And they were stepping out into the rain to go to the bathroom, and one of the other lay people just immediately moved up with an umbrella to hold an umbrella over the other lay person as they went towards the bathroom. And that was a really beautiful moment for me, because it really emphasized like what we're doing here. It's not just words. Like we talk a lot. We use a lot of words during Dhamma programs like this. We talk a lot about kindness and benevolence and generosity and peacefulness and what we can do to make the world a better place and all of that. But this was a very clear, tangible example of that. So this person needed to go to the restroom, needed to walk through the rain, and somebody else just of their own inspiration stepped up with an umbrella to hold over the other person's head. So for me, that was really remarkable. Otherwise, I personally just really appreciate listening to all the different monastics and their perspectives and views on different practices. There are different ways of approaching these topics of peace, inner peace, outer peace, of how to cultivate our wholesome qualities in a way that makes both our own inner world better, but also benefits the world around us. Okay, we still have a couple minutes. If there's anything else, we can talk a bit more. Okay, well, it looks like we're starting to wrap up. There's no more questions appearing. So thank you all for your attention during this session. And so this time we'll have a short pause. And in just a few minutes, we'll have another session starting. So please don't run away just yet. Please stay tuned, and in just a few minutes, we'll be starting the next Dhamma talks. So we can conclude at this point with 3 sadhus. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, many blessings.
Thank you, friends online. Welcome back. Just letting you know we are wrapping up the breakout sessions and we will resume very soon. Thank you for waiting.
waiting for the MC. No, I mean, I don't really know how it goes with.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you had a wonderful breakout session. That was fantastic. Walking around, seeing everyone in the different breakout sessions. Such wonderful energy over here and great discussions as well. And so we are going to start our next session real soon. So we invite everyone who is participating in person to please make your way to the main tent so that we can start shortly. And for those who are joining us online, thank you for your patience as you wait for us, and we will be starting very soon. Thank you very much.
Yep. Back, everyone. Hope everyone enjoyed your breakout group, your breakout session. I know I did. Oh my God. Very dignified. Okay, so we will finish up our day today. We will be having a panel titled Serenity Amidst Strife. And we'll be discussing how we can practice the Dhamma to maintain calmness and clarity amidst strife and tumult. And we all have our own fair share of ups and downs. So I think this will be a lovely way to round out our day, figure out how we should best cultivate equanimity, maybe some compassion. Just maybe. And we will be joined by Venerable Nanda, Venerable Revata, and Reverend Doyon Park. So Bhante Revata, who is a fully ordained monastic in the Theravada tradition of Sri Lanka. He belongs to the Mahamivnawa lineage of the Venerable Kiribati Ganananda Thera and resides at Mahamivnawa Meditation Monastery in New Jersey, where he offers Buddhist teachings and retreats in both Sinhala and English. And Reverend Doyon Park is a fully ordained Kyomunin in the Won Buddhist tradition, who has led the Manhattan Won Buddhist Temple and represented Won Buddhism at the United Nations since 2008. An influential leader in the metropolitan spiritual and interfaith community, she serves as the Buddhist religious life advisor at both Columbia University and New York University. Her collaborative work centers on interfaith dialogue, social justice, and cultivating diverse communities rooted in compassion, dignity, and mindfulness. And our moderator for tonight is Tina, the lovely president of Metta Centre, visiting us all the way from Australia. So, and she is one of the reasons we're able to all be here today and the lovely Saturday together. So please, let's have a welcome for all the monastics coming up.
Thank you so much. Should be like right here. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Good.
So I've been told with the mics, when they're on, they have to be like right in front of your mouth. A little bit closer. Is that good for everyone? Yep, great. Okay. So, Venerables, thank you so much for joining me in this last panel for today. Today has been an excellent day with lots and lots of Dhamma, and we've been talking a lot of peace and various topics in between as well. And the topic that we have for this session is called Serenity Amidst Strife. Now, that sounds really good. And I don't think anyone will dispute about how important it is to have serenity amidst strife. But the million-dollar question that I would like to ask you all is how? How do we practice this? How do we achieve this? And I know reading your bios and hearing about you that you've done so much in the community and beyond. And I would love to hear how it is that within your life, within your communities, you have been able to bring serenity amidst strife. And I don't mind who starts. Otherwise, I'll call out names. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for inviting us to this wonderful Metta Convention. I'm so happy to see all the monastics from so many different traditions came together. And also, I would like to ask permission from all the senior monks. So today, we are going to discuss about a very important topic. So to start our discussion, I would like to bring a memory to one of the suttas in Pali Canon. And in that, there's a sutta called Kosambya Sutta. We all of monastics know about that. And in that Kosambya Sutta, it says there was a conflict between monks while Buddha was dwelling in that monastery. And it arose because of a very small thing. A very small thing you might take, it's very funny. So during that time, then Buddha tried to solve that conflict, but even Buddha couldn't do that. And then on that occasion, Buddha gave a wonderful sutta. We call it Kosambya Sutta. And in that sutta, has taught us so many things, actually mainly 6 things that we can practice to avoid such conflicts in our life. So gradually we can talk about those things and some other things, how we can apply those teachings to our life to protect our serenity during conflict, disagreement with the people who live with us.
What are those 6 things? Don't leave us on a cliffhanger, Venerable.
Okay. So so first Buddha said, when you because at that time they had a conflict and they were attacking each other with harsh words, and then Buddha asked, when you do that, do you practice physical acts of loving kindness, verbal acts of loving kindness, and mental acts of loving kindness toward your noble companions. And even though they were in a conflict, they said no way. And then Buddha said there are 6 things that you should practice to live in harmony with each other. The first thing is practicing physical acts of love, kindness toward your noble companions when they are in front of you or when they are not around you. And also Buddha says it helps you to live in harmony with each other without any disputes, but with love and compassion to each other. And also Buddha says you should practice, and also Buddha says if you practice those physical acts of loving kindness toward each other, then you should have a happy mind about what you do. And the second one is the verbal acts of loving kindness, and the third one is mental acts of loving kindness. And the next one is practicing same virtue, like keep our precepts. And fifth one is sharing what you have with your noble companions. And the sixth one, this is the most important thing, having a view or having an attitude that helps you to put an end to all sufferings and purify your mind. So that is the most important thing. And because it means like we need to have some view of this life that helps us to let go of all the negativity in our mind. For an example, suppose someone thinks everything is subject to change in this world. So that view, that attitude helps someone to purify, to let go of their negativity in their mind. Or someone thinks, oh, we all have to die today, die one day. So that view about the life helps someone to let go of all the negativity, because they think, okay, there's no point of having disagreement, conflicts with others. So then, or someone reflect on 4 noble truths, or someone think about, or we are in a long journey of samsara, and this is not my first life, so I am the heir of my karma. So such views about the life or such attitudes help someone to let go of their negativity. When someone doesn't have any negative thoughts, they will never ever engage in any conflicts in this world.
Thank you so much, Venerable. And thank you for drawing on the suttas and with the Buddha's words and advice as to the 6 ways in which we can build harmony and also have that serenity and misstrife. So thank you, Venerable, for that excellent answer. Reverend, can we go to you? Because as I understand it, you've spoken at the UN, you've a lot of work in the universities as well as a Buddhist advisor. You've done a lot with your life as well. So would love to hear from you as to your projects, what you've done, and your take on how we can practice serenity and misstrife.
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's a nice time to be with all of you, to connect here. And I would go more in a practical sense. Often I think that your serenity or the peace and happiness, the joy that we all want, those things in our life. Often, when I first joined my community, often my teacher says something like, you know, in this world, a lot of people want peace, people want happiness, people want, all these great things in our life. But then actually people do a lot of things that creates the opposite of what they want. I often say, even though we say, yeah, I want liberation, I want freedom, I want peace and happiness. But then when I really look at my day-to-day life, the choices that I make in my day-to-day life is that I do things that creates more sufferings, more distractions, more crazy dramas in my life. And I'm like, I want this, but I do this.
somehow there is misconnection there. And I think a lot of us, we do know a lot of teachings. Probably, especially all of you joining here, maybe online, you've been listening to a lot of Dharma teachings. I often think that it's really what I'm actually doing in my day-to-day life. So we call the practice discipline, right? And then the one thing that I personally see from myself is that I was a huge fan of multitasking when I was a little younger, right? So because efficiency was the best thing for me. Because we have all limited time and energy, I always wanted to do more. That's more, efficient way of creating and living my life. But then fortunately, I feel very grateful that with this Dharma teaching, with this practice, I realized that maybe that's not really quite the right connection with the multitasking, looking for the peaceful mind. So now I'm doing intentionally more of the monotasking, one thing at a time. I mean, I knew that like one breath at a time. From maybe I joined this practice, maybe let's say 3 decades ago. That was the thing. Always teachers said, just in your body, on your breath, that's what you want to be. That's your practice. But then I think my ego was a little too big for a long time. Even though I know that sounds great, but at the same time, still I want to do more. So I was really going for the multitasking mentality, always doing more and craving more. But through my own experience, when I let go of this idea of the multitasking, when I intentionally started one thing at a time, I think that was kind of big transition for my personal life, that my practice, that I saw the moment of this is it. So now I'm kind of, especially meeting with the younger people, I talk a lot about this monotasking things. A lot of times they're not really getting it right now. And I do understand, but I think it's for us to create a space that we kind of value things that may sound not like what most people outside value here, right? But I think for us, our kind of my own responsibility is just creating the space to talk about all this Dharma and kind of giving the seed into the people's heart and mind, and also seed in my own mind as well, and watering the seed for this Dharma and the practice. So for me, I would say, yeah, I try to do one thing at a time so that I can cultivate more focused on non-divided mind.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Reverend, for sharing. Very, very practical, as you said earlier. And also something that's so needed in this fast-paced, competitive world where things are just going at 100,000 miles an hour. So thank you. Venerable Nanda, now we've heard in some ways how we can do it in terms of relationships. We can also hear about how we practice it within ourselves. My understanding is you've done a lot of global work. You've done work in Sri Lanka to have initiatives there with your charity. I would love to hear in terms of strife in the world globally and or in different countries, how it is that we can bring serenity to that.
Thank you. Venerable Mahasangha, Dhamma friends. You all know about the story of Angulimala. When he was in the jungle, in the forest, in the wood, he caught human beings and fight with them and kill them and collecting fingers. He was struggling. So he was the conflict for the society. So there was no serenity or peace. Everybody was afraid of him. So finally, he was under the Buddha, under the guidance of the Buddha, and ordained and practiced. And so he became a monk and going Pindapata, arms round. Then that time, sometimes at the beginning, people were stoned him, throwing stones towards him. But that time, you know, the conflicts in society, but he had serenity and peace. So at the beginning, he was the conflict, but at the end, the society, the people was the conflict. He was in peace. So that is why Panya Naranang Ratanam, Buddha mentioned, the most important or valuable gem for human beings is wisdom. So we cannot stop the quarrels, problems, conflicts, wars, fighting. We cannot stop. By the time of human life started in this earth, those things are going on. We don't want to worry or stress out all those things. Oh, that happening, this happening. That is this happen. Things happen. Wise. We have to understand how we make our serenity, our peace, ourselves. We cannot make it outside world. Start within ourselves. So I think the mindfulness is the main. Start ourselves. You know, if we are here, 100 people here, if we do ourselves, be mindful and practice, as well as mindfully we should think not to ourselves, not to conflict for others. Then we build up peace and serenity within. Then it is spread. Our associates, family members, and to society. So in this way, globally, we can spread this. And word to word, you know, normally the nature of human mind is when we talk about someone, a group, maybe a political leader, maybe a social worker or somebody else. Most of the time, people talk the negativity. There are so many good things people doing, but rarely talk about them. Rarely discuss about those good things. You know, always go down as like a river flows down. So that is the ordinary mindset. So therefore, in that way, we are conflicts for ourselves. We have to understand that and remove it from using the wisdom. That is the wisdom is the tool for that. And mindfulness, as well as Venerable Revata mentioned, think about the impermanent nature. If there is a war, if there is a conflict, it doesn't remain forever. It must be changed. It's changing. The change in nature, anicca, is the wonderful thing. You know, sometimes people are afraid of change in nature. If there is no change in nature, it's dangerous for this world. You know, for example, if someone is sick, if a person is sick, maybe from childhood, by birth sometimes, is sick. If there is no change in nature, he has to live forever as a sick person. Yes. So he can get medication, see the doctor, and get medication and good food and stuff. He can become a healthy person. That is the beauty of change in nature, impermanent nature. All the conditions, things are subject to change. It's beautiful. So then that change in nature, we are not ready to accept it. Therefore, yada niccang tan dukkhang, if there is something change, we suffer. This dukkha is there, pain. We don't like to get sick ourselves because I have healthy body, healthy life. I got sick. I don't like it, pain. So why? We have the ego, I, my, mine, myself, my life, my body, sakkaya ditthi is there. So then, yan dukkang tadanatta, that no self or no permanent self or selflessness. If we understand that reality, no worry about whatever the conflicts outside world.
Because the conflict ends here.
Yes.
And actually, Metta Centre's motto, if I could do a plug, is with inner peace comes world peace. And I think that's what Venerable you were saying.
Right.
Yes. And all of those advices are really, really important in terms of how we can create this. But inevitably, we're going to hit some wall. There's going to be challenges. So can you speak to some challenges that you may have experienced or you've seen other people experience, things that we need to know that this may come up when we are practicing serenity amidst strife, and ways to overcome those challenges? So as an example, Venerable, earlier you were talking about the Kasambi Sutta. There's a part 2 to that sutta, isn't there, in terms of what happens in the Sangha and how the Buddha was able to overcome that. Could you share about either that or any challenges and how to overcome that?
Yeah, so challenges is part of our life.
Mm-hmm.
If there are no any challenges, I don't know, we can think about it, any life like that. Okay. So challenges in our life, that's why we practice teachings of the Buddha. And so every challenge, the thing is, there are 2 ways that we face to those challenges in our life. One is we feel, or this is those challenges going to last forever, and this will break my life. And then we focus on the negativity of those challenges. And then actually challenges doesn't break our life, but the way we look at those challenges break our life. And but there's another way to look at it. We take all the challenges as blessings in our life, something that helps us to mature our life. So again, challenges doesn't help us to mature our life, but the way we look at the challenges helps us to mature our mind. The way the positive mindset helps us to mature our mind. So then it helps us because that positive mindset helps us to use those challenges in our life to grow ourselves. And then finally, one day, when someone attains the full enlightenment, then there won't be any challenges in this world, because the biggest challenge that we have in this world is overcome suffering. So Buddhism addressed that. So in that Kosambi Sutta, there is another part in that same sutta. When someone practices those 6 things in their lives, then it opens 7 doors in their life. So those 7 doors helps them to develop their life to attain the first stage of the enlightenment and to the full enlightenment. So here's the thing. It's good that that conflict happened at that time. Otherwise, Buddha would never ever gave that sutta. Okay? So since there was a conflict that at that time, fortunately, Buddha was alive at that time, so Buddha addressed it in a way that what we need such things and grow ourselves in this path toward the full enlightenment.
Thank you, Venerable. very important to see challenges as fertilizer for our growth and the development of wisdom, and not be afraid of challenges as they arise. So thank you, Venerable, for that perspective. And Reverend, on that question about challenges.
Yeah, I'm gonna just follow up with the Venerable. The challenge is inevitable. As we say, dukkha is inevitable. Once we are born with this body, so the challenge or difficulties, hardships, and dukkha, all the stress and sufferings, it's a package. So first, let's go, let's place. So my friend, and then I remember this lady was saying something. Spirituality is pretty good. I'm like, yeah. Like, but there is one right now. If you pay more, I can work on it. That's what she's. And I was like, I didn't even think, but what I said at the moment, I said something like, "Oh, yeah, I do have something in my life right now. But you know what? No, thank you, but no." Saying that, I was like, get rid of this difficulties. I know something else is gonna come, so I'm not gonna pay this something. Yeah, because knowing that if this goes away, there's something else really gonna come, maybe worse, more or less. But when I was walking on the street after that conversation, I was surprised at myself. I'm like, whoa, that's right. Not that I don't want to get rid of my challenges, but I'm like, yes, I think this is what I can work with. I mean, I'm not expecting my life to be perfect without any challenges, only with having beautiful, wonderful people around me, only, things always going well. No, that's not really the reality. So I think that was a moment I was like, oh, yeah, the understanding, accepting this inevitable nature of dukkha, I'm comfortable. Not that I'm not welcoming, but I say I'm okay with not being okay, because I can still, with that certain level of calm mind, the still mind, I can work on it. That's one thing. And then the other thing that helped me a lot to in this practice is that, yes, we see impermanence, things change in life, but then those changes are not random. So that's what teacher often talk a lot about, this causality, cause and effect, and karma. I think for me, again, there was a time that I got more reflection on this causality, because I was struggling a lot whenever I see injustice out there, whenever I see certain my kind of people around me doing some evil, wrong things, but still seems like having a good life. Where is the karma? Where is all these things? I was so kind of frustrated. But then, I guess gradually, I'm like, I understand that, it's not always me giving what this person has to receive. So when I was able to somehow relax about this direct cause and effect thing, that I trust this universe, that I trust this whole universal causality, I do my part. First, taking myself, with a still calm mind, I do my part, and then it works in a way it should be. So resting my mind, I say, people say faith in the resting my mind in this causality. That helps me a lot to go easy, more relaxed life here. So for me, again, maybe settling our mind. The mindfulness practice, meditation practice helps us to slow down our mind. And then with that place, with more of the wisdom aspect, that we have better understanding of this causality, better understanding of impermanence, better understanding of the nature of dukkha. I think that helps me a lot. Right now, again, still, it helps me a lot to live day-to-day life with more peaceful mind. So I guess it all comes down with this faith part, faith in the Dharma, but actually the practice itself as well. So yeah.
Yeah, beautiful answer. Thank you so much, Reverend. And it reminds me of what Venerable Sudama was saying earlier today about having, like what you were saying, that resilience and being okay with whatever comes, even if it's these challenges. Another issue that may come up, another strike that may come up in the future. By the way, that's psychic. That's pretty good marketing. Venerable Nanda, we've heard about some challenges that may come up. So for those who practice these, we can translate that to equanimity, upekkha. We do our best. And sometimes we find some of the difficulties that may arise in that.
Well, time to time, many things. Once, because of misunderstanding of society, kind of problems, challenges to the monastery. When Nanda reached upon the Buddha and explained, we cannot live. Let us move to a different society. Well, if the same similar thing happened there, what would you say? So go to another one? No, that is not work. Maintain silence. Let's see after 7 days. Buddha practice serenity. Don't worry. This is society. We live in a society. Challenges come. Let time passes. Let's see after 7 days. The patient, and also we can when we have something, we can think this is a kind of great challenge, big challenge. This is good for me to practice patience, one of the 10 paramis, patience, Shanti parami. So practice parami, practice love, and practice, check myself. Who am I? So am I suitable? Am I able to face situations like this? Something you can check yourself. Be patient, practice love, universal love, stay mindfully.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All the advice has been excellent so far. We've got a little bit of time left, so I really want to open it up to the audience for any questions that the audience may have. This is very practical. It's something that we all want to practice. And so if there's any questions from the crowd, just put up your hand and then we'll have a mic that will come to you. And also any questions online, we can also answer those questions as well. Venerables, I think, oh, we have one here. I was just going to say, I think the talk's so clear. There hasn't needed to be any follow-up questions, but we have one.
Thank you, Venerables. Would you kindly elaborate on your analogy of the water flow with regards to, sorry. Would you kindly expand on your analogy about the water flow as an example of impermanence, or is it kind of when you reference selflessness, are you saying be away, like not be immersed in the tidal wave and kind of like be the person who's watching that flow from ashore? Is that, I mean, could you elaborate in terms of your example?
Asking me?
Yeah. I think it
Okay.
came from Venerable Nanda
Okay.
under your answers.
You know, challenge, facing to a challenge mean we are afraid of something, what we face. Afraid mean we have ego inside. I'm blamed. You know, I had this problem. So myself. Oh, how I go to the society, how I face to my relatives, my friends. Oh, I'm damn, I go down, something like that. You know, mentally get down because of the selfness, I mind myself. This is myself. I'm the one. But what happened? The person think, oh, I'm the one. I do everything. I'm good. You know, that pride, the conceit within. So then the challenge came. Challenge hit it. Then frustration, stressfulness. Then so that is why I think, who is I? Who is that challenge? Who is that person faced to that challenge? So-called I. Where is he? In this hair, skin, the blood, the flesh, or skeleton? Where is that I? Then otherwise, in another way, the so-called I think I, I, my body, myself, the Sakkaya Ditthi I have. What does this body mean? The I inside Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu, the four elements. Where is that I? So then who faced that challenge? There is no person, so-called entity as we think as. But we have that concept so deeply inside. Birth by birth, death and birth and death, in this sansaric journey, myself, my own. So if you go to the reality, there is no like that. But conventionally, yes, everybody says I came my car, I came with my friend. Yes, conventional truth, that is correct. We have that. But when we go to absolute truth, there is no persons as we think the so-called I. There is no person. So then, okay, let them to blame. Let it happen. May they be well. They are blaming me. They are accusing me because of their ignorance and peaceful. May they able to may they wise enough to understand the reality. May they be well, happy and peaceful. The person who accused me is subject to change, unsatisfactory, and no permanent self. The person who subject to, who hit in I, me, not mine, not myself. This body and myself subject to change, anicca, dukkha, and Dhamma, you are fine. Otherwise, those who cannot we can see people commit suicide. Challenges. Then they start to drinking, become alcoholics, or commit suicide. Therefore, this particular Dhamma is universal. Those who understand this reality, not afraid of any challenges, can face. Everybody is like the water. Everybody, most of the time, most of people, the society is like that. This is like upstream in the river. So when you see this is the wisdom, light the wisdom. Atta Deepa Bhikkhave Viharata Atta Sarana Ananya Sarana. Be light to yourself. Be an island yourself. Peace is there.
Sadhu, sadhu. And Venerable, when there isn't that attachment to the sense of self, then we don't get swept away by the water, and like what your analogy was earlier.
Say again.
When there isn't that attachment to the sense of self, there isn't being swept away with the water. You can stand on the bank. I think that was what the question was. To just stand on the bank.
That's right.
And
yeah.
things just come and go as they will.
Yeah. When you think in this particular way, wiseful understanding through Dhamma, you can wash, you can keep out this particular concept of I.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Thank you.
I think we have a question here.
Thank you, Venerable Sirs and friends. My question is a clarifying question on the Kosambia teaching. So do I understand correctly the Buddha's teaching when he says, so if quarrels or conflicts arise, we're entering, we're arguing. So maintaining kind words and if do you so this can happen if words. Is it right? How do we practice?
Have to do serenity or let go of the negativity. That the sixth point have a we do we speak kindly else, we have to forget about ourselves. So we have to keep ourselves aside, and we need to be kind to other person. So, but when, as long as we have the view of self, we always focus on us. So, but when we try to develop that view that helps us to let go of our negativity, then gradually it helps us to let go of the view of self. Then naturally we can have those kind thoughts in our mind. Then before we think, as long as we only think about ourselves, it generates all the negativity, anger, greed, jealousy, rivalry, you name it, all the negative thoughts that arise in our mind because of this view of self. But when we let go of the view of self, then naturally we can have kind thoughts in our mind. So then it helps us to practice those physical acts of loving kindness easily. Then it helps us to live in harmony with others. Then it helps us to let go of any conflicts that we have with our colleagues, with our family. Then again, it helps us to keep our serenity.
Thank you, Venerable. Thank you. Yes, it's so important to have that restraint. So restraining from thinking, speaking, and doing what is unskillful, and then also cultivating what is skillful in our thoughts, in our speech, in our actions. Thank you, Venerable. Okay, so do we have any other questions before we close this session? Okay, great. Oh, we have one last one. Two last one. I just want to do a shout out to our mic runner here today. He's been absolutely fantastic. So good. Yes.
Hello, Bante. So how do we really see things as just they are, and like not to judge it or say something that is bad or good, or create any kind of thought about our experiences? And so this is something that I practice, but it's kind of hard to do that at the same time. Do you have any methods to how to like practice that daily without judging experiences?
Reverend?
I think we all echo that challenges. We want to see things as they are, but it's not quite that easy. But I guess that when we talk about all the serenity, just clearing our mind, that comes first. But also I want to point out that when we say no judgment, I think first, of course, for me, I guess, first I try to kind of settle my mind and then see things clearly, which means whenever I notice in my mind any distractions, probably I'm using that like the color of distraction to see things. So probably that's not really the right time. But then whenever I see things for what they are, next step is, I think I would say, discernment, which means, here we in our Dharma teaching, many of you know, we talk about the ultimate truth and then relative conventional truth. And then we're not choosing one or the other. We need to see both, and we need to live with these two perspectives. So to see things as they are is more of bringing my mind clear from the ultimate truth with no discrimination that I see, and just kind of be aware, kind of pure awareness out there. But then also there is a conventional sense of that I need to carry my day-to-day duties and responsibilities, that I need to discern what's wholesome versus not. all these things. So I think we need those two perspectives. But then maybe I'm not so sure. I'm not really answering to your question. Keeping our mind serene and clear and still, that has to always come first, to see things for what they are.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Great answer. And on that note, keeping all our minds serene and clear, I would like to end today's panel session because of time constraints. Now, if you have more questions, or if any questions arise from now until tomorrow, please come back tomorrow. We've got more sessions coming up, more Q&A for tomorrow as well. So let's not ask all our good questions today. So I just want to now thank all of the speakers and all of the panelists here. Thank you so much, Venerables. Thank you, Reverend. And back to the MC. Thank you. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Wow. Another round of applause for this panel and also the entire day to all of our wonderful, wonderful monastics and moderators that helped out and gave us such lovely, beautiful, fruitful teachings. We will now invite Venerable Nanda to close the first day of our convention and lead us in the dedication of merits.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Homage to the Blessed One, the Worthy One, the fully enlightened Buddha. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Sunatha dhareta charata dhamme. So, listen well, absorb it well, practice it well. So, that is the advice from Buddhas and noble ones. So, in this great assembly today, since this morning, we had a wonderful time. Dhamma talks, Dhamma discussions, meditation, open in wisdom. This type of gatherings are rare. This is a rare opportunity. So it is time for us to gratitude and thankful and share merits with those who organize this wonderful event, this great gathering. So Venerable Sudaso here, it's a great leadership. Under his great leadership, everybody gather here. I'm very happy. So pleased to see this. And also, venerable monks and nuns from different directions who came here and dedicated your time and shared your wisdom with us. And also those who came from Australia all over. You are so great, actually. You should be here. I told earlier, you have to move to New York. You know, you need for these temples and monasteries. So beautiful wisdom, beautifully managed, and this is great. That is what I can say. And our friends, Dhamma friends who gathered here. and who offered dana, organized dana, lunch dana, respectfully, mindfully. And everyone, and behind the screen, there are so many people worked, helped, supported. Thank you very much, and may all the blessings be with you. And Kalena Dhamma Sakaccha Etang Mangala Muttamang. In the Blessing Discourse, Mahamangala Sutta, out of 38 factors the Buddha mentioned, it is a blessing when you discuss Dhamma when time being. That is what we do. So this is itself a blessing for us. Associate you, listen to you, discuss with you, it's a blessing. Kalyana Mitta, good-hearted friends, associate with good-hearted friends is a fantastic thing. So we do have all blessings now. So we have to share merits with everyone. So by doing all these Dhamma activities, we accumulated, we earned merit, wholesomeness, punya. By the power of Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha, as well as we practiced, we accumulated this great merit. Let's share with divine beings, devatas, and celestial beings, and other spirits. May they rejoice in these merits and attain ultimate bliss of Nibbana before that. May all devas be well, happy, and peaceful. May all the deities be well, happy, and successful. May they rejoice and may they protect this wonderful place and this wonderful Dhamma friends. Akasattha ca bummattha deva naga mahiddhika punyantang anumoditva cirang rakkantu sasanang. Akasattha ca bummattha deva naga mahiddhika punyantang anumoditva cirang rakkantu loka sasanang. Akasattha ca bummattha deva naga mahiddhika punyantang anumoditva cirang rakkantu loka sasanang. At the same time, there are many friends and people departed from us. In 1933, right? I think this building built. So from that time, those who owned this property and the building, wherever they may be, rejoice in these merits and attain ultimate peace and Nibbana. Because of their artwork, their energy, today we do have wonderful monastery here. So that is because of them. So therefore, as a gratitude and gratification, we remind them. We never seen them, we never heard them, but they are strong people. So they built this building, this country. So all those heroes, wherever they may be right now, rejoice in these merits and attain ultimate bliss of Nibbana. At the same time, our late parents, our grandparents, great-grandparents, ancestors, whoever, expect in merits and rejoice in these merits and attain ultimate bliss of Nibbana. Let's share merits with them. Idamme nyati nang hotu sukhita hontu nyatayo. Idamme nyati nang hotu sukhita hontu nyatayo. Idamme nyati nang hotu sukhita huntu nyatayo. By the power of Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha, with the help of all these great meritorious activities, may these wonderful monks and nuns and all gathered here be well, happy and peaceful. May you be free from anger. May you be free from suffering. May all of your good wishes be fulfilled. May you able to attain, may you able to learn and observe this spirituality as soon as possible. May you all and may we all attain ultimate bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Nanda. Thank you. That was an excellent way to close the first day of the Metta Convention. Thank you, Venerable. And thank you for your acknowledgement. If I ever want a green card to America, I'll be sending your speech to them to support that application. So thank you. Well, what a wonderful day, huh? And that was just day one. Day two coming up tomorrow. Woo! Yes. And even though it's the end of the first day of the Metta Convention, the night is still young and we have more of a program. So if you wish to stay behind, even though the Metta Convention officially ends today for the first day, we do have Empty Clouds program with Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi, and that will commence at 6 o'clock. So that's in about 15 minutes. Well, more or so, maybe half an hour, okay? We're going a little lax now. So we will start about 6:15. And for those who wish to join that program, it's going to be in the main hall. And the link, we will, if it's not the same link, then we will share it online. So for those who are online and you wish to stay for that, and I highly recommend it, then we will post that link online. So for those who are here in person, as I said, please make your way, have a bit of a rest, and then see you in the main hall. But otherwise, please come back tomorrow, bring your friends. I've told that the weather tomorrow is going to be really, really lovely. So it's going to be fantastic. And it's a good way to spend the day here so that you're not at the World Cup finals, okay? It's a very wholesome way to stay. So thank you so much to all of the venerables, all of the monastic sangha, all of the speakers, all the volunteers who've done incredible amounts of effort for months and months. And to all of the attendees, thank you for your participation. We did all of this for the Dhamma and for you. Thank you and have a good night. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. I'm told it's the same link. So for those who are joining online, just stay online, have a bit of a break, and see you at 6:15 in about half an hour.
Mic test 1 2. Mic test 1 2.
Or, yeah, we'll do it as a meditation practice. Is this an amplification for the voice?
Yes.
Something like over here.
Bend over.
Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Is that actually working?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Okay, Namo Tassa, just one time salutation to the people. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Homage to the Blessed One, the Worthy One, the Fully Enlightened One. Okay, so what I thought we would do this evening is have a meditation session, and then after that we could have questions and answers, maybe not necessarily to get a talk. I have to get a talk tomorrow morning. And lazy, old, weak, lazy. So what we will do, there's been a lot of emphasis at the Metta Convention on metta, metta, metta. And sometimes people mention, I think, Edible Robin Corton mentioned karuna, compassion. So it seems like she doesn't know Sanskrit words, only Australian words. She's not here? Okay.
You're fine.
They don't say sadhu in Australia?
They do.
They seem not to know the word.
Different tradition.
That's
Different tradition. I think they say lekshi in Tibetan tradition.
She said there's no equivalent. We asked her. No equivalent in Tibetan.
Lekshi.
She said thank you.
Okay. Okay. Anyway.
even Chinese, they have what? Genzai.
Yes.
Okay, so metta, karuna, there's a sort of four cousin among the four Brahma Viharas, and that is mudita. So mudita is what we translate as People have different translations. I translate it now as altruistic joy. Earlier translators use sympathetic joy. Any others? Yeah, appreciative joy. That's good. Yeah, a joy with others. And I found two ways to practice this, two modes of developing it. So one is simply rejoicing in the happiness and good fortune of others, even with regard to the simplest, most ordinary, most mundane types of joy or happiness, as long as it's wholesome. In any kind of wholesome joy or happiness of others. And then the other mode is sort of closer to a kind of punyano modana, rejoicing in the merits and virtues of others. I think this is sort of like this Chinese gongde sui shi, right? Sui shi gongde, okay. 对不起，我是美国人，很有趣的美国人。Very foolish, stupid American.
Oh, very wise.
Okay, so with the method of what I call punyano modana or sui-shi gongde, what we're doing is rejoicing in the excellent qualities of others, or in the virtues and good qualities of others. And that is the mode that we'll be practicing this evening. And I'll do this sort of as a guided meditation. And so, do you think your kitties are capable of it? I let them try, of course. I don't want to discourage, but okay, this involves some degree of sort of imaginative construction, imaginative projection. And so we have to use our imagination. And so what I'm going to do is to suggest the scenes and the figures, and then pause for a little while. And then in that pause, you'll be trying to generate that sympathetic joy, appreciative joy, altruistic joy in the merits and virtues of the excellent qualities of the people that I'll be mentioning in the particular situations in which these scenes occur. So let's sort of settle into your familiar continual sitting meditation position. And it could be a little relaxed. You don't have to do very rigorous posture like you do with Anapanasati. Okay, so you keep the torso, keep it straight and upright, not stiff or rigid. Well, set the timer, so you can do this for about half an hour. And you can put the hands on the lap, one hand over the other with the thumbs lightly touching. Or if you prefer, you could have your hands on the knees or the thighs. Mouth closed. Eyes lightly closed. Head pulled back a bit, and then the chin tucked in, slight angle. And then first do just a few rounds, minute or two of mindfulness of breathing, just to settle the mind and let the mind quiet down. Okay, so we're going to be developing this meditation of mudita or altruistic joy, working from the highest levels down to the more ordinary levels. And so we begin with the Buddha, and the way I like to begin this is by taking the Buddha sitting under the Bodhi tree right after he has attained the supreme or the unsurpassed complete enlightenment. So this can be that period where he is sitting under the Bodhi tree. All of the clouds of ignorance and delusion have been dispersed. And he's now basking in that bliss of liberation, the vimutti sukha. And this is not Buddha-nusati. We're not recollecting the Buddha in the way in which we practice Buddha-nusati, where the aim is to generate faith, devotion, veneration towards the Buddha. But now what we are doing is rejoicing in the Buddha's accomplishment. That he's now completely eradicated the entire network of defilements and ignorance. Removed all the obstructions to knowledge. And he's sitting cross-legged, experiencing that bliss of liberation, vimutti sukha. And so now, silently now, we rejoice in that accomplishment of the Buddha. And just try to generate even just a little spark, a little flame of joy in the heart. Maybe you can imagine that you are a deva witnessing that scene, or maybe a deer or some rabbit watching the scene. Just as if there's one guitar string vibrating in resonance with another guitar string. So let your own heart rejoice in that joy or bliss of the Buddha, absorbed in that samadhi, experiencing the bliss of liberation.
Okay, next we go forward in time a bit. And now we see the Buddha engaged in the activities of turning the wheel of the Dharma and teaching the Dharma to countless people throughout the towns, villages, and cities of northern India. And all of the people, the monastics and the lay householders, listening to the Buddha teach. And then we rejoice in the Buddha's activity of expounding the Dhamma and the joy of the devotees who are listening and absorbing the Dhamma. Their hearts uplifted and transformed under the impact of the teaching. Okay, now we use our imagination still more, and we bring to mind the world systems spread out through boundless space. We could say the galaxies with their planetary systems, and think in so many of these galaxies, there are Buddhas currently living and teaching the Dhamma. And so you bring to mind all of those Buddhas, the Buddhas of the 10 directions, teaching their assemblies, maybe surrounded by groups of bhikkhus, bhikkhunis, upasaka, upasikas. And then one rejoices in the merits and virtues of all of those Buddhas, in their boundless enlightened wisdom, in their great loving kindness and compassion, in their spiritual powers and their Vesaraja, their self-confidence, by which they can roar their lion's roars. So you imagine so many Buddhas throughout boundless space, and then rejoice in their virtues and accomplishments. Okay, now we bring the mind back to the Buddha of our particular world system. But now we're shifting the focus from the Buddha himself to his great disciples. So maybe you could just take a few with whom we might have a special appreciation or resonance. Maybe we could see on the male side, Sariputta, Moggallana, Ananda, Mahakachayana. On the Bhikkhuni side, Mahapajapati, Khema, Upalavanna. You could see them sitting maybe beside the Buddha, and then think of their particular virtues and accomplishments. Their minds fully liberated from the asavas, freed from the round of repeated birth and death, established solidly in sila, samadhi, and panya wisdom. And endowed with the unsurpassed vimukti or liberation. So generate that scene in your mind in whatever way you can best imagine it. And then for a minute or so, just rejoice in the merits and virtues of those great disciples. Again, this isn't quite Sangha Nusati. It's not recollecting the Sangha for the purpose of generating veneration, reverence, devotion to the Sangha, but rather for rejoicing in the achievements and virtues of the, in this case, of the great disciples. And then we can bring in some of the great householder disciples on the male side, Anathapindika, Chita the householder. There are others who are less well known. On the female side, Visakha especially. And any other female disciples that you might know of that we have high regard for. And you bring to mind their faith, their devotion, their generosity, their achievements. And then you generate joy, that appreciative, altruistic, sympathetic joy. And now, again, using your imagination, you bring your mind up to the Tusita Deva world. And there you will see in your mind's eye the Bodhisattva Maitreya, who's going to be the next Buddha to arise in this world when the teaching of Gautama Buddha completely vanishes. And currently, Maitreya is sort of the presiding Deva in the inner chamber of the Tusita Deva world. In his own way, teaching the Dharma to an entourage of Devas. He has completely perfected, or almost perfected, the fulfillment of the paramitas. And just waiting for the time to arrive for him to descend into the human world to again turn the wheel of Dharma. And so conceiving of this scene, then rejoice in the merits and virtues and achievements of Maitreya. Okay, now bringing the mind back down into our human world. You bring to mind now all the generations of monastics from the time of the great disciples down the centuries who have worked hard to practice and realize the Dhamma and to preserve and transmit the Dhamma from generation to generation. All the companies of monks and nuns who memorized the collections, the suttas, the Vinaya, the Abhidhamma, expounded it, taught the next generation, who again had to memorize it. This is the age before writing came into use. So much work to memorize. Not because they enjoyed it. Well, of course they did enjoy it, but not just for personal enjoyment, but to ensure that that light of the Dhamma would be preserved through their generation and passed down to the next generation of their disciples. And then see that light passing on generation after generation in India, and then rejoice in all of the activities, the selfless activities of those who preserved, transmitted, practiced, penetrated, realized the Dhamma. And then also see the different missionaries being sent out from northern India to the other countries of Asia, bringing the sasana, the message of the Buddha, to the different provinces of India, and then to Sri Lanka, Southeast Asia. And then those who travel over the deserts and mountains to bring the Dharma to China, and think now in the age when writing is common to use, all of the scribes who spent hours and hours bent over palm leaf manuscripts, bent over palm leaves, pressing the words of the text into the palm leaves, burning the coconut oil at night, continuing the work of copying. So many generations aiming to preserve and transmit the Dhamma, and rejoice in all of their meritorious activities. And then think of all of those who learned the Dhamma, went off into the secluded forests and mountains and hills, practicing diligently, making the great breakthroughs and realizations, establishing monasteries, and selflessly teaching the Dhamma to countless disciples and communities of followers. Then you rejoice in their merits and virtues. And then you could think of the streams of the four assemblies: bhikkhus, bhikkhunis, upasaka, upasikas, flowing down the centuries, right down to the present time. All of those who through the centuries, right down to our 21st century, have devoted themselves to learning the Dhamma, teaching the Dhamma, practicing and realizing the Dhamma. And you rejoice in their selfless activities. Rejoice in their great compassion for later generations. And then you can bring to mind the great Dhamma teachers and meditation masters, and practitioners of the present time. Maybe starting with the older generation, maybe some from the Thai forest tradition, or the Burmese meditation masters, Sri Lankan masters, Chinese Dharma masters, Tibetan Dharma masters. Rejoicing in their selfless dedication to the Dharma. Their teaching and their personal qualities. And then you bring to mind your own personal teachers, those teachers who have inspired you, guided you. And you rejoice in their merits and virtues. You might feel gratitude towards them, but the focus should not be on feeling gratitude, but rather rejoicing in their good qualities. And then we could expand the range of our mind to take followers of any spiritual tradition, which is grounded upon a certain foundation of, we call maybe ethical and moral integrity, aimed at some kind of deeper spiritual realization, the achievement of any kind of state of holiness or sanctity, and just rejoice in all of their virtues and excellent qualities. Some of the great Christian saints, some of the great Hindu yogis and meditation masters, and then you spread the mind to think of all the peoples throughout the world who might be engaged in good and wholesome deeds, whether they're Buddhist or non-Buddhist. All of those who are working in charities, relief organizations, the doctors who go to other countries and dedicate their services for the welfare of others. Even simple people living in little villages and towns who go out of their way to help their neighbors, to defend the vulnerable. So use your imagination in any way that works for you to generate joy and appreciation for the good qualities of others. Okay, do this now just silently for a few minutes. Just let the mind embrace the whole world, collectively rejoicing in all the good deeds of people throughout the world. And then you bring the mind into this hall and rejoice in the merits and virtues of everybody in this hall. The monastics, the lay devotees, whether they're your friends or people you just met today or never knew before. Rejoice whatever their virtues and good qualities might be. Okay, now you let go of all your imaginations, all the imaginative thought constructions, images. Bring the mindfulness back to the body in the sitting position. And then you can take a couple of deep mindful breaths in and out. In and out. And then you can mindfully open your eyes and relax.
Sadhu, 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 sadhu.
Wow, I see those kids, they did it. Wow. That's amazing. What happens now? Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah. Maybe I should sit in the chair, then I can see people better.
Yes.
You want to readjust the microphone?
And just whatever your energy.
For the people in the back. No?
There is not.
Okay.
Perhaps we'll speak louder with the question, and if Venerable you don't mind repeating the question for the audience,
okay,
we would
because my
appreciate
hearing
it.
is a little bit weak.
Okay, we'll shout.
Okay.
Okay.
Ask a question? Hyundai, what is your, do you have any favorite suttas? Can you, a favorite sutta, and can you tell us what would make it a favorite sutta for you? Do you mind?
The text I really have very special. I mean, it's really hard to judge one over another. So there are some suttas that are very important in terms of their content, like, of course, like Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, of course, which is the first, is this carrying? The first exposition of the Four Noble Truths and the Noble Eightfold Path. Okay, and of course then the Satipatthana Sutta, which is foundation for Satipatthana meditation. But in terms of what I would call upliftment, spiritual upliftment, what I really particularly like is the Parayana Vagga of the Sutta Nipata. Of course, it gives us a picture, so of course it's a literary composition, but it gives us a picture of, if you know the story, of 16 Brahminic students who are like spiritual seekers who have heard the reputation of the Buddha, and they travel, according to the introductory story, the background story, they travel from an area which is almost, I think it's now someplace in Maharashtra, all the ways up. First they go to Savatthi seeking the Buddha, since they think the Buddha's in Savatthi. When they get to Savatthi, to the Jeta's Grove, they're told the Buddha's not here anymore. The Buddha's gone to Rajagaha. So then they go to Rajagaha, the bamboo grove. No, the Buddha's not here. He's gone to the Pasana Chaitya, which is outside Rajagaha. So they go to the Pasana Chaitya, and there they see the Buddha, and they're enthralled to see the enlightened one. And then each Brahmin student asked the Buddha a series of questions, the kind of questions that have been particularly sort of troubling their mind. And the questions are very profound, come from very high levels of spirituality. And sometimes, I mean, it's difficult for us today to understand the intention of the questions and the intention of the answers. But the poetry, and it's all framed in verse, so it's all in verse. And what I like especially is when the Brahmin students address the Buddha, they always use these very eloquent epithets for addressing him. Like the one, I have to look at the text to refresh my memory. The one with open eyes, the one, the universal eye, they call him.
Bhante, since you mentioned the Satipatthana Sutta, what is your thoughts on why the Buddha said, for example, kaye kayanupasi, instead of just kayanupasi? Why does he specify kaye? Like, why this locative in the body, related to the body, context of the body? Why is that specified when kayanupasana would seem to communicate enough information already? So why kaye kayanupasana instead of just kayanupasana?
The way I see it, maybe it's a little unconventional, is that you take kayanupasana, that one is a contemplator of the body in regard to the body. So how is one a contemplator of the body in regard to the body? And then the answer will be the exercise is mentioned under contemplation of the body. And then Vedanasu Vedanadopasti Viharati. So how is one a contemplator of feelings in relation to feelings. So that's the way I would take it. And it might be, maybe that's a little heretical, that there's no real special significance in the duplication. Do you have some idea?
I have my own thoughts.
Yeah,
But you're supposed to be answering the question. I said, but you were supposed to be answering the questions.
Yeah, but I don't take any kind of final authority to myself, so other people can have good ideas too.
What are your thoughts, Blanca? Yeah, can you share?
Can we give a mic to them?
I've sometimes thought of it as meaning like kaya kayanapasana, like observing the body in the body, and so that we're not just like conjuring up a mental image, but that we're actually focusing in the body experience itself.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. In fact, pretty much that's the way I experience it too. That you are, especially with kayanapasana, more clearly than with the others, that you're settling the mindfulness in the body.
Yeah.
So you're contemplating the body by settling the mindfulness in the body. I guess it applies to the others too, but it's not as obvious because in contemplation of the body, you get a sense of putting the mind into this physical organism. Whereas with contemplation of feelings, say you're just looking at the feelings. But it also, I guess, it works with regard to all four of us. Okay, see a hand. Joe, is that your name?
Thank you, Bhante. I just wanted to confess, I received a teaching that's, I think, secular, but it's based on neuroscience, and it's changed my view of the Buddha, so I wanted to reveal it and then ask if it was an acceptable way to understand the Buddha. So I received a teaching very briefly that social neuroscience shows that the giver, receiver, and witness of an act of kindness all receive health and happiness. So I've been trying to see if the Buddha is the supreme giver of kindness, the supreme receiver of kindness, and the supreme witness of kindness. That his three knowledges means that he has perfect recall, that he can see the coming and goings of beings based on their karma, and he witnesses freedom from greed, hatred, delusion in this very life, which would make him the supreme witness of kindness. Is this an accurate way to have mudita for the Buddha?
Yeah, I've never heard that before, so I would have to reflect, sort of try to digest that and reflect on it over time. So I can't make an immediate pronouncement about it. A receiver of kindness. Certainly the Buddha is the one who dwells with boundless metta and karuna for the world. And then he's the giver of, yes, Vatana Sutta, Varo, Varanyu, Varado, Varaharo, Varo, Varanyu, Anutaro Dhamma Varana Desai. Wait. Varo, Varanyu, yeah. Varo, Varanyu, Varado, that's the one. Varado, that's the giver of the best. So the Buddha is Varo, he's the best. Varanyu, the knower of the best, because he knows the Dhamma, knows Nibbana. And Varado, the giver of the best. So he's the giver of the best. And of course he does that out of metta and karuna, but receiving kindness, of course he says, I think he says he doesn't, my recollection of the passage is a little vague, but the disciples should treat him with kindness, but it's not that by being a Buddha he is necessarily and essentially the receiver of kindness. And what was the third one? Witness of kindness?
Yeah.
I don't quite get the sense of that. But anyway, it's enough to take the three knowledges as they come down in the text.
Okay. Where I asked a question or two yesterday, but the interviews that we do have brought up a few, and this one I find is really critical, so I really wanted to ask. Ajahn Ambrose noted the strangeness that no one ever asks the Buddha how he became the Buddha, specifically in the sense of, why is there this gaping hole with no one saying, why is there this hole where you think someone would have been, but how do we be like you as a fully enlightened Buddha?
Yeah.
So the absence of the Bodhisattva path in the early texts.
Yeah.
And we asked Bhante Sujato about that, and he said, it's because really the Buddha, the only place he says that he's special in that he discovered the path first. But I mean, the absence really could be laid simply at the feet of the fact that there's not anything uniquely unique about the Buddha beyond having been the first to the path. I find that heretical, and I know Ajahn Jeff says, no, he thinks that the Buddha is a particular station in the cosmos, but Ajahn Jeff says that he does think the Buddha is a particular station in the cosmos.
Station in the cosmos.
Yeah, like a role that's unique.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But I was thinking through the suttas, there's the 10 powers of the Buddha, but the Buddha doesn't say that none of the arahants could possess all 10. And there's only a few moments in the suttas where I've seen it singled out as the Buddha being truly unique, in the sense that, in other senses, and that's like, for example, in the Achintaya, the things that are imponderable, the domain of a Buddha is singled out as singularly imponderable.
Yeah.
So, my heart leans in thinking that the Sammasambuddha is unique, and different, qualitatively different than arahants.
Yeah.
But I also don't see as much support for that in the early texts as I would have thought. And there is this interesting absence of any disciple asking the Buddha, I understand how to become an arahant, but how do I become a Buddha?
Yeah, I've pondered that question too, and it's it's in a way, you would say it's the door that has opened up the hallway to the emergence of Mahayana Buddhism to provide the answer to that question. But actually it begins already even before the emergence of conscious emergence of Mahayana, it begins already in the period of what's called Nikaya Buddhism, where the different schools have emerged. And okay, let's take the early Buddhist texts. So we have, I would agree with Ajahn Jeff that the Buddha has a particular unique status in the whole framework of the dispensation. That he's not simply just the first of the arahats, but he has certain powers of knowledge which are not possessed by the other arahat disciples. Even there's a sutta where, probably you know this passage, Sariputta comes to the Buddha and says, so far as I'm concerned, there's nobody superior to you with respect to abhinya, to superior knowledge. And then the Buddha says, have you fully fathomed my sila, samadhi, panya, vimutti jnana dasana? And Sariputta says, no. So the Buddha certainly has qualities, and then he's able to, at least if we trust, he's Sattva Deva Manusanam. No other disciple is said to be teacher of devas and human beings. And then of course this could be taking the standpoint of a critical secular scholar looking at the early Buddhist texts, saying the Buddha was just a human being He was probably just maybe a very impressive teacher. Then the starry-eyed disciples, even first generation, started to expand, elaborate, glorify their teacher. And then one generation follows the next. Venerable Satima used the simile. She's here?
Right here.
Yeah, was it the morning or the afternoon? I don't remember. Afternoon of in the pit and the well, going down, down, down. So generation goes by, not a well with a pit, but rather we have like layer upon layer, layer, getting higher and higher and higher until you come to Saddharma Pundarika, the Lotus Sutra, where the life of the Tathagata is immeasurable. And thousands of bodhisattvas emerge from the earth saying that we have been the disciples of the Buddha. Okay, so, but let's just take the early Buddhist texts on their own face value. It still seems that the Buddha has a unique status. So it's a question why nobody comes to the Buddha and says, Bhante, I have the deepest respect for you and for the Arhat disciples, but I take you. In fact, when the Buddha says to the monks, he says, a monk rightly aspiring should aspire to be like Sariputta Moggallana. A bhikkhuni rightly aspiring should aspire to be like, is it Kema and Upalavanna? So he doesn't say aspire to be like me. But what about that monk who comes up to the Buddha and says, Bhante, I want to follow the path that you follow. I see how you're benefiting countless beings. I want to do that too.
Bhante, can we get closer to answering this question by looking at the verse in the chapter, the sutta in the Digha Nikaya where the Buddha described the 32 marks, and how he developed those marks over many lifetimes? Could that give us a clue as to how he became?
I think maybe that's the only text that gives some clue. I think, again, I'm not one of these sort of rigorous, critical historical scholars who do the comparative study of the text. I don't know if Venerable Analeo has done some critical studies of this, but I think that there's a kind of general, in fact, quite a bit in the Digha Nikaya gives me the flavor of being somewhat late, at least a later stratum. So it's quite possible that the Lakkhana Sutta is coming from a somewhat later period where you almost have the germ of a bodhisattva theory starting to emerge there. Though it's not stated explicitly, but you have all of these 32 marks, each one, there's some kind of practices in previous lives that the aspirant for Buddhahood cultivated in order to acquire those 32 marks. Are there any critical historical scholars here?
Question here.
Who might have some idea?
Yes. No, nothing. So I have a question. Your karuna meditation, is it based on any sutra?
Like Karuna meditation.
Mudita meditation that we did based on any sutra?
You know, strangely, the suttas don't give any, to my knowledge, they don't give any explanation. Even of karuna, or of mudita, or even of upekkha as a Brahma Vihara. And even the Visuddhimagga, I think, if I remember, it's rather taciturn when it comes to mudita. I think it just says, just as a person would rejoice in the good qualities of a dear friend, and so the practitioner then rejoices in the good qualities of all beings, something like that. So I just sort of built this up just through using the imagination. As long as it works, I think it's somewhat a pragmatic position. If something works, if it helps to build up that force of wholesome joy, then it's legitimate. It doesn't have to come from the sutta.
Just follow-up question on that. So out of these Brahma Vihara, is there an order in which that would make it easier for us to start? And
is there an order?
Yeah, is there an order instead of starting with metta?
I think certainly it's the case that metta is put at the beginning, because metta is sort of the foundation, I would say, for all four. Because you start off by generating the wish for the welfare and happiness of others. So that becomes the foundation. Then, when one looks at the beings who are undergoing dukkha or suffering, then one generates compassion for them. And then when one looks, so there's not in order between, not a sequence, I think, between karuna and mudita, but they're just sort of looking at different sides of the room. So if you look over here when people are undergoing suffering, then compassion arises. If you look over here where people are enjoying good fortune, then mudita arises. But then all of those three Brahmaviharas, there's a little bit of a, in all of them, a little bit of a bias or a kind of inclination. And so to smooth things out and to quell the tendency towards ebullience, exhilaration that might come, then one develops upekkha, which also creates or generates a quality of impartiality, or perfects the attitude of impartiality. Actually, there was a beautiful essay actually by my teacher, the German monk Nyanapo Nikateri. You can find it just searching in Google, called The Four Sublime States. And in the last, it's just a small booklet, but the last part of it has a kind of meditation on the interrelationship between the four sublime states, or the four Brahmaviharas. You're taking them in pairs. It's very, very beautiful and very profound. And he actually wrote that in German, or at least the whole booklet, maybe in an early stage, I think before he became a monk. And he wrote it for his mother, if I remember correctly. I think you have to take that microphone.
Thank you, Venerable. I had a clarifying question about mudita. So based on, I have this sense that mudita seems like it's talked about, but I was taught by, what came to mind was your teachings on what Ajahn Kobalo calls the well-being cascade. So suffering is a vital condition for faith, and then faith is a vital condition for joy and pamoja. And then all the recollections, Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, our virtue, generosity, the devas, they all lead into pamoja. So my question is, what is the difference between, or wouldn't those all be considered mudita meditations, or is mudita somehow different than pamoja?
Yeah. I say that mudita is different from pamoja, though it's based on the same verbal root. So the verbal root is mud, and it looks like mud, but it's mud. So from this you get the verb muditi, which is to rejoice, and then the prefix form would be pamuditi. I don't know if you get the verb, it's us, but pamudita, and then you get the noun pamoja. So it's based on the same root, and then mudita is just the abstract noun based on that verbal root. But pamoja is, you can say, is joy, exhilaration, but it will be, I say this, the joy that arises as samadhi is starting to develop, as the mind is settling down and moving towards in the direction of samadhi. Whereas mudita, you can say, partly overlaps with pamoja, but more specifically has the meaning of the joy that arises in relation to beings, to other beings. Because all of the 4 Brahma Viharas are concerned with, called the social virtues, the connection with other beings. Metta, the wish for their well-being and happiness. Karuna, the wish for them to be free from suffering. Mudita, rejoicing in their welfare and happiness, or rejoicing in their good qualities. And upekkha, sort of balancing that impartiality towards beings. Whereas pamoja, you could say, will arise, say, if a person is virtuous, and then they reflect back on their virtue, and they see the mind is clear, and then that joy arises. So that it would be pamoja, but that's not extending to other beings the way mudita does.
Thank you, Bhante. So does mudita has its root from the Lotus Sutra, perhaps?
Does mudita have its root from the Lotus?
The Lotus Sutra?
No, the Lotus Sutra comes much later. I mean, mudita is mentioned in the early texts. It's just when the Buddha explains 4 Brahma Viharas, so mudita is there.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Lotus Sutra comes maybe 1st century BC, 1st century AD, I don't know.
Thank you.
Hello, big body. So I'm over here. So my question is that like how Buddha came to be and why we are here, like why we know about this stuff.
Why?
Why we know about this, what we call Dhamma and Nirvana. Is it because, so like if we take the history of Earth, like, we had so many animals on this planet,
yeah.
And, after evolution, so much conditioning, human being came to be. So is Nirvana, or Arhat basically means, so we have gained so much intelligence after so many thousands of years, right? And
I'm not so sure about that, but maybe it's
at least more than other beings. So is it meaning that we are using the intelligence that we have to reverse evolution, basically like to see back what happened to human beings, like how we came to be? Is that what Siddhartha Gautama did? Like, during that time, what we call, there were so many people like, trying to see meaning, like Jainism, and even in Greece, Aristotle and those people. So is that with conditioning we came to be, and we have gained enough intelligence to see back and realize how we came here? Because like if you look, many animals have anatomical structure like human beings, but they definitely don't have the intentions like us.
Yeah.
Is that the like Nirvana or Arhat ship is? I mean, it's probably not that, but like looking back.
I'm not quite sure.
That's like my
maybe I'm going to
repeat. Repeat good.
to follow the example of Robina, can you formulate your question clearly and sharply? No lectures.
One question basically is I'm trying to see, like, it's were there like natural conditioning that happened. So with our intelligence that we have gained.
No lectures.
What's
the question?
Maybe Michelle, maybe he's asking, is it, and if you can tell me if I'm wrong, but maybe just condensing it, that is it a natural part of evolution that we then want to reverse our becoming into existence? Is that what you're saying, Michelle?
Kind of feel like
that we evolved to become intelligence, that we can reverse that process. I think that's your question.
Yeah, similar to like
first.
Not reverse, but like look back, like how we came to be. Like
You mean did the Buddha discover like the process of biological evolution?
No, but I think Buddha
Do you mean the Big Bang?
Sorry?
The Big Bang?
No, but like Buddha, so like how the suffering exists, with clinging, and how our like mind works by deep practice. I mean, obviously he grew up around like Vedic culture, so I think.
Actually, was what you're asking. A lot of the structures of suffering the Buddha pointed to were evolutionary conditioned. Is what the Buddha was trying to do was have us look back at all these processes and conditions that we evolved to embody, but that now create suffering. Is that what he saw through?
Yeah,
trying to unwind the spool.
Yeah,
the soul.
that's good. Yeah, thank you.
I didn't catch it so clearly. So you'll have to take the microphone.
It's a good question.
So maybe you answered it, but
it's a very good question, and it makes sense. It's hard to formulate because
okay,
it's
maybe you could.
quite complex. I think what Ashel was saying was a lot of the processes of suffering that the Buddha found and untangled for us were things that evolved in us as human beings over many, many millennia, etc. So is what the Buddha did, is one of the prime projects that the Buddha undertook, was basically unwinding those evolutionary structures which were adaptive but then became the root of suffering in us. It was the unwinding our conditioning or trying to see through it. A lot of the conditions he looked at were stuff that were evolved in us, and yet it makes us neurotic messes a lot of the time. Yeah.
You mean like some of like the defensive instincts?
Fight or flight.
Avijja pachaya sankhara pachaya. Well,
I mean, that's
more
of
like,
course what the Buddha says, yeah. Well, at least what it
but that process of grasping, attachment, this is something that evolved deeply in us.
Yeah.
So was the Buddha's project kind of unwinding that evolutionary conditioning?
I think let's just really stick to the level of the text rather than try to bring evolution into it. But just say that the aim is to undo the craving, the upadana and the clinging, or all of the associated defilements.
I have a question for you. With all your deep study and translations of the sutta, I'm wondering how that helped your own personal practice, say, not comparatively, but alongside, say, the practice of simply practicing the Dhamma, loving kindness, or your vipassana, or the meditation. Some, as obviously world-class translator of each and every one of these words, it seems like that defines you from us. But your practice, in your practice, how has the translation informed your personal practice.
Yeah, I say its help was more like I would call the panya side rather than the samatha or samadhi side. Though I think it's, of course, to do translation, back in those days, it would bring a kind of, not quite the meditative samatha, but one gets absorbed into the work of translation. So you could do it in those days, could do it for a couple of hours. And it just seems like, you sit down at 9 o'clock in the morning to start translating, and then it seems you just started, and then the person is bringing the dana says, time for lunch. So the time goes by just so quickly. But the main thing is that, the practice of the Dhamma involves developing panya, which is understanding, and then it helps to translate the text and to ponder the meaning of the text and the interrelationships of the text. So it helps to lay the foundation for at least the kind of Suttamaya Panya and Chintamaya Panya. This is the wisdom or understanding that arises from learning and from reflective contemplation. And I think it does contribute to, I would say, to Bhavanamaya Panya in my experience. But of course that requires closing the books, putting them aside, and generally have to leave the place where I do the translation work and go someplace else. Of course, you don't want to get sidetracked by the books, and then not attending to the books, but just doing the practice. But sort of, I believe that discipline of learning and translation and getting to understand the text helps to fuel the practice. Okay, so I see. Okay, the woman.
Was there somebody? I'm sorry.
Well,
I think
we
can just ask the question. This is very.
But somebody else has.
It's a very related question. So I'm just very.
Oh, I see. You have. Okay.
I'm very fascinated with the fact that we're still finding discrepancies in translations, and that some teachers translate the Pali and some translate it another way. Do you feel, in your opinion, that we have reached a point where we fully understand and we're just finding little intricacies, or do you think we're still at a detriment in our understanding? Does that make sense?
Deficit?
Yeah. Do you
I think it's more the personal proclivity and sort of way of understanding of the translator. It doesn't mean that there's necessarily some uncertainty. I mean, there are some texts in which there's a great deal of uncertainty, occasional terms about which there's some uncertainty. But when it comes, say, to different translations of the major technical terms, okay, so I use sankhara, volitional activity, somebody uses fabrications, another person uses, what are some of the others, concoctions. So this is just different choices of terms by translation, but generally there's pretty much a broad consensus about the meaning of the terms. Of course, there are areas probably in Buddhist studies where there are still uncertainties. But the field has become fairly important now would be like comparative study of parallel versions of text within different lineages of transmission. So maybe the one who's contributed quite a lot is the Venerable Analio, who started out as my student, but then far surpassed me with his linguistic ability. So he's done a lot of these detailed, and I don't agree with him. But he's done a lot of comparative studies of the Chinese version, Buddhist hybrid Sanskrit version, Tibetan version of, did he learn Gandhari? I'm not sure. Versions of the text. In fact, I think Gandhari Buddhist studies has now become the big open field for investigation, because a lot of these Gandhari texts come from a very, very early period, and they've just been, discovered and transcribed.
Thank you. Okay. My question, I would like to revert back to the concept of non-grasping. And in the Vaishyatika Rajna Paramita, the Diamond Sutra, I believe Buddha said that we must also let go of Dhamma as a way to achieve sunyata.
As a way to achieve
sunyata, emptiness.
Yeah.
That seems a little counterintuitive as a practitioner.
Okay.
So at what point, is that practical as a
Okay, that's an interesting question, because the basis for that passage in the Diamond Sutra is in a sutta in the Pali Canon, in the Majjhima Nikaya, where the Buddha uses the simile of the raft. This is the famous simile. In fact, I think he also refers to the simile of the raft in the Diamond Sutra as well. Is that correct? The simile of the raft is in the Diamond Sutra?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah. Okay. So in the Majjhima Nikaya Sutta number 22, Alagadupama Sutta, so he says that I have taught. He's criticizing some monks who learned the Dhamma in order to engage in disputes and debates with the idea of, besting others in debates. And so the Buddha is criticizing those monks and saying that I have taught the Dhamma as similar to a raft that is for the purpose of crossing over, not for the purpose of grasping. And the person who uses a raft to cross the river doesn't put the raft on his head and then carry it around and say, this raft was so useful to me, I'm going to take it wherever I go. But once he gets across, he puts the raft down. But these foolish monks have not even crossed the river, and yet they're just using the raft of the Dhamma just to try to defeat other people in debates. And so the Buddha says, in that case, even Dhamma must be let go. But he uses the plural, Dhamma, like the teachings must be let go. How much more than a Dhamma, what is not the Dhamma? So the point here is that you use the Dhamma as a means of practice, mode of practice, in order to cross the stream of defilements or the birth and death, in order to reach the other shore of liberation. And then it's not that you reject the Dhamma or give up the Dhamma, but you're no longer attached to the Dhamma. Okay, so I think the Diamond Sutra, again, I have to refresh my memory. It uses the same statement. Yeah, I'd have to look again at the Diamond Sutra. I don't want to make any authoritative pronouncement. But anyway, that statement from the Diamond Sutra is sort of echoing the word that comes from the early stratum of the text. And basically the point, I think, of the Diamond Sutra as well is that simile that one uses the Prajnaparamita as a means for gaining wisdom or enlightenment, liberation, and then one doesn't become attached to the teachings.
Thank you, Bhante. I think you all answered the question I had in my mind already, but a follow-up comes to mind. I've been raised in the Hindu faith, and somebody commented earlier the day, there's a lot of commonality in the teachings and the approach and the philosophy. But my question is, for somebody new to Buddhism, what should be the balance between understanding formally the text versus kind of grasping the key teachings and the intent of Buddhism, and bringing that into practice? So, I mean, the texts are many and wide, and if you understand the philosophy, you understand the key elements. How much, so what's that balance for a new practitioner, and how much effort and time should you be spending on developing the right understanding and kind of becoming, practicing?
What should be the balance between studying the text and practicing?
And practicing and, being a good, what would be defined as a good Buddhist.
This depends very much on personal temperament. That this, again, it's not a case of one size fits all, but different people have different inclinations. Like when I was in Sri Lanka, 2006, I was with a group. We did like a trip to Anuradhapura, and there was, at that time, that was for the Vesak in 2006. So there were a group of monks from other countries, including some monks from Burma. And one of those monks was a Tripitaka-dhara, which means that he's memorized the entire Tripitaka, the entire Pali Canon. And then when I joined the monks on the Walk for Peace at the last phase of their walk in Washington, D.C., I mean, this is just a matter of interest. It's not really directly answering your question. So we were at the final concluding ceremony at the Lincoln Memorial, and then one monk was introduced as Venerable Gundamala, a Burmese monk, and then he spoke a few words. And I looked at him and I thought of the name. Could that be him? And then when he finished his little talk, he was walking past me, and I stopped him. I said, "Were you on a trip to Anuradhapura in Sri Lanka in 2006? He said, "Yes, I was." Yeah, so that was him. So I just mentioned him because, okay, so he's memorized the whole Tripitaka. So is it necessary to memorize the whole Tripitaka in order to practice? Yes, definitely.
Oh.
But then there's the verse in the Dhammapada, the what do you recite it for us?
Yeah, two verses, right?
Yeah, the two verses go together. So even if one memorizes, learns a whole body of scriptures, but one doesn't practice accordingly, then you are like a person, a cowherd counting the cows of others. So you don't own the cows. But then the next verse says, even though one learns very little, But if one practices in accordance with the Dhamma, abandoning greed, hatred, and delusion, how does the rest of it go?
Apampiche sahitam bhasamano dhamma saroti anudhammachari ragancha dosancha pahaya mohan sammapajano sui mutta chitta anupadyano idva brahma sabhagava samanya saho.
Oh yeah, okay. So the concluding line is that then one sort of partakes of the fruit of the ascetic life or the spiritual life. I said that you have to memorize the whole Brahma. I can't even remember 2 verses from the So let me sit down in the audience.
Ante, that was just instant karma for making that joke. That was just instant karma from making that joke.
Venerable Sir, I had a translation question about kindness. In the 5 ways to remove resentment by Venerable Sariputta, there's a passage that lists various types of kindness to express towards someone who is completely impure in body, speech, and mind. The translation is Karuna Myewa Upatapeya, Anudaya Yewa Upatapeya, Anukampa Myewa Upatapeya.
Well, I think I should sit down in the audience.
My question is, we hear about Karuna, and we hear a little bit more about what Anukampa is. Could you tell us more about Anudaya as a kind of kindness? Do you know how would you translate Anudaya? What is Anudaya?
They're very similar in meaning. So the root daya sort of has the meaning of kindness, and anu is the prefix which has the sense of along with. You know, I would just maybe render it as kindness, but the anu gives that sense of kindness that goes along towards others, perhaps. Sometimes the prefix is, don't add so much of a new meaning, but just a little bit like putting a spice in a dish. It just picks up the flavor a little bit, but it doesn't have a distinct taste of its own. So the anudaya, yeah, it's like, I would say with just kindness. What's the difference between kindness and kindliness? Kindfulness? Well, pretty much the same thing, but just slightly different words.
But they can be called daya as mercy.
As
mercy?
I don't think mercy quite works. Mercy is where you have the ability, in my understanding, you have to look in maybe the dictionary, but where you have the ability to inflict punishment or pain on somebody, and then you decide to release them, then you're showing them mercy. But I think daya or anudaya is just kindness or kindliness.
In Sanskrit, the base word daya, I think translates to sympathy.
Yeah, my hearing is a bit, if you take the microphone.
In Sanskrit, the word daya, I think, translates to sympathy. So just suggesting that might be.
Yeah, maybe anudaya, we could say is sympathy, maybe work for anudaya. So it's a kind that anu gives a sense of sip and sympathy, the sim part of sympathy. But luckily, if you have access to some, especially the dictionary of Pali compiled by Margaret Cohn, she'll have very detailed explanations of those words. And then you look in the commentaries, I'll sometimes give detailed explanations. I don't have my computer was right by my side.
Hi, I'm a bit nervous asking you this question. It's a little different than the other questions that were asked. My question is actually about, it's my understanding that I think you grew up in a Jewish tradition, and I did too. And I was really wondering if you could share a little bit about how you, I guess, managed that transition away from your root faith, or maybe how it manifests in your life now.
From Judaism.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't really brought up in a very religious Jewish household. My family was what we call secular Jews. We would observe the Passover, and I think on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. My parents would make me go to the synagogue, and then I went through the synagogue, what's this called, the Hebrew school, it was like after the regular school, we go to the Hebrew school in order to learn, I don't even remember the terms, to do the bar mitzvah, to prepare for the bar mitzvah. And then when I did the bar mitzvah, I was so enthusiastic, and I told the rabbi, I'm going to be coming every week. I'm so joyful. And 2 weeks later, I just completely forgot about it. And then I just didn't have that sort of inclination or interest. So I continued pretty much in a secular way of life until when I was in college, then just browsing in the bookstore. Then I came across some books on Buddhism, which aroused my interest, and then reading them, and then everything took over from that point. Yeah. Yeah, I found I didn't really struggle with this idea, but in retrospect, the idea that God should choose one particular people to be the chosen people who would be privileged above other people, it didn't square with my conviction in the essential value of all people equally. Yes.
Venerable Sir, I have a question with regards to Venerable Analio's book, The Signless and the Deathless. It's a very interesting book, and I'm not a scholar, but what he wrote in there speaks to me in that there is something there to practice. Unfortunately, as I understand from his bio, he doesn't teach, he's on retreat indefinitely. And how would one go about?
Let me just say, okay, in November, I had occasion to go to Boston. So I sent him an email saying that I'll be in Boston and he's in Barre, Massachusetts. So I said, maybe if you want, you could come to Boston, maybe we can meet. So I didn't get a reply from him until May. And then he just said that he received my email, and sorry that we didn't get that chance to meet, that he was on retreat, et cetera, just a little bit more. Okay, and then I replied to him, not saying very much, but just saying, I hope you're in good health, and so on, so on. Then I got an automatic reply from him saying, Unfortunately, I will not be responding to emails until October, wait, 2027. So I wanted to reflect, say, unfortunately, I am now approaching the age of 82. And some of my closest friends have already left this world. And I'm not sure that I will be here in 2027.
Stay with us another kalpa.
So Bhante, thank you for what you've taught us so far. I'm a practicing Christian, and in my spiritual practice there as well, I experience grace. What I call grace, what I would call grace.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, is there something equivalent in Buddhism? I do have a Buddhist practice as well. I can't say I experience it the same way, but I'm wondering, is there something like grace in Buddhism that I haven't reached yet or something?
Can you give me in a few words the meaning of grace in Christianity, or as you understand it?
I would say it's unbidden, not something not looked for, but just experienced as a
Kind of
blessing,
gift that comes, an
just
unexpected
that comes
gift.
unexpected, just a blessing.
Yeah, okay. I say definitely that there is such an idea, though it's not that it's something completely undeserved. So this is, we do this chant or regularly. Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakantu sabba devata sabba buddhanubhavena sabba dhammanubhavena sabba sanghanubhavena. So this word anubhava means something like spiritual power. So this is like the spiritual power of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. So we believe like the Buddha, through his great compassion, set out these I call these like waves of compassion that spread down the generations, down the centuries to the present time. And then all of the great accomplished masters from the Sangha also send out their waves of blessing. And so we attune our own minds, sometimes even unconsciously, to pick up those waves of blessing. Through faith and devotion, we sort of make ourselves open and accessible to receiving those waves of blessing which uplift us and support us in our practice. And don't look for this in the suttas because you don't find this. This is sort of my personal interpretation. And so sometimes things completely unexpected happen to us that seem to be coming through, maybe we're even not particularly, it seems we're not particularly deserving of this, but from a Buddhist standpoint, we could say that this comes through good karmic seeds planted in previous lives, which we're not aware of in this life, but they're coming to maturity. And then they encounter this blessing power of the Buddha, or even the Buddha himself. Like maybe, to take an example, like say, you know the story of Angulimala? He was like a serial murderer, killing many, many people. And from the karmic standpoint, he would be bound for hell. And then the Buddha, with his Buddha vision, sort of saw Angulimala and also realized that Angulimala had good karmic seeds from the past, and he was creating this terrible karma. And so the Buddha went and met Angulimala and transformed Angulimala, led him away from that disastrous way of life into the life becoming a monk and then becoming a liberated arhat. So we could say that that is the operation of grace in sort of concrete, visible form. But sometimes these things work in sort of invisible forms, like I think everybody sort of experiences these wonderful, unexpected things that sort of pull one onto a spiritual path. And then you never expected that thing to happen, but it does happen. And then that you would say is the operation of grace.
Yeah, the Metta
Does
Convention.
that make sense? I see a hand back there.
Thank you, Ante. My question is in reference to the story you just told about being in college and being in a bookstore and discovering books that sparked your interest in Buddhism, which is fascinating because we see your books in the bookstore now, and that's what inspires us. I'm curious what teachers or readings you discovered in your college time that led you to where you are now. Other than the Buddha himself, of course.
Okay, in those days, sort of the books on Buddhism that were available, sort of the popular books, were the works by D.T. Suzuki, and essays on Zen Buddhism, and then there were works by an Anglo-American sort of interpreter of Zen Buddhism, Alan Watts. Those are sort of my initial encounters. And then there was a little anthology compiled by E.A. Burt. It was in the series, these inexpensive paperbacks. It was called The Teachings of the Compassionate Buddha. Okay, so those were the first books that I encountered. But just after I started to read about Buddhism, this was an interesting thing that happened in the summer. This is 1965, between my junior and senior year of college. I just started to read about Buddhism. And I had some friends. I was living in New York, in Brooklyn, New York. I had some friends who had gone to California, to San Francisco. And so I wanted to go to San Francisco to visit them. And I found some fellow students at Brooklyn College were driving out from Brooklyn to actually they were going to Seattle, but I would go with them and then we would hitchhike from Seattle down to San Francisco. And so we drove the first day from New York to Madison, Wisconsin. And the people who were driving, they had some friends in Madison, Wisconsin. And so we spent the night there. And then the next day, early in the morning, I got up early and went for a walk through the streets of Madison. Anybody from the University of Wisconsin? No? Okay. So I found myself on the campus of the University of Wisconsin. And then suddenly, in the field of my vision, the edge of my field of vision, a door of a building opens up and a man steps out wearing a reddish-orange robe with a shaved head and East Asian features. And then he's accompanied by a tall Caucasian man. And I can identify that little man as a Buddhist monk. Since I was reading on Zen Buddhism, I thought that's a Japanese Zen master. Says, I don't know what color robe means what, but I'm just watching and really fascinated. And he had such a bright, serene face. And I'm watching them walk across the central mall of a campus till they go into another building. And then they're gone. Okay, now something interesting now happens. Now, 2 years later, I go to graduate school in Claremont, California, Claremont Graduate University. The second semester that I'm there, a Buddhist monk from Vietnam comes to study in the same university and comes to live in the same residence hall where I'm living. And so I become friends with him. And since I'm interested in Buddhism, I come to meet him to speak about Buddhism. Then he gives me my first instructions in meditation. And then after a few months, I asked him if I could be ordained as a Buddhist monk. And then he says yes. And then I get ordained with him as a samanera in the Unified Buddhist Church of Vietnam, or sort of under the auspices of the Unified Buddhist Church of Vietnam. And now what happens the next year, he tells me that a distinguished monk from Vietnam is coming to the United States, a scholar monk who is a co-founder of the Buddhist University in Saigon. And he was going to Los Angeles to meet that monk. And he invited me to come along. And so we went to Los Angeles, and that monk was staying in the home of a family, a Vietnamese family in Los Angeles. And so we arrived at the house. And then we arrived, and they call the people of the house, they knock on the door, and that monk comes out from his room, and he is wearing not the brownish robe of the Vietnamese Mahayana monks, but the orange-red robe. And I look at him, and he looks familiar. And I think, could that be the monk that I saw at the University of Wisconsin? And so then I wait, because they're all talking in Vietnamese. So I wait patiently until they finish talking. And then when they finish, then I come up and I say, Venerable Sir, could you have been at the University of Wisconsin during the summer of 1965? And he said, yes, in fact, I was. He said that I was visiting my friend Richard Robinson, who is establishing a department of Buddhist studies at the University of Wisconsin. And so that monk's name was Thich Minh Chau. And what's interesting is that Thich Minh Chau wound up translating the 4 Pali Nikayas from Pali into Vietnamese. And I wound up, I translated 2 Nikayas, but I edited Nyanamoli's translation of the Majjhima Nikaya from English, from Pali into English. And so we had almost like parallel projects, and yet I knew nothing about him until, well, actually, he undertook those projects during the time that I was in Sri Lanka of translating the Nikayas into Vietnamese. But our projects were going parallel. And what's further interesting is that, if I remember correctly, we were originally supposed to leave Brooklyn for Seattle on a Saturday, but there was some delay in departing, and so we left on Monday instead. And if we had left on Saturday, that encounter would not have taken place. But the encounter had nothing to do with me deciding to become a monk or deciding to translate Pali texts, but it was just, I don't know, just a fortuitous encounter. But in a way, it was a kind of act of grace. And then, yeah, when I was planning to go to Asia, then I wrote to this Venerable Tikman Chow, and then he sent me kind of a letter introducing me to like the Buddhists of Asia, so that they would think that I'm legitimate, authentic, nothing to be suspicious of me, especially when the American CIA was infiltrating various Asian countries in order to overthrow their governments. And then Tikman Chow, he wound up living until the 90s. I didn't get to meet him again, but he was a very prominent monk in Vietnam up until his death, maybe in the early 2000s. At the age, he was about 95 when he passed away. I guess it's getting pretty late. So.
Yeah. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
With their respects to Bhante. Three bows.
Okay.
Reminder to everyone, we have the Metta Convention, day 2 tomorrow. So bright and early and join in for another day of Dhamma programs.
Venerable, we've nearly been going for 12 hours. We started about 9. It's amazing. Thank you, Venerable.
Would you say so?
Yeah, maybe